Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Trained by Demon Tanjiro. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was reminded that this world was not fair, that not all men are created equal. It was a normal day for a 12-year-old Izuku, got out of bed, went to school and tried to keep his head down so no one would notice him, especially the explosive star of his school Katsuki Bakugo. He was by no means proper hero material, just a kid who got lucky and was born with an incredible quirk that made everyone around him feed his ego. Though after school Izuku could work on his hero journals and find hero activity around town. Today was good. He was able to see the new hero Hawks in action taking on a man who was a giant puffer fish. Izuku was amazed at how Hawks were able to maneuver around the puffer's spikes. Izuku was on his way a few blocks down where he heard Death Aams was fighting a bear man. When he heard something near the park. "What did you think you were better than me?" screamed the master of ego Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku saw him and his cronies standing above a group of kids from another school in the middle of the park. "Bakugo, stop," yelled Izuku, earning the explosive user's glare. "I'm sorry, did you say something, Deku?" said Bakugo, sporting a mad grin at seeing his favorite punching bag. Izuku began sweating. "Yo, you can't beat up people, Kachin, it isn't becoming of a hero," he said nervously while trying to look for a way out of the situation. Bakugo began to march straight up to Izuku while a sinking feeling began to take a hold of him as he knew what was about to come next. Izuku began to block out Bakugo rant about him, just showing so and so how much better he was. Izuku had heard all of this before he had grown up with Bakugo. All the way from when they were friends until now. Izuku didn't try anything as he already knew that the cronies had already blocked his escape. Like they did whenever someone tried to pick a fight with Bakugo. "Well, aren't you gonna say something, you DMN nerd?" "Well, Deku?" Whether it was the constant taunts or if it was Izuku knowing nothing could change what was about to happen. Izuku looked back at Bakugo with a hard glare and calmly stated, "You will never be a hero, not because you're weak but because no one will accept a hero who acts like you." This caught everyone by surprise and the glare just made Bakugo's blood boil to a point Izuku could say that was the worst beating he had ever received from Bakugo. He eventually left with cronies after leaving Izuku on the ground. Angered that Izuku would ever say someone as great as him would never be a hero. "I'll show that useless nerd when I become the #1 hero, he'll see when everyone sees how great I am," thought Bakugo as he left Izuku on the ground. Izuku laid there on the ground for what felt like hours. Wondering what he was going to do. "If I don't stand up to him, how am I going to be a hero? Maybe I should just give up," he thought. "These are some good notes." Thought Izuku as he looked up and saw someone sitting near him reading his notes. Izuku slowly got up and got a better look at the newcomer. It was a man with blackish burgundy hair with a scar on the left side of his forehead, with Hanafuda ear rings on his ears. He was dressed old-fashioned, real old-fashioned, in a green checkered haori with some kind of uniform underneath. Izuku could tell he was quite athletic, maybe a hero in training perhaps. Who are you?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I saw you laying there while I was out for a walk. When I came to see if you were okay, I saw your notes here on the ground next to you and couldn't help myself. These are fantastic, you got some great analytical skills and a good pair of eyes," the man said with a sunny smile. For a moment Izuku could have sworn he was on a clear lake. When the man smiled, it was so honest and pure. Thanks mister," said Izuku as he got and started to pick up his things. "I should be going now. You want to be a hero, don't you?" Izuku turned to see the man looking at him. It wasn't a cold glare, it was as if the man was waiting for Izuku to do something. But he wasn't sure what. "Yes, more than anything," he stated with an amount of confidence that even surprised him. "You want fame and fortune?" "No, I want to save people, I want to save people," with a smile on my face like All Might. Even though he had just been beaten, Izuku became more determined than ever to be a hero. "Do you think you can be a hero as you are now?" Reality was cruel. Izuku knew that he was born quirkless and was too weak to even stand up to someone he thought of as a friend. "Some people are more lucky than others," said the man as he stood up. "Some people are born with people who are willing to train them or with talent that allows them to excel more than others, or in that boy's case he was born with a great quirk. Though it definitely hasn't done him any good for personality, that for sure." "Wait, you saw that?" Izuku had just assumed that he came after. To close such gaps, people need the drive and determination to become better despite their circumstances. The man bent down a little to look Izuku in the eyes. "Do you think you have what it takes to pursue your dreams?" Izuku looked down for a moment before meeting the man's eyes again. "As I am right now I can't, but that won't stop me. I will work hard and I will get strong enough so I can save people," with a smile on my face. The man gave another sunny smile. "Good answer. Then we will begin right now. What? There's no better time to start than the present, the man said as he took a few steps away before stopping and taking a deep breath. A good run should be a good start for your training. Training? Izuku was confused. Even though he had just met this man, he was slowly jogging after him. He didn't know why, but for some reason he could tell this man honest and trustworthy, and Izuku couldn't argue. If he wanted to pursue his dreams, he needed to start training to cover the gap. Izuku then quickly caught up to the man. What are you gonna, huff? Train me. Huff. Who are you? I guess you could say a hero of old. Huh? Pay attention, use your eyes and pay attention to my breathing. Focus on the breathing and try to mimic it. Izuku was confused and ready to call it quits until he tried to breathe like the man. Lucky it was still early spring and he could see the man's breath in the chilled air. Izuku didn't know what he expected, but when he tried to breathe like the man, running became easier. Incredible, so that he felt like he could have run for hours, maybe even days. They both kept running for a while. Izuku didn't. No, he had lost track of time and just tried to keep up the breathing technique. Before he knew it, they came to the bottom of the mountain. When they stopped, Izuku was huffing and puffing and felt like he would collapse at any moment, but when he looked over at the man, he saw that he was perfectly fine, as if their massive run was nothing more than a walk down a city block. If anything, this just made Izuku even more curious about this mysterious man. Hey, Huff. Your, Huff. Quirk dash. Oh, I don't have a quirk. Izuku shot up, looking at the man in shock, and were at the bottom of a mountain. They ran all the way here from a city park in Mustafa, which was in the middle of the city, and Mustafa wasn't anywhere close to a mountain. They must have ran 20 miles to get here. Wait a minute, we're miles away from the city. We ran here. I ran here. Izuku was surprised at his own sudden realization on how far he just ran, but the man in front looked like he made this run daily. Now Izuku was sure he could learn something incredible from this man, maybe even something that could make up for his lack of a quirk. He now saw this man as his ticket to become a hero. Over here, said the man as he walked to what looked like a small shack. You can put your backpack in here. What exactly are we doing now? Said Izuku as he slowly made his way to the shack before the man put his hand up, signaling for Izuku to stop. This, in a way you can say, is the point of no return. If you put your bags down and follow me up this mountain, you will begin a test that will push you to your limits, and I warn you, this test can be fatal and there is a very high chance you will get hurt. The man paused for a moment to let his words sink in, though to his surprise the boy in front of him had a determined look. Though if you pass this test you will be trained and will be one step closer to becoming a hero, do you accept this challenge? Izuku's look of determination didn't falter. He walked towards the small shack and put his bag inside. I accept your challenge. Then follow me, said the man as he began to walk up the mountain. I'll admit I'm a bit surprised at how little hesitation you had to accept this test. Well, it's like you said, I need to be ready to put my life on the line if I want to be a hero, and I'm already rather behind than a lot of kids my age, so I need to work several times harder to make up for it. Is that all? No, I need to do this. I need to prove to myself that I can become a hero, and in less than a day you have already taught me so much. That breathing technique alone will help a lot during long nights while I'm on patrol. That's a good one to remember, but you're going to need a bit more to pass this test. You're going to need to use everything I've told you today and everything you've learned from those heroes and what you've gained from that explosive boy from earlier. Izuku was a bit confused about what he had gained from Bakugo that could help him. He was about to ask when he noticed that the fog began to cover that mountain and air was beginning to get real thin. It was getting hard to breathe. Do not worry, I used to walk up this mountain daily as part of my training when I was your age. I know this place by heart. The man stopped dead in his tracks. Prepare yourself, Izuku Midoriya, your test is about to begin. Right, wait, when did I tell you my name? Now that I think about it. We never did introduce ourselves. How do you know my name? The man ignored Izuku's question. We are near the top of MT Sagiri. To pass this test, Izuku, your goal will be to get back down to the bottom of the mountain before sunrise. If you do this, then you pass. Good luck, said the man before he was enveloped by the fog and disappeared. Wait, he said, at sunrise. What time is it? Izuku yelled before turning around and rushing down the mountain. Mom is going to freak out when she was all Izuku could say before he felt his foot hit a wire, and by the time he processed the wire, a small boulder was launched right at him. Izuku was able to dodge the boulder. Izuku hit the ground as several shurikens impaled the tree right behind him. He isn't pulling his punches. I could really die here. How am I supposed to get out of this? The fog is so thick I can only see a few feet in front of me. That's when the man's words echoed in his head. All the things I've learned. Calm down, Izuku, try breathing. Once Izuku calmed down a little, he took a few steps down the mountain. Then he noticed how odd the ground was in front of him. He kicked a rock only for it to fall into a pitfall. I was lucky I was able to notice that. Wait a minute. Izuku brought a hand to his face. My eyes, he mentioned how well I notice details. I just need to look out for anything that's too out of place, he thought as he moved around the pitfall. But if I keep going at this pace, I'll never make it down in time. Izuku sprinted down the mountain. A hero wouldn't hesitate. Hesitating could cost lives and even cost me my own life. He thought as he dodged another rock and then jumped over a wire. My reflexes are better than I thought, when could I react so quickly? So this is what he meant by Kachin giving me something. I've been dodging Kachin for so long my reflexes are better than most. Izuku's confidence grew as he sidestepped a group of blades. Alright, let's do this. Izuku was able to make it to the bottom of the mountain as the glow of the sun was on the horizon. He was so exhausted he could tell he was going to lose consciousness. He was able to make it to the walls of the shack where he put his bag. He leaned against the wall and slowly slid down the side. He was covered from head to toe with dirt and small wounds all over his body. He had aches and pains that he knew would last days before he would be able to move properly again. You made congrats. Izuku's vision was becoming spotty, he could barely make out the man as he walked towards him. Don't worry, none of your wounds are life-threatening and I have a friend that can fix you right up. The man kneeled down to take a closer look at Izuku. I'm sorry, nowadays such form of training wouldn't be accepted, but if you're going to become strong enough to reach your goal of becoming a pro hero, then I'm afraid this was necessary. Are you going to train me? Izuku was slightly afraid of his answer. He would like a good rest before he tried anything else. Though his worries washed away as he saw the man have such a sad look in his eyes. Don't worry, you will be trained but not by me. This was definitely a confusing day for Izuku. Looking back, he was beginning to wonder if he was sane following this man. Do not worry, Izuku, you are quite sane. What? And no, I'm not reading your mind. This was the only way I could help you. For you see, I don't have long for this world. Izuku could only stare at this man. He may not have known him for a very long, but even he could tell this day has changed his life for the better. He could actually see himself becoming stronger, he could see himself standing up to Bakugo, he could see himself becoming a hero. You're dying. The man gave Izuku a bright sunny smile before slowly taking his Hanafuda earrings off before placing them into Izuku's hands. I can tell you are the right choice with these. There is no way he'll say no to training you. Don't give up, follow your dreams. Become a hero. I know you can. Before the man could stand, Izuku grabbed his arm with his open hand. Wait. What's your name? Tata Tanjiro, said a voice, but it came from neither the man nor from Izuku. Izuku looked to see a pale teenage boy in a white kimono staring in shock at the man in green. Hello Yashiro, it's good to see you again. Tanjiro, Kamado Tanjiro. The pale boy visible shaking. Tanjiro, Izuku repeated. Yes, that is my name, said the now named Tanjiro before turning to Yashiro. Yashiro, I would like to watch over this boy and train him. He wishes to be a pro hero someday, so please train him well. Izuku knew now he was losing his battle to stay awake because Tanjiro looked like he was slowly fading away. Tanjiro, what's going on? Don't worry Izuku, you're in great hands, I trust Yashiro with my life. He will make you into a pillar in no time. He said this when he suddenly became see-through. And Yashiro, this boy is very talented, he will make a fine warrior someday. Izuku could no longer see Tanjiro, and before he lost consciousness Tanjiro said one last thing to him. Welcome to the Demon Slayer Corporation. Izuku didn't know how but found himself in total darkness. He couldn't see anything or hear anything. It was as if all of his senses were somehow being numbed. All Izuku could do was keep walking, and he did until he saw something in the far distance. A light that seemed to be far away. As Izuku walked closer to the light, he began to hear a rhythm of a drum that slowly got louder as he got closer to the light. Soon he could feel the light breeze on his skin and could smell something burning. He could even somehow taste the light itself. Before Izuku could think on how he knew that what he was tasting was the light, he finally got close enough to see what it was. It was a masked man dancing in a circle of torches. The dance mesmerized Izuku. As the man continued to dance, Izuku could see the beauty of his movements, he could smell the scent of the dance, feel the breeze dance was making on his skin, he could hear the rhythm of the movements and even taste it as if Izuku was the one that was dancing. Flickering at the edge of Izuku vision made Izuku look away from the man to see another circle of touches exactly the same as the other one. Izuku walked into the new circle as he too wanted to try the dance he saw. Izuku watched the man for a moment before trying his best to mimic the man's moves. Izuku fumbled a bit from either moving out of sync or also trying to simultaneously try to dance and watch at the same time. Though after a few tries he began to get the hang of it. As Izuku began to dance, his movements became more fluid and he began to tune the other dancer out. He continued this, and as he did he could feel his senses grow stronger with each movement he made until the world became clear. The world was no longer dark as he could see the mountains around him, hear the animals, smell the grass, feel each movement in the air, and taste the morning air. He didn't dare stop yet. He kept moving, increasing his pace until it seemed that the world was see-through, not until each breath looked as solid as a rock. Before Izuku realized his body was on fire, though not regular fire. It was as if Izuku's body was the sun itself. He was filling the world with light so bright he was shining more than the sun. Then he suddenly realized he actually stopped dancing. He looked around a bit and then noticed the man had stopped dancing himself and was looking right at him. Did I do this? The man brought his hand to the mask. Yes, you did, Izuku, revealing himself to be Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Izuku stood there for a moment, not really sure what to say. He was angry at him for the mountain death traps and for being way too cryptic than was necessary. But he was thankful as well. He didn't know exactly why, but he knew he had just experienced something no one else has, and that this experience will be the key for him moving forward. So he decided to ask the only thing that he could think of. Why show me, of all people, this? Tanjiro gave him a look of confusion. I'm nobody, I'm not strong, I'm not fast, and I don't have a quirk. So why do this for me? Izuku, do you really think anyone can do what you just did? I'll admit some people could do this, but it would take years, maybe even decades to do this with serious dedication, and you were able to pull it off in one evening. You were able to shine as bright as the sun, and you can do that for the whole world to see. What did I just do exactly? Was it a quirk of some kind? Cause all of my senses just became heightened to the point I could tell what was inside things very far away, and that alone could have several applications for search and rescue or even training, and by that extension it could even help in several fights or even mumble. As Izuku carried on, Tanjiro could only smile at the boy who would change the world. I'm sorry, I wish I could tell you more about the breath of sun and the other breathing styles. Tanjiro raised his hand to stop Izuku from asking why. I can't help you though, Yushiro can. He'll explain and answer all of your questions and more. I just hope he has matured more than how I had left all those years ago. Though I don't know if he has moved on from Tamayo yet. Tamayo? The loved one he had lost so long ago. Tanjiro said with a sad face. She was a good friend. Izuku was going to say his condolences, though Tanjiro cut him off with a sunny smile. Either way, I wish you luck in your journey, Izuku. May your dreams bring you great joy. It's time to wake up. Izuku opened his eyes and realized something immediately. This wasn't his bed. As Izuku got up, he also felt how sore his body was and that someone changed his clothes for him, as he was wearing a light green sleeping robe. He looked around and saw what he assumed was the inside of an old-fashioned Japanese house. Seeing no point in just laying there, Izuku got up and made his way to the door. As he exited the room, he came face to face with a girl. She had dark hair and a ponytail, she had brown eyes and looked, or as Izuku would guess, was a few years older than him, so maybe around 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a purple flower pattern kimono and was holding a tray with a tea kettle. "Ah, you're awake. My master has been wondering when you would wake up," she said in a neutral tone. Izuku had no idea how to respond, since no girl had ever really talked to him before, and he didn't know what to do. "Please follow me," was all she said as she passed him and continued down the hall. Izuku, not knowing what else to do, decided to follow her. They made their way to an above-average living room area that opened up looking down the mountain. In the center of the room sat the pale boy in the white kimono that Izuku remembered before he had lost consciousness. He was currently sitting at a small table looking at a tablet. As they entered, the boy looked up to see them. "You're awake, that's good. My name is Yushiro. Please have a seat, we have much to discuss." "Oh, okay," as Izuku sat across from Yushiro, not really knowing what he had gotten himself into. They sat in silence for a moment as they looked at each other, wondering what to expect from the other, as the girl began to serve them both tea. Izuku thanked the girl as he began to drink the tea. "I have many questions for you, young man, but the first would be, who are you?" said Yushiro, breaking the silence. "Oh, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Thank you for taking care of me while I was out of it." "Yes, speaking of you collapsing at the bottom of the mountain, what were you doing there and why did you have these?" he said, putting the Hanafuda earrings on the table. "Oh, Mr. Tanjiro gave me those." Yushio and the girl froze in place with a look of shock on their face as the room grew uncomfortable as the silence grew. The girl recovered first as her shock turned to anger as a knife suddenly appeared in her hand. "Don't play with us, boy. Do you really take us for fools?" she yelled, pointing the blade at Izuku. "Whoa, wait, I'm telling the truth, he saw him too," pointing to Yushiro. "Tomo, stop and put that knife down right now. He is our guest until I say otherwise." "Yes, master," she said, suddenly putting the knife down on the table, losing all of her anger. Yushiro gave her a look to make sure she wouldn't do anything before looking at a frightened Izuku. "I apologize for Tomo. She can jump the gun at times, and yes, I saw what I saw when I found you, but I would like you to tell your part. Now how about you explain everything from the beginning?" Izuku then began to explain everything from how he first met Tanjiro to his gauntlet of death down the mountain. He even told them about his dream he had. He had no idea how they were going to react. By the end of his tale, Izuku could tell they were processing this information differently. Tomo gave a look at Izuku that said she didn't believe him, but she gave Yashiro a look of concern as he was thinking very deeply about this information. Yashiro was in deep thought until finally he stood up from where he was sitting. "Please wait here for a moment. I need to grab a few things," as he left the room, leaving Izuku with Tomo. Could it be possible for me to make a phone call? My mom is probably worried I've been gone for a whole night," said Izuku, worried his mom hasn't melted down yet. That may be a little harder than you might think," she said, giving him a one-eyed look. "For starters, I guess I should mention you've been out for 4 days. What? His mom was beyond melted by now. Izuku fell down just at the thought of her crying. Oh man, she is going to freak out. How am I going to explain this one? You okay? She asked. Probably shouldn't mention the fact that he somehow stumbled on a government secret just yet, and his chances of seeing his mom again are getting a little slim. Oh well, no skin off my back, she thought as Izuku wept. As long as he doesn't do anything to Master Yashiro, he'll live a little longer, as she simply drank her tea. The door slid open, revealing Yushio holding a picture frame and a Bakken, training sword. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. He looked to see Izuku sobbing on the ground. Is he alright? I may have mentioned that he's actually been out for 4 days and he didn't take it so well. Midoriya, I need you to take a look at this, he said as he put the picture frame in front of Izuku. Izuku looked up at the picture. It was an old black and white photo, and even though the picture itself wasn't the best quality, Izuku could make out one of the faces. Is that Mr. Tanjiro? When was this taken? Over 400 years ago. What? No way, said Izuku, looked at him in disbelief. That's impossible. The first quirk ever recorded was 240 years ago. There's no way he's still alive today if this picture is that old. He isn't alive. He died of old age 400 years ago. I was there when he passed. Izuku could only stare at the supposed teenager in front of him. Even though it sounded impossible, Izuku was slowly piecing things together. Yashiro sounded wise, and even Izuku could feel as if he was older than he looked, as if he has been walking on this earth for years. How old are you? Yashiro simply held the Bakken out for Izuku. Come show me the dance you saw in your dream. Izuku took the Bakken before he was led outside to a small training area, where he saw a familiar circle of unlit torches. Izuku walked into the circle, and after looking at Yashiro's gaze, Izuku began the dance that he saw in his dream. When Izuku started the dance, he expected himself to just go with the movements. He didn't expect the same levels of feelings to occur as it did in his dream, but it did. As he started to pick up the pace, his senses started to go into overdrive. Izuku kept going faster than it felt as if the Bakken he was holding lit on fire. Wait! It is on fire, screamed Izuku as he dropped the flaming Bakken before trying to stomp it out. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for that to happen. How in the world did that even happen in the first place? And oh way, he heard Tomo yell. Izuku looked over to see both of them in complete awe. You can use the breath of the sun. How in the world can you do that? She yelled in disbelief while Yashiro remained silent. What? Okay, what is the breath of the sun, and what exactly did I just do? A little scared but also a little excited. Did he just unlock his quirk? You just used an ancient ability that predates quirks. A power so rare I didn't think I would ever see it again, said Yashiro as he picked up the burnt Bakken. Izuku, Midoriya, you have done something that no one else has done in over 100 years. This ability you now possess was instrumental in taking down one of, if not the greatest threat to mankind has ever faced. I am willing to train you and teach you everything about this power and tell you everything, including the origin of quirks and other secrets that very few people in this world know. Do you accept? Izuku stood there stunned for a moment. The amount of information in Yashiro's speech opened his curiosity, and this ability could be the key to his dreams, and these people are the first to ever be willing to help with his dream. I accept. Please teach me how to be a hero. Yashiro smiled. I don't know about a hero, but a demon slayer should do just fine. Katsuki Bakugo was having a bad day. Mainly because he was currently being suffocated by a giant sludge villain trying to use him as a skin suit. As Bakugo struggled trying to break free from the slime, he saw around him the heroes who were just staring at him, helpless to do anything. He wanted to scream at them for being useless and not doing anything, only to see the destruction his own explosions were making. For some reason it reminded of the past few years. His life flashed before him. The day he got his quirk, the day he announced he would be the #1 hero in the world. Then he remembered the last day he saw his childhood. The guilt he felt when Ms. Midoriya came looking for her son. He clearly saw the sadness in her eyes as she cried for her son. The rage in his own mother's eyes as she told him the amount of damage he has done. It was the first time he remembered her telling him off without actually yelling at all. Then today when he told everyone he was going to UA, those hypocrites actually tell him off for causing their fellow classmate to run away or worse be the cause of his death when none of them, not even the teachers, did anything to stop him or save Izuku. Now he may die right here. Toshinori Yagi stood there at the back of the crowd watching the scene unfold. The #1 hero in the world, All Might felt useless sitting there having to watch. What kind of hero am I, if I can't save a single child? Hey mister, you mind hold this box for a moment? Toshinori looked over his shoulder to see a young man with messy green hair wearing a green hiyori hold out a large wooden box. Without thinking he grabbed the box and almost dropped under the weight. Wayo, hey kid. He then noticed the young man had a katana at his side. Is this kid a hero? No, he's too young to be a hero. Even for one in training, All Might was about to stop him when he disappeared. Everyone in the crowd felt a rush of air as what appeared to be a flash of lightning pass over them. Past the heroes and heading right towards the villain. In a split second Bakugo was ripped from the villain's grasp and was on the ground. Bakugo coughed as he tried to get air into his lungs. He was able to get to steady his breathing and got on his hands and knees trying to get up. Long time no see, Bakugo froze. He looked up to his savior to see the back of a man in green with Hanafuda earrings. The man slowly turned his head towards him. Good to see you again, Bakugo. Deku? You little brat, screamed the villain as he launched himself at Izuku. Izuku calmly began to step forward as he grabbed the hilt of his katana. Form 11, lol. For a moment everyone there could have sworn they were on the surface of a calm lake that was pure and undisturbed until a ripple appeared with Izuku at the center. The next thing everyone saw was the villain blown to pieces being scattered across the alleyway. For a moment silence before the crowd erupted in cheers. The kid did it, that was awesome. He blew the monster away. He's strong. No, that was definitely a speed quirk like Samurai X. He didn't blow the villain away, said the hero Death Arms. What do you mean? Asked a fellow hero MT Lady. Death Arms continued to watch the swordsman as he put his blade back into his shelf. From what I can tell he sliced the villain so many times the force from all those blows blew him apart. Makes sense, said Kamui Woods. One moment he was just standing there with his sword sheathed and the next it was in his hand and the villain was in pieces. Okay, but what was with the calming lake, she said, noticing the weird look of her coworkers. What? You saw the lake too? It but have something to do with his quirk. Hey wait kid, yelled Death Arms as he saw Izuku making his way through the crowd. Toshinori stood there dumbfounded. Not sure what to say to the he had to think of something quick as Izuku was approaching. How did you do that? I had an excellent teacher, said Izuku as he took the box from the skeleton. He paused for a moment. You should really retire soon or take it easy, it doesn't look like your body can handle too much anymore. What? How did this kid know about his injuries? Who is this kid? Hold it kid, you can't just leave yet, yelled Death Arms as he and the other heroes made their way through the crowd. I'm sorry, I need to return to my teacher. Deku, screamed Bakugo. Still using that name Hakachan, as he smiled. Izuku took a deep breath before he was suddenly surrounded by mist. Please tell my mother she will have to wait just a bit longer before I can come home, he said as the mist enveloped him. When the mist cleared he was gone. After the whole incident with the slime villain and the mysterious appearance of the young swordsman. Bakugo, the heroes and All Might, since he was holding the box, were taken into the police station. Where it was revealed to the heroes that the swordsman was a boy who disappeared 2 years ago. Where is my son? Came a scream cause everyone to turn to see a green-haired woman standing in the doorway. Everyone could tell from her eyes she has been crying. A lot. Hello, you must be Ms. Midoriya. I'm Detective Naomasa, said the detective as he pulled out a chair for her. Please have a seat. Meow. This sound caught everyone's attention. They all looked to see a cat coming through the door. A cat, said Death Arms. Who let the cat in? Asked MT Lady. Is it a stray? Kamui Woods growing some branches to grab the cat. Cha-cha, how'd you get here? Said Inko as she went and picked up the cat. I'm sorry, this is my cat. I don't know how she got here. I left her at home. Maybe she knew that you needed some comfort. Animals will go to great lengths for their owners. Said Death Arms with tears as he remembered his loyal dog. Such a brave dog. One, that's a cat. MT Lady poking Death's Arms back to earth. 2. Why were you to use your quirk on the cat? She asked Kamui Woods. Well, about a week ago I helped a child get his cat down from a tree and well, I never owned a cat myself, so that's when I learned how furious they could be. He said, a bit embarrassed. My son, do you know where my son is? She said. Everyone could tell the desperation in her voice. It was apparent that she has been trying to find her son for a very long time. We are doing what we can and we were hoping you could clarify something for us. She nodded. Can you please tell us what your son's quirk? The only files we have here says that your son is quirkless. He is quirkless. He never developed a quirk. What are you sure, ma'am? We can confirm with several heroes and other eyewitnesses that he moved at super speed, caused a mass hallucination and somehow created a thick mist to get away. My son has never been able to do anything like that. Are you sure we're talking about my Izuku here? Bakugo finally spoke up, confirming it was him. Telling her how even though he's changed he still knew his old nickname. He wanted me to tell you he was sorry and that you will have to wait for him a little longer. Inko began to cry, partly tears of joy and relief knowing her son is still alive and tears of sadness and pain that he wasn't coming home held her cat as she quietly began crying. Tashinori sat there watching the scene while also glancing at Izuku's file, mainly the part about him being quirkless or was quirkless. The boy did just save his old classmate like a hero, but he knew of a way for someone to get a quirk and he just showed several different ability, and if his theory was correct then this boy Izuku made a deal with the devil himself. Ms. Midoriya, there was one more thing he did mention before he disappeared. Catching their attention. After I gave him his box back I asked him how he was able to do well whatever he did and he said he had a great teacher. Do you know what teacher he's talking about? No, my son has never mentioned a teacher or any kind. He was always quiet and an introvert. He didn't really have any friends, said Inko, hoping whoever was this teacher was keeping her little boy safe. The detective saw where All Might's questioning was really. You don't really think this has something to do with him, do you? All for one, he whispered to his friend. I'm not sure. I defeated him years ago, but it's sounding more and more like it by the second. I just can't think of any other way this kid could have gotten multiple quirks. All Might hardened his gaze as the picture of the boy on the wall. It might be too late for him, but I will try and do what I can. But if this is his handiwork and if he is alive, then this boy's vile demon of a teacher may soon know my fist of justice once more. Achoo, sneeze Yashiro. Master, are you alright? You're not getting sick, are you? Said Tomo, overly worried for her master's health. I can't get sick, Tomo, said Yashiro as he continued to read on his tablet. But you sneezed. There are several reasons for someone to sneeze. Not all of them are due to illness. Yashiro-sensei, Tomo-chan, I'm back, Izuku said as he walked into the room. Welcome back, Izuku-kun. Welcome back. Did you get what I asked for? Asked Yashiro as he set down his tablet and grabbed the remote on the table. Yep, as Izuku sat the box down, opening it up to reveal several books. Got them all right here. Perfect, said Yashiro as Tomo asked what the books were. They're old books that once belonged to a family that was a descendant of an old friend of mine, but they were stolen a little over a century ago and the family has long since lost their roots. I'll keep an eye on them for a while and have them restored. After that I'll most likely give them to a museum. Though it looks like you had an eventful day. Everyone looked at the TV as it showed a recap of today's events. Sorry sensei, I know the guy who was in danger and I couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Izuku said as he bowed in apology. Yashiro raised an eyebrow while Tomo began to brought his hand to Izuku and flick him on the head. Izuku, I don't care that you helped out your friend. In fact, I'm quite content with you helping out those heroes. In fact, you will have several opportunities to do so again here in the near future. This got curious looks from his wards. Since I began training you, I've reconnected with several people who are in need of some assistance. The government has been more than hesitate to allow it. By the way, did you ever find out what happened that made them so jumpy about you doing really everything? Asked Tomo. Apparently the one person they don't want anyone to know about got into a really big fight with All Might. That must be how he got injured. That makes sense. I think I meet him today? Did he look like a skeleton with his internal organs in ruin? Yeah. I could just tell that he looked terrible. Is there anything you can do for him? Certainly, the only problem is that I've never met him before. I only knew his predecessor, Nana Shimura. The last time I spoke to her she told me she passed her quirk to All Might. Offered her help then with her quirk and even to watch over her child, but she admitted that I should stay far away from any of them. Even though we were on speaking terms, I could tell that the truth shook her. So I never met All Might, but if given the chance I wouldn't mind helping him. Don't get too excited Izuku, you can't just bring him here. We have rules for several reasons, reminded Tomo. So All Might and All for One got into a fight and the government got scared and said you couldn't leave the mountain. They requested I lie low for a while. Tomo, I've told you before, I've learned working with some people is better than working against them or going off and doing things my way, said Yashiro, noticing the slight anger in her voice. Besides, these years gave me an opportunity to teach Izuku, re-evaluate the schedule for a few projects, and it gave the government time to quiet things down. To make sure that All for One didn't leave any information about my past that could cause a panic. Izuku couldn't help but agree with the government on that one. He did feel bad for his sensei, but with how he reacted to learning he was an 800-year-old demon and the nightmare origins of quirks, He could only imagine how the populace would react if they learned the truth. It wouldn't be pretty. Though now they are letting up a bit and I have a few people who need help with some very interesting projects that I wouldn't mind taking a look at. So I'm going to need you to be my go-between, either delivering information or making runs for me. And if you so happen to come across a villain or two while you're out, you have my full permission to intervene if you feel the need to. Really, but won't that cause problems? I don't have a license. I mean, I know my abilities isn't a quirk, but I still need a license to do hero work. Tomo began to laugh. Izuku, Master Yashiro knows so many people in the government he could make all your crimes disappear with a simple phone call. I don't know about that, said Yashiro while he drank some tea. Though I can't deny that I do know some people who will more than happily brush any vigilante work you do under the rug. Really? Oh yes. Remember those people who need help with those projects? Izuku nodded. Some of them are also people in the government and they will happily look the other way for our help. They would be willing to turn the other way for us? Tomo chuckled. Izuku, Master is just being modest, he has several world leaders on speed dial. Heck, at the turn of the 21st century he owned half of Japan. What, really? No, Tomo. I didn't own half of Japan. I admit I began to invest a lot into real estate, but that had its purposes, and I do admit I know some powerful people, but I don't have them on speed dial. Master, please be honest. If you picked up the phone and asked for Island right now, and I'm not talking about one department, the whole thing right now, and tell us they wouldn't give it to you. Silence. Yashiro couldn't honestly answer. Even he couldn't deny if he wanted to he could have several people eating out of the palm of his hand. See? No way, really. Tomo held her head high. Master is well respected throughout the whole world. The amount he has contributed to the world so staggering, they come crawling at the drop of a hat, she said with pride. As Izuku stared in awe, Yashiro sighed. I can't deny I know people, but calm down, Tomo. I wasn't that bad with my lady, was I? He thought. Back to the subject at hand. Are you up to being my running man for a little bit? It will be excellent for training. Of course. Are you sure? Asked Tomo. You're finally able to cut the boulder and you have learned to use quite a few breathing styles. So you have Master's blessing to leave the mountain. Don't you want to see your mother? That question cut deep into Izuku. I want to, but I'm not ready for that just yet. Izuku wouldn't deny he wanted to, but with everything he has learned and done, he needed time to think. He also just got permission to leave the mountain. He's been stuck there for over a year, but he didn't feel ready. He felt guilty, and both his friend and sensei knew that. They also felt guilty. Neither of them liked the idea of keeping him away from his mother. Though with the secrets that they had told him, they knew to a degree this was necessary. Even if Yashiro had his mother under watch just in case this somehow pushed her over the edge. Yashiro never really tried to make connections with anyone, mainly because he would outlive them, but Izuku became his student and someone who he could trust even with some of his deepest secrets. As for Tomo, Izuku became somewhat of a little brother to her. Before he came around, it was really just her and her master. Yashiro knew he needed to say something. Izuku, I know you feel like you don't know when you can see her again or explain everything, but you need to decide on a date to see her, and I won't accept any date past the UA entrance exam. You still want to go to UA, yes? Yes, sir. I know for a fact your teachings will help me become a great hero, he said, giving a sunny smile. The exam is in 10 months, and in those final months I would like to increase my training, so 5 months, that's when I will see her. I'll put a reminder on the calendar, said Tomo as she cleared the table. Don't worry, Izuku, we'll be right there with you. Tomo is right, we may not be able to tell her everything, but we will be there for you. Thank you, sensei, as waterfalls sprouted from his eyes. I know you're touched, but would you mind not ruining our floors? And so the days continued as several sightings of a boy in green taking on muggers, gangsters, and other criminals of the underworld. Currently bank robbers. All right, boys, are those hostages tied up? Yeah, boss, they ain't going anywhere. Have those cops brought the van like we asked? Not yet, said the boss robber as he looked outside. He could clearly see the police talking with some of the local heroes. They got 10 minutes before we start killing off some hosta dash. He couldn't finish as what appeared to be flowers growing on all their guns right before their weapons shattered into several pieces. What the? My rifle, my pistol. That was a Desert Eagle. Is cost a fortune. Are you guys okay? All the robbers turned to see a kid with a katana freeing their hostages. Hey, that's the kid that's been playing hero around town. What do we do? We beat his butt in, of course. I got this, said the boss robber as walked towards Izuku. Izuku turned to him as the hostages were getting scared as the boss robber raised his now metal fist and put right in front of Izuku. My quirk allows me to produce metal from my skin, something your sword can't cut through, but you're more than welcome to try. Go ahead, I dare. What surprised everyone was Izuku reached with his empty hand to the metal arm and grabbing it. He took a deep breath before squeezing, crushing the metal hand. The robber collapsed to the ground writhing in pain holding his broken hand. So who's next? He asked before all the robbers surrendered. Bubble Girl realized too late she bit off more than she could chew. Come out so I can fry you, said Burnin. The two girls had met up while chasing down a jewel thief to a construction site. It was near midnight so the site was empty, which did little to comfort the heroes as they had no idea where the thief disappeared to. One moment they were chasing him down, when they entered the construction site he vanished. Before they knew it, a spike hit Burnin in the leg. When Bubble Girl went to help, she was shot in her arm from the opposite direction. That's when they realized they were dealing with a sniper. The next 10 minutes the duo tried their best to dodge the spikes and get to cover, but when they thought they found good cover they were just shot at again. This SCKS, said Burnin as they were hiding behind their third pillar. They both were covered in cuts and scratches. Not to mention exhausted from the worst game of hide and seek. Where is he? Burnin, the spikes, even though they've been coming from different places, they always come at a downward angle, meaning he has to be higher than us. Okay, so it means he has to be somewhere higher than us. Okay, what good does that do us? This construction site spans this whole block, said Bubble Girl. If we figure out which of the highest points he's shooting at us from, we can at least cover the exits. Wait, are you says we should wait him out? Burnin getting in Bubble Girl's face. That BSTRD has been shredding my uniform and been a pain in my butt. I'm not letting this guy go before I teach him why they call me Burnin. Well, right now we don't have any better ideas. We can't find him and none of our attacks have the range he has, and we both don't like the option of running away. I wouldn't be able to show my face in public again if I ran from a chump like this. Are you guys okay? Both girls turned to see Izuku staring at them. They stared back wondering what a kid was doing here. Kid, get out of here, there's a villain nearby trying to get us. Run and get help, call my Sir Knight, he'll know what to do. What call? Endeavor, he'll smoke this BSTRD out. Before he could respond, Izuku sidestepped left as a spike came at him. Then leaned back to dodge one from his left and after raised his foot to barely miss the last spike. How, they both said. Does he have a precognition quirk or a reflex quirk? They thought as he expertly avoided the spikes. He's richishing the spikes, said Izuku as he kept dodging the spikes. I can hear the spikes bounce off the support beams, so it isn't hard to tell which way they're coming. Give me 1 second, he said as he put one knee down and extended his arms out with his palms open. What's he doing? I don't know. Found him. Huh? Breath of lightning, he said as he grabbed his sword and disappeared in an explosion of lightning. Both followed the trail of sparks up the support beams, only then to hear a grown man scream. They both saw the jewel thief hit ground with spikes coming out his arms along with a bag of jewels. Don't worry, he's out cold. Well, I gotta go. See ya. Wait, yelled Bubble Girl, but it was already too late as Izuku was already gone. Oh, that was the sword kid vigilante Sir wanted to meet. He's not going to be happy we let him go. He's not happy, I'm the one that's pissed right now, yelled Burnin. He took our bad guy. The brat took our crook down without us doing anything. That brat owes us a fight. Bubble Girl could feel the sweat drop on her head as she watched Burnin fume for not being able to fight. Well, at least we can bring the thief in and return the jewels. But I'm all fired up. The night was quiet over Kyushu. Just the way Hawks liked it. A nice quiet night. Maybe I can get a late night snack on the way home. Kaboom. Me and my stupid mouth. He turned to see a building with smoke coming from the top. Okay, let's find out who ruined my night. As Hawks got closer, he saw more and more windows burst open. Hawks was about to dive into the building when a person shot from one of the windows, almost colliding with Hawks. The figure stopped and hovered in midair, revealing to Hawks a woman with 4 metal wings. What, are you serious? First the sword brat, now Hawks. Oh wow, a pretty lady like you knows who I am. I'm flattered, said Hawks, getting his feathers ready for a fight. Wait, did you say sword brat? Whoa, it's the number 3 hero Hawks. Both flyers turned to see Izuku on the roof of a building, fanboying at seeing a high-ranking hero. Hey, aren't you that kid everyone is talking about? The flying woman thought this would be a good chance to escape, but when she tried she saw Hawk's feathers blocking her path. Sorry beautiful, but outdate just started and it would be rude of me to leave you on your own. Ah, what a gentleman, but I'm not your girl. I'm Steel Angel and I fly solo, said Steel Angel as she wiped her wings, creating a wind blade right at Hawks. He was about to intercept it with his feathers, but another wind blade appeared and intercepting the first. They both turned to see Izuku with sword in hand. Breath of air, he began to strike with his sword, creating several wind blades at Steel Angel. You brat, she screamed as she dodged as she flew higher, trying to create distance between them. This is a fight I can't win, but this is a fight I can run away from, as she began to spin into a small tornado, creating several wind slashes in all directions. Slice through Hawk's feathers and forcing him back. She didn't let this opportunity go to waste. She flew as fast as she could. Hawks cursed as he began his pursuit. She's faster than I thought. Even though this is fun, I need to stop her quick. They continued their game of cat and mouse until Steel Angel had to make an immediate stop or else be pierced by another wind slash. Ha, the brat. They looked down to see Izuku pursuing them, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. He was able to keep up with us on foot, said Hawks, impressed. Not many heroes could do something like that. This kid ain't half bad. That's it, this DMN brat is dead, yelled Steel Angel as she dived at Izuku before launching a massive wind blade at Izuku. Izuku was in mid-air at the time but was able to use his blade to not only block the attack but also cancel it. The only problem was that it also caused him to stop mid-jump while he was above an intersection. Gotcha, eat concrete, you little sheet. Oh no, the kid's gonna fall, thought Hawks, readying his feathers, until he saw the impossible. Tomo, what are you doing? Master Yashiro, said Tomo, flustered as she quickly tried to clean the table full of notebooks. I was just doing some light reading. Aren't these Izuku notebooks? Said Yashiro as he recognized the well-detailed notes. Did you take these from his room? I'm sorry, Master, she said guiltfully. I just couldn't help myself. I was just so curious on the new techniques he was working on. Really, I thought you had no interest in the demon-slaying techniques. Well, I do admit I didn't think there would be any point in learning the techniques since I have no real desire to fight, but I have read the books in the library and some of Izuku's techniques don't match with any of the books I've read. So I was just curious. Yashiro couldn't help but chuckle. I forget sometimes you're still a child. She began to pout. But to answer your question, the reason those techniques aren't in the old text is because they were impossible back then. Does this have something to do with your different training methods? I'll admit that's one of them. I've lived hundreds of years and in those times I've trained several people in a variety of subjects and learned how to improve on several training methods. Especially the Demon Slayer techniques, since I've tried to preserve their knowledge while the world forgot it. A master, I kind of know that already. Well, clearly not all of it, because I also preserved the techniques that were only theories back then. Here. Grabbing a specific notebook and handing it to Tomo. Those are the notes he made on techniques that could be possible to learn and use based on those old theories. While these are super detailed, she said as she skimmed through the notebook. Izuku's analytical skills are incredible, and these were based off of theories, she said in awe as Yashiro nodded in confirmation. But wait, that only explains how he came up with those moves. How is he able to pull them off when the masters of old couldn't? Is it because he got an early crash course in the breath of the sun? No, while Izuku was given an opportunity others weren't and his eyes are top-notch, his greatest advantage is high genetics. His genetics? Do you know what quirks his parents have? His mom has a low form of telekinesis and his dad can breath fire. Wait, his dad? Yes, while Izuku doesn't have a quirk himself, his father was born with a quirk that must have improved his lungs incredibly, and some of those genes were passed down to Izuku along with the natural evolution of quirked humans. Izuku can use abilities that the masters of old could only dream of. Hawks had rubbed his eyes in disbelief. One moment the kid was falling, then the next he was standing. Standing in midair. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. He can fly, they yelled as Izuku began to run on air. Cloud walk. Okay, what the hell is this kid's quirk? Yelled Steel Angel. How should I know? Says Hawks, wondering the same. Hey kid, how are you doing that? Hoping to get at least some info on the kid. I figured it while I was being chased around a mountain for 2 weeks by an Okama. Okama, they both said, not sure how to respond. Izuku's face grimaced as the memories came back. It wasn't fun. My sensei's friend could be a hellish gym instructor. It was a nightmare. The only good thing that came out of is I learned how to run on air. This only confused the two more. Anyway, you ready to surrender yet? Grrrrrr. No way. I don't do jumpsuits and orange is a disgusting color, she cried out as reality seemed to set in. I ain't going to jail. Not like this, as she gave one final wind slash at Izuku. Very well, as his sword light ablaze. Breath of the sun, dawning flame. Izuku sent a fire slash going right through her wind slash and directly hitting Steel Angel. She would have fallen if Hawks hadn't caught her bridal style. After he made sure she was okay, he turned to Izuku, who was still somehow standing on air. Nice job, kid. I don't suppose you would mind helping me take her to the station. Sorry, but I can't do that just yet. If I went with you, I don't think they would let me go just yet. Besides, it looks like you got your hands full, he said before running into the clouds. Before Hawks lost sight of him, he sent a single small feather and smiled when he felt contact. I'll leave that on him for a while and see what he does next. That kid is definitely interesting, he thought as he felt the woman in his arms begin to stir. Well, Sleeping Beauty, it looks like it's time I take you to the police. Ejiro Kirishima was having a dilemma. Early that day he tried to help out one of his classmates from some bullies only to be easily beaten, and his friends were of no help as they only pointed out unoriginal he was and how weak his quirk was. "How can I be a hero if my spirit breaks so easily?" he said, feeling powerless to save anyone. He was currently walking home from school when he noticed one of the TVs in a store showing news of the mysterious child swordsman in green with Hanafuda earrings. He was helping out pro hero Lightning Max with a villain attack. The news reporter ended reminding everyone that he was committing a crime for doing vigilante work. "Why can't I be more like him? He looks to be about my age and he doesn't look like he's afraid of anything. I wonder if he'll tell me how he does it," he thought as he began to walk away from the store. He continued down the road a bit before he heard a scream. He looked to see the scream came from two girls from his school with a giant of a man standing before them. He was well over 3 stories tall, wearing a massive cloak over his massive body. "Where is the Spring Hero office?" The two girls were way too scared to even respond. All they could do was cower. "Are you not going to tell me?" he said as his hand began to crush the building above the girls. "There's no police or hero around to do anything," thought Kirishima. "Come on," he told himself, "move," but he was unable to move past his own fears. He stood there wanting to move and be a hero that protected people. Mina dashed in front of the giant in defense of the girls. "It's 2 blocks down, turn right and across the street." "Thank you," said the giant before he suddenly tensed, crushing the wall, causing rubble to fall. Kirishima could only look on in horror as he saw his classmates were crushed. "Mina. Oh, you know these girls," said a voice. Kirishima turned his head to see Guy from the TV, the swordsman in green. "Izuku Midoriya. Would you mind looking after them?" Past him was Mina and their classmates. "Perfectly safe. Thanks." Wait." Kirishima didn't finish as he noticed that the giant was now staring in their direction. In particularly Izuku. Kirishima knew this was about to get real. As Izuku began walking towards the giant began to shake, but not out of excitement. No, he was scared. The mountain of a man was scared of someone who was barely a tenth of his size. "Demon Slayer." "Demon Slayer?" repeated Kirishima, confused on what the giant meant. "So you know who I am," said Izuku as he stared down the giant with one hand on his sheath with his thumb on the hilt, pushing his sword out just enough to see the blade. "Who are you? Who do you work for?" The giant couldn't answer as memories flooded his head. Memories that weren't his but scared him nonetheless. To him, the boy in front of him was his longest and most dangerous enemy that has killed him time and time again. He felt true fear of countless before him as they faced their death at the hands of numerous swordsmen. The giant then did something that none of the onlookers thought he would do. He ran. He ran down the street and turned down the first street. Izuku gave chase but stopped in front of the street. The giant turned. "Hey, wait up," said Kirishima as he ran after them. "Demon Slayer, wait," he yelled, but as he turned the corner all he saw was Izuku standing in the street. "Hey Demon Slayer, where did the big guy go?" Izuku closed his eyes and sniffed the air. It seemed someone with a teleportation quirk grabbed him. "A teleporter? Wait, how do you know that?" "It may be hard for you to notice, but if you look on the ground you can see that all the dirt and pebbles make a perfect circle, meaning that a portal took it somewhere else," he said as he pointed to the ground. It was hard, but Kirishima could see a perfect circle of dirt. "Wayo, I would have never noticed that." "Not many would, but another big giveaway is the smell." "The smell?" He sniffed the air and smelled something. "Alcohol, I smell alcohol, and definitely the strong kind." "Exactly, there isn't a single bar nearby yet you can clear smell something like the inside of a bar." Kirishima was impressed, so was the crowd that was forming around them. Many of them wanting to know more about the newly named Demon Slayer. Though for him personally this was his chance to speak to him, maybe gain something that can help him be a hero. "Wait Demon Slayer, I got a question." Izuku was about to leave but stopped and gave the boy in front of him an interesting look. "Okay, what's your question?" How do you do it? Aren't you scared? You're not even in high school and you're taking guys on like a pro." Izuku tilted his head at his question and thought for a second before walking up to Kirishima. "Do you want to be a hero?" Kirishima, a little unsure of himself. "Yes." Izuku remembered something the Yashiro-sensei told him. "Wisdom can come from everyone and from everywhere, even yourself. You or whoever you're divulging the information to just has to be able to accept the wisdom you're giving." Then he remembered how it started with him. "Do you want to go for a run?" That was the last thing he thought he was going to be asked. He was skeptic. "Sure." Izuku gave a sunny smile before grabbing his shoulder and enveloping them in mist. When it finally cleared, both boys were gone. It was the hardest run of Kirishima's life, but he pushed through. He chased Demon Slayer through the streets and back alleys. After a while Kirishima was about to call it when Demon Slayer finally started to teach him something. "Alternate the hardness on your legs." Kirishima was breathing too hard to respond, but the confusion on his face was enough for Demon Slayer to get the question. When I grabbed your shoulder you harden a little bit. Now alternate your hardness and absorb the shock from your legs. Kirishima did as he said. It was tricky at first, but soon he got the hang of it and running became easier, and so did his breathing. "Wayo, I can run," he said as he felt the wind as he ran. Though he stopped when he noticed Demon Slayer stopping. "Hand me your bag and your shoes." "My shoes?" "Harden the soles of your feet should give you way better traction than your shoes will." After Kirishima got the idea, he quickly took his shoes off and handed them to Demon Slayer. When they continued running, Kirishima easily increased his speed. "I've never thought of this before," he yelled as he picked up speed. Izuku grinned. "This guy is a quick study. Alright, now I want you to follow me, but I am going to begin some quick turns, so harden different parts of your legs to turn easier so you don't lose speed or momentum," he said before speed through the alleyways of the city, taking every quick turn he could make. Kirishima almost crashed twice but began to understand what Izuku was talking about. By hardening certain parts of his body and keeping other loose, he was able to turn easier and keep his momentum going. "Good, you're getting the hang of it. You got hardening quirk. It does give you a small strength boost, but your big hits will come from increasing your speed like a battering ram." Izuku turned down a long alleyway with a building at the end. "Okay, we're switching it up. We're going straight." "We're going straight through the building," said Kirishima, shocked. He didn't want to pay for property damage. Izuku laughed. "Just because your quirk seems straight doesn't mean it is, nor should you be. We're climbing the building, so everything you've done with your legs you're going to do with your hands as well." "Ready, go," he said as he dashed forward and went up the building. Kirishima had come this far and wasn't going to back down. He made a quick decision on which parts of his hands to harden and rushed forward. He jumped and dug his hands into the wall as he tried to use as much of his speed as possible and climbed the side of the building. Even though he was tired, but when he got the rhythm down he practically flew up the building. In fact he moved so fast his momentum carried him above the roof. Lucky Izuku was there to catch him. "So what did you think of your first run?" he said as he put him down. You huff," said Kirishima before inhaling a lot of air. "I never thought I could climb a building like that, or well, really anything you just showed me. I'm not strong like you. I could never do anything like this." Izuku slapped Kirishima's back more than hard enough to leave a good bruise. "Don't sell yourself, just look at where your own hands and feet have brought you," he said as he pointed over to the other side of the roof. Kirishima walked to the edge and saw one of the most breathtaking views of the city he had ever seen. "This is incredible. I've never seen the city like this before. The only way you can get a great view like this is if you get up here with your own 2 feet. But I'm only here because you brought me here. I guided you here. I did not carry you. I did not activate your quirk. You did that, and even without me you could do this again with your own strength." Kirishima couldn't help but smile and blush a little at the compliment. "Yeah, I guess I could do this again," though his smile quickly turned into a frown. "Though I couldn't do anything back there. I was so scared I couldn't move. How can I be a hero if get so scared I can't even move?" he said as self-doubt set in. "How do you do come? You're not scared? Are you kidding me? I'm terrified." "What? But you always rush in head first. You never hesitate. Do you remember seeing those girls almost getting crushed?" "Yeah, of course I do. It happened like an hour ago." "Do you remember how you felt before you realized that they were safe?" Kirishima knew that feeling. He had let them die. "Remember that feeling and make sure you never feel it again. The thing that scares me more than me dying or getting hurt is the thought that someone is going to get hurt because I didn't do anything. I don't want to regret anything." As Kirishima listened to Izuku, he couldn't help but feel like he heard that somewhere before. "Hey, that sound like something Crimson Riot would say." "Oh, are you familiar with Crimson Riot?" "Familiar. He's my all-time favorite hero. He's so manly. He's a hero who doesn't back down and saves people and serves justice with a chivalrous spirit," said Kirishima enthusiastically. "Well, maybe you should rewatch some of his interviews. There may be something there that you missed." As he began to walk to the side of the roof. "The fire escape is this way. You should try and see how much of your body you can harden at a time and for how long. Maybe do some training dash." "Wait, hold it, are you leaving?" asked Kirishima a little sad. "Yep, I still have a lot of things to do today, and there is something I need to talk to my sensei about." "Your sensei?" Kirishima couldn't help but wonder what kind of man he was. "Do you think I could meet him, or if he would train me?" "I'm afraid not," immediately shooting down the request. "There are reasons why he can't train you. In fact, the only reason he trained me is because his friend asked him to." "Really, what kind of hero was he?" "Oh, he wasn't a hero, but he's been around a very long time and knows a lot. Actually, a lot of my physical training was either done by his assistant or one of his friends he would call in. Like a guest lecture." So he's not some teacher who runs a school or anything, huh? Izuku nodded, dashing his hopes. Man, after seeing this guy in action I kinda wondered what his sensei could teach me. Aw man, looks like I'm back to my own training. Speaking of your training, I think there are a few points you should focus on, said Izuku as they began to make their way down the fire escape. 1. You should stick to trying to increase your overall physical abilities. 2. Try and see what other moves you can do by hardening certain parts of your boy and what patterns yield what results. 3. See how long you can maintain those patterns and how long you can maintain a full body hardened state. Kirishima quickly brought out his phone and began to type them down. Okay, I think I got it. Good, I'm no teacher but hopefully those ideas will help you become a hero, he said as he was about to say goodbye and leave. Wait, I have 3 questions to ask before you leave. Okay, shoot. Why do you go around like this? You're pretty much doing vigilante work. Were you sick of waiting or something? Huh, oh no, said Izuku, getting flustered, scratching the back of his head. I just can't really help myself. I don't know why, but when I see people in danger my legs kind of just start moving on their own. I don't really mean to break the law or anything. I respect the laws and the heroes that enforce it. Mutter mutter mutter. Hey dude, you okay? I think you left Earth or something. Oh sorry, well I get flustered or think too hard I start to mumble. It's a habit I'm trying to break. Okay, well next question. Kirishima had to make himself serious. Why don't you go home? The question clearly caught Izuku off guard as his face began to fill with sadness and self-disappointment. I'm sorry for asking it but I felt that I had to. I've seen the news, one day you just disappeared and then suddenly you just reappeared kicking butt and taking names. Your mom is on the news with a few interviews. I know, I've seen them, said Izuku as he gathered his thoughts. I didn't want to go back as I was. I didn't want to stop my training and I didn't know what to tell her to keep her from stopping me or even how to tell her. Izuku looked at his new friend in the eyes. Ready to lie. That day I disappeared, a man found me broken and beaten up. He knew I needed help and brought me to the man I would soon call sensei. One of my broken ribs punctured my lungs and needed medical attention. My sensei patched me up but I fell asleep for 4 days when I woke up and told them I had gotten into that state for being weak and unable to save somebody from a bully they wanted to help. The man who found me asked me to take a test. It was a tough mountain obstacle course. I passed and the man convinced my sensei to train me. That mountain showed me I could follow my dreams, so when my sensei told me he could train me I jumped at the chance. Even agreed not to leave the mountain until I completed the first part of my training. You see, I didn't have good control over my abilities and he was worried that if we left too soon I may be a danger to myself and others around me. I finished the first part within the first few months. To be honest, I've been kind of avoiding going home. I know I should or at least call, but every time I try I freeze. Kirishima digested everything he had just heard. So nothing is stopping you from going home, just you. Yep, my sensei knows this and has given me a due date to go home before he drags me home. Kirishima breathed a sigh of relief. So you're all good there then. I guess the last question I got now is, are you going to become a legit hero then? Izuku's sunny smile came back. Of course that hasn't changed. I will become a hero no matter what. I will become a pillar of hope for all. Alright, as he raised his fist. That's a goal I can get behind. I'll see you at the top, Demon Slayer. Izuku Midoriya, as he bumped his fist. Eijiro Kirishima. Well then, Eijiro Kirishima, keep up the hard work and I will see you at the top, said Izuku as he ran back to the mountain. Kirishima went home as well, planning to go over everything he learned today, make a plan and watch an old video of Crimson Riot Izuku reminded him of, only to find reporters and police at his house. His night was only just beginning. Izuku made it back to MT Saigiri as Tomo was finished putting dinner on the table. Oh Izuku, welcome back. Hey Tomo, do you know where Sensei is? I need to speak with him. He's out back checking the little wisteria tree. He actually wants to talk to about that kid you kidnapped. You didn't bring him here, did you? What, I didn't kidnap him. I was just trying to help him a little. He had some serious self-confidence issues. He just needed someone to show him what he could do. That sounds familiar, she teased. Izuku could only look away in embarrassment. Well, you should go see him and good luck. Just like Tomo said, Izuku found Yushiro looking at the small wisteria tree in the back of the garden. Izuku bowed. Sensei, I've returned. Izuku, before we talk about anything else I need to ask, did you tell that boy anything? No Sensei, I stuck with the lie we came up with. Good, though I would like to hear about your day in detail. Yes Sensei. Thought there is one part one need to tell you immediately. Izuku then told his sensei about his encounter with the giant. He knew who I was and was scared. I've never seen this guy before and even I could tell he outmatched me. So why did he run away? Gigantomachia. Gigantomachia? That is the name of the giant you meet today. He works for, or I should say the man who created him was the man I warned you about. The man who reminds me most of him. All for one. Said Izuku, remembering the stories he was told. The man who was more demon than man. A man who should be avoided at all cost. He had brought many heroes to their knees and killed at least 10 times the amount. Indeed, the reason that Gigantomachia was so scared of you is because All for One gave him more quirks enough to activate memories deep within them. Memories that don't belong to him. Memories, said Izuku, confused before horror dawned on his face at the realization. What does that mean? All for One knows about demons and about him. Izuku, calm down. You see, years ago All for One tried his best to learn everything there was to know about quirks, since his revolved around other quirks. He figured out a long time ago the truth about them. Wait, you mean he knows about everything? Not everything. He knows about the existence of demons and a little bit about the demon slayers and the history of both, but not all of it. Years ago he tried to create a demon, but the human physiology has changed too much. The quirk factor counters the demon blood too much, so he failed, but he learned that if he mixes too many quirks together or the right pattern of quirks, he will get visions of the past, so will anyone else who he has packed with quirks. It's why I warn you to avoid people with vision or memory quirks. Okay, so what do we do? For now, nothing. We have no idea where he is or any of his associates. So don't worry too much for now. They have made several enemies, me included. They will be found eventually and will face justice just like he did so many years ago. Hey, I don't mean to interrupt, said Tomo, coming outside. But dinner's ready. We better eat it while it's hot. We're on our way. Come, Izuku. I think food will do us both some good. Right? Right, this doesn't look good, said Detective Naomasa. He has been reading the report and statement of Eijiro Kirishima. The kid has been doing a lot of our work. Has the police gotten in any trouble? Asked Toshinori Yagi as he sipped some tea. They were currently at UA office going over all the information they had on the newly named Demon Slayer. They had brought the info to Nizu in hopes he might be able to shed some light on the situation. That's something else that's bothered me, said the detective, pulling some info up on his computer. We haven't gotten in trouble at all. Isn't that a good thing? I'm afraid you're wrong, All Might, said Nizu. When vigilantes start showing up, the government is usually the first to get angry. Yet I haven't heard a single politician on the news talking about arresting Demon Slayer. This is quite odd. The principal is right, he said as he showed them his laptop. These are all former vigilantes. The police had several orders to arrest each and every single one of them. Even the trio of vigilantes that saved Captain Celebrity had order to arrest on sight. But this kid hasn't got a single order from the government. The only orders we got are from the chief of police himself. So wait, no one in the government has put anything out on this kid, said All Might, shocked. He expected the government to be up in arms. What about all the damages or laws he's broken? Nothing. If you watch any interviews, all of them just deflect or don't answer the question. Well, they answer, but it's just a politician answer that doesn't answer anything. This is quite troubling, said Nizu. If the government is going to such length to let this boy go and play hero, then something must be going on. I've never heard of the government paying for the damages or reimbursement of a vigilante, no matter how good they were. That's because they're not, said a voice as the doors slammed open. Gran Torino, said All Might, not expected to see his former mentor. What are you doing here? I called him here. I thought it would be a good idea to have him here. Oswell, said Nizu. Greetings, Torino, thank you for coming. No problem, said GT as he put several papers on the table. I've been following this kid since he fought that sludge villain. I called in a few favors and I found something I just couldn't believe. Someone has been paying for this kid out of pocket. What? But that can't be, said Nizu. On my calculations alone, the amount needed to cover all of these payments would require a small fortune. That would be if it was just the boy's activities, but several officials and construction companies have been paid off, and to top it off, every person involved in each incident, whether they be villain or victim, has had their hospital bills paid. Gran Torino's statement left the other three in silence. Even Principal Nizu had nothing to say. Principal Nizu, sir. How much would something like that cost? Asked All Might, somewhat scared of the answer. Nizu had to think a moment to figure it out. It was way too much for him to have the answer on the top of his head. I can't make an accurate answer with this many variables, but the amount of money needed, maybe around a national budget. What you mean someone is paying the same amount of money it takes to run a country for a kid? Screamed All Might as blood poured from his mouth. Well, that makes it easy at least, said Detective Naomasa, wiping the sweat off his forehead. We just need to check the top richest people in the country and see which one is missing a fortune. None of them are, said GT, getting their attention. I found out about the government's lack of involvement in the first month. For the past 2 I've been checking every rich family, every corporation, every government institution. Nothing. This money is coming from some private citizens with a bank account bigger than Japan. How is that possible? It isn't, said the principal, or at least they couldn't have this amount legally. It would take several lifetimes for the average person to get that money, maybe a whole lifetime for a rich CEO. Did you find where the trail leads? The trail ends with people who have been dead for over 100 years. All the accounts that were used were even before I was born. So let me get this straight, said the detective. We got a very rich person supporting a kid with an impossible amount of money to legally pay all of this out of pocket using accounts that are over 100 years old. The child in question has remarkable abilities. Who, according to Outfiles, was born quirkless, who now shows signs of several quirks and combat abilities that don't even compare to several pros, said Nizu. No one his age has ever shown such talent. But he's been using his powers for good, spoke All Might as he looked at the ground. I mean, he seems like a good kid. Gran Torino almost smiled at his student. Still just a kid yourself, Toshinori. I'm not talking about the kid himself. He said, I will not deny the kid has done good. However, we know next to nothing about the man who trained the boy. Who this mysterious sensei is. Villains have used kids before, said Naomasa. According to his own mother, he always wanted to be a hero, added Nizu. I can only think of one man who has the power, money, influence and evil enough to manipulate a kid to do something like this. Let's face it, this has All for One written all over it. All Might's form began to enlarge as he changed into his hero form. You're right. I can't think of anyone else but Evil Demon. Achoo. Sensei, are you getting sick? I'll go make you some soup, master. For the last time, I don't get sick, yelled Yushiro. Izuku wondered about some of his master's friends. He just got done doing a small DLVRY. The man had a screw going through the side of his head. Izuku asked if it had something to do with his quirk and said his friend in America accidentally put it there. Izuku was just happy that was going back to America. His deliveries were just weird. Though he wondered about the girl he mentioned. Apparently Izuku reminded him of one of his students that uses a scythe. Izuku was broken out of his thoughts as his phone buzzed. He checked the ID and say it was Tomo. Oh, hello Tomo-chan. Hey Izuku, you get that DLVRY done? Yep. Well, take your time coming back. Master's meeting with the scientists is going a little longer than expected. Apparently they really want him to be a part of some program on Island, but they don't want to give out all the details. That will never work out well. Izuku knew how much his teacher hated working on a project if he had no idea what exactly it's for. Anyway, dinner gonna be late, so if want to get snack on your way back, go for it. Take a bit of a break. I saw the news. Nice job with the bear guy. Thanks, will do. I'll see you later. As he said goodbye, Izuku hung up. When he did, his phone flashed the date. The date to reunite with his mother was just 1 week away. Izuku was scared. He felt terrible leaving his mother the way he did. He made his decision and he was going to have to live with it, but none of the secrets or training he learned were a good enough excuse leaving his mother the way he did. He knew she was doing okay. His teacher sent one of his cats, who his mother named Cha-Cha, to watch over her. The cat comforted her, made sure she got to work on time, and also, accidentally, sits on her phone and dials Mitsuki's number whenever she's feeling down. Though it didn't make him feel any better. He knew he was really the only one in her life. His father only called after he saved Bakugo. The only thing his father has really done since he left was send more money to his mother. Though his mother stayed strong, and from what the cat has informed us, she was preparing for his return. He still wondered how his sensei taught a cat how to use a phone, or even type for that matter. Don't worry, there will be more crying than there will be yelling. Izuku froze as he turned his head to only find a very cute girl in a pink Hiyori right in front of his face. When did this girl get so close? I didn't hear her or sense her at all. Who is this girl? Thought Izuku as he got a closer look at her. Wait, I know this girl. Are you Tanjiro's sister? Nezuko? She smiled as she looked at Izuku fondly. You really are like my brother. She then turned and began to walk down the street. Come, there is someone in need of you. Izuku didn't hesitate and began to follow her down the street, ignoring the onlookers and fans. I wonder, can they see her or is it just me? As they turned down into an alleyway. As they led deep, Izuku was wondering who she had asked him to help. She then stopped. Izuku looked around and couldn't see anyone in sight. He was about to ask when she kneeled down to a cardboard box and slowly opened it. Izuku was surprised to see a small girl with white hair, red eyes and a small horn on her forehead, but what got his attention was the rags she was wearing and the bandages on her arms and legs. Whatever monster did this will know my blade. Don't worry, little one. This man here is the hero that will help you, said Nezuko, trying to reassure the girl. The girl still seemed frightened, but her words eased her even if it was just a little. This girl has been through a lot. I've helped her as much as I can with the time I have. Do you think you can take care of her from here? Izuku gave the girl his brightest smile. Don't worry, I will protect her. I will protect you. Wait, miss, said the girl, you're not going to leave me. Are you? I'm afraid. So. But, the girl began to cry. You're the first person to ever help me, you, please don't go. Nezuko gave her a big hug. I'm so sorry, little one. You deserve so much better, but I can't give you that. The most I can do is make sure you are in good hands, and this man's hands are the best. My brother helped him when he was in need and he will help you. With those words Nezuko faded. You will be safe, your hero will help you. After seeing Nezuko disappeared, the girl got scared and hid herself in the box. Izuku slowly approached the box, knowing that the girl was watching him from inside. Hey, don't worry, I don't know who did this to you, but I promise I won't let them hurt you again. She didn't respond. She just continued to watch him from the cracks between the cardboard slits. Come on, I know some place safe where we can go. So how about you come out of that box, dash? No, yelled the girl. Nezuko said this would keep me safe. It keeps me away from them. It keeps others from my curse. They can't find me in the box. Okay. Did Nezuko tell you the box was safe like the one she had? Asked Izuku. Remember the tale of Nezuko? Yeah, she said, opening the box slightly. Did you know her? In a way, yes, I do know her. She had a wooden box that kept her safe while she traveled with her brother. Oh, I have an idea, we'll just take the box with us. He said as he grabbed the sides of the box. Ready, 1, 2, 3, as he lifted the box with girl inside. Can you tell me your name? My name is Eri. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Are you hungry? Every person who was in the McDonald's went silent as they saw the now famous Demon Slayer walk into the fast food restaurant talking to a box. He put the box down onto the table and ordered a chicken sandwich and some apple slices. The manager made sure they got his order done quick, but she had them double-check to make sure they got it done right. Meanwhile, he sat down at the table and then began to talk to the box again. It confused everyone until the manager brought the food. Here you go, sir, 1 chicken sandwich and apple slices, said the manager as she put the food on the table. Thanks, said Izuku as he grabbed the apple slices. Here you go, Eri, apples just like you asked. To everyone's surprise, a little girl popped her head out, grabbed the apples and shut the box. Izuku saw their confusion, as well as fast movement outside the window. I kinda found her hiding in this box. I couldn't just leave her there and saw she was hungry, so I came here, sorry. He said as he bowed to the other customers and the manager. Oh, it's no problem, sir, said the manager, bowing back. In fact, I'm happy my store could be of service. Thanks, here, he said as he handed her several bills. What? No, there's no need to give us more, you've already overpaid, sir. I insist, we've caused quite a commotion here, so please take. He said, giving her a sunny smile she couldn't refuse. She left the two to eat. As Izuku ate, he kept talking to Eri. Even though she never said anything back, she stayed in the box. He kept telling her stories of his training, his sensei's cat, and even his mother. You know, my sensei once told me he met the devil at a McDonald's once. Said he worked here. Probably just some guy who messed up his order. Who could imagine the devil himself working part-time at a fast food restaurant? Excuse me, sir. Izuku looked and saw a man in a cheap suit with a scar across his bald head. I'm so sorry that my girl caused you so much problems. If you don't mind, I would like to take her home. Izuku gave him a deadpan stare. Along with half the restaurant. He wasn't even trying to be convincing. Seriously, you're kidding, right? Izuku sighed as he put some money on the table and grabbed the box with Eri in it. He could feel her shaking inside. Miss Manager, I'm sorry for not cleaning up after myself, but something tells me I should leave now before I create a bigger mess, he said with a smile, then calmly left the restaurant. Eri, please stay in the box, I won't let you go, but it will get a little rough, he said to Eri. Now before we begin, are you and those men hiding behind that truck sure you guys want to do this? The man stood there for a moment wondering how the heck the kid knew about the others. I knew that lie wouldn't work, oh well, before yelling. Get him now before he draws his sword. The moment those words left the man's mouth, several men jumped Izuku. Izuku noticed one of them controlling a chain and trying to snare him. He grabbed the chain with one hand and pulled it along with the man and smashing him into his friends, knocking several of them out with one move. Another tried from behind and with being as careful of Eri as he kicked the man into a truck. Trust me when I say this. I don't need my sword to beat any of you, said Izuku as he vanished from their sight. Izuku quickly with one hand gave each of them a good chop on the neck, knocking each of them out. When they wake next, they would be in police custody. Eri popped her head out to look at Izuku and his handiwork. Come on, Eri. Let's go home. Home? Izuku nodded as he made a dash back to the mountain. The bald, scared grunt got up and rolled the men, getting as many of them as they could into the trucks. Come it. Move it. If we don't get her back, Overhaul is gonna kill us, move it. He screamed at them as they speed down the highway way over the speed limit. Until Suddenly the lead driver hit the brakes. "What in the hell did you stop for?" screamed the man as they stared at the driver, who began sweating bullets as he looked ahead in sheer horror. They all looked forward only to regret everything in their life. IT was back and it put a hand on the hood of their truck. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that." As her hands erupted in flames. "You haven't finished playing with me," screamed Nezuko as she ripped their engine out with one hand. By the time the police arrived, ever-would-be gangster had already soiled their pants and raving about a demonic girl in pink. They should have worn the brown pants. "Hey, I'm home," yelled Izuku as he returned to the mountain. "Welcome back, I got curry cooking and masty dash." Tomo stopped as she saw Izuku with a box with a little girl inside. "Master, Izuku kidnapped a girl." "I didn't kidnap her." Yashiro walked into the kitchen. "Okay, what's going on here?" After seeing the girl, Simple raised an eyebrow. "Well, this is unexpected." "Sorry, Sensei, I know this is unexpected, but I have good reason to bring her here. She needs help." "I can see that. She seems frightened half to death just by looking at us." "Ah, don't worry, cutie. We're all friends here," said Tomo as she reached to pat the girl's head. She stopped as her face twisted with horror as every single one of her instincts screamed at her to stop. She quickly backed away. "What the hell? It's her quirk," said Yashiro, keeping calm. "Her quirk is going out of control." "Izuku, why exactly did you bring her here?" "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't know about her quirk." "It's well. Eri, tell him who brought me to you." Eri was quiet for a moment. It was Miss Nezuko. Yashiro could help but be shocked. Izuku forgot with how much his sensei tried to be stoic, that even he can be shocked. "Izuku, you said brought to her by someone." "It was her, sir. Pink Hiyori, and matched the photos perfectly. Nezuko brought me to this little girl." Yashiro up to the little girl and put his hand out. "Don't," warned Eri, almost jumping out of the box. "If you do, you'll die too. My curse will kill you." Yashiro gave her one of his rare smiles. "Don't worry, little one. It takes a lot to kill me, and I'm very familiar with curses," as he put his hand on her head. Eri was surprised when nothing happened when he petted her head. Both Izuku and Tomo knew he was doing more than just comforting the girl, and it showed as his eyes began to narrow. "Tomo, make sure you make extra for dinner. Izuku, prepare an extra bedroom for Eri," as he grabbed the box with Eri. He saw Eri become scarred. "Eri, I promise that I won't hurt you, but I need to make sure your quirk doesn't hurt anyone. You can make it so I don't hurt anyone anymore." "I will try," as he took Eri to the medical wing of the mansion. Izuku made sure the room next to his and Tomo's were set. He even found Tomo's old pajamas. She said Eri could us. He returned to see Tomo finish dinner when Yashiro came back with a tired Eri, with no box this time. Both Izuku and Tomo wanted to ask questions when Yashiro mouthed, "After dinner." The four had a peaceful dinner. Shortly after dinner, Eri fell asleep holding Izuku. Tomo took he and changed her before putting her down to bed. They looked to see a peaceful sleeping Eri in her bed before closing her door. As they went back to the living room, Yashiro let out a heavy sigh. "That girl has truly experienced hell." "What do you mean?" asked Izuku as Tomo brought tea. "For starters, she's been killed several times." Crash! Tomo dropped a teacup. Izuku couldn't help but notice she was shaking. "I'm sorry, sir, but could you repeat that?" "She has had a bit of a similar experience like you, Tomo." Tomo put everything down as she took a deep breath. "Okay, I'm good. Please continue, master," she said, forcing herself from shaking. Izuku grabbed the teapot and poured everyone a cup. Yashiro took a drink before he began retelling his experience of the child's past. "When I was putting her quirk under control, I took a peek into her mind and into her memories. For starters, some way her parents were related to a villain, a Yakuza member to be precise. When her quirk activated, revealing it to be some sort quirk that could rewind an organic being to a previous state. I believe one of the Yakuza members then gave her a quirk enhancement drag, thinking it will give him some sort of fountain of youth. In the end, it made her quirk go out of control. She undid the man into nothing. After that, she was taken by the head of the Yakuza. That's when the nightmare began. Calling it torture would be too easy. They discovered her blood holds her quirk. The blood has been key to their quirk enhancement drags. It increased their performance tenfold. By continually studying it, they learned how to use it, suppress quirks, and even how to eliminate quirks entirely from someone. So much from her blood. Yashiro grew angry. To get this much blood, the head of the Yakuza used his quirk to literally turn her entire body into blood. Then used it again to turn her back. His quirk allows him to deconstruct and reconstruct anything, even people. He deconstructed her and reconstructed her over and over again. Yashiro stopped there to let the information. Both Izuku and Tomo were in shock that slowly turned into anger. Izuku began to wonder what type of twisted monster could do this to little girl, while Tomo was just wondering where she could find him and spill his guts. Yashiro could see in Tomo's eyes as several painful memories came back to her. He could tell whoever did this was no at the very top of her kill-on-sight list. Luckily he wasn't the only one to see Tomo. She looked up to see Izuku with a worried look in his eyes. Izuku became a good friend to her over the year he stayed with them at the mountain. He was now like a little brother to her. She couldn't stay mad not with that worried look of his. She took a deep breath and suppressed the bad memories and reminded herself this is about the girl. Master, is Eri going to be alright? It's hard to say. Physically she will be fine after a few days of rest. Mentally she will have to live with the scars that have been given. The most we can do is help them fade so she can smile and have a bit of normal life. Though her main problem that we need to solve is one that I have never seen before. What do you mean, sensei? It may even help her mentally, but the biggest problem she has is her quirk. He paused. Please explain, sensei, asked Izuku, if there's any way we can help her. I would like to help. He's right, we have to help, said Tomo, agreeing with Izuku. Don't worry, we will help her, and I was getting to that. You see, the problem with her quirk is that it's been mutated too much. I don't think the man fully understood what he was doing or even cared for that matter. You see, she is still just a child, her quirk is still developing, and the man kept destroying her and recreating her ad drags, and whatever other chemicals they were pumping in her have changed her quirk. It's mutated it, making it volatile and uncontrollable. If I had to take a guess, I would say her quirk originally reverted anything organic back to a previous form state by state, but now it rewinds at an unpredictable rate, and the raw form of her quirk in her blood is so broken down it's pulling her into several different directions. They both digested the information. So how do we help her? She is going to need several genetic quirk surgeries. I'm going to have to alter her quirk, change it into something more manageable. You can do that, Izuku said in a bit of a shock. I know how quirks were made and I've been studying them for years. How do you think I was able to get her to stop earlier? That was actually a question I had. I can explain in better detail later. For now we have to prepare. It's not going to be easy. I'm going to need several items and ingredients. Izuku, I know we agreed that you would see your mother next week, but this takes priority. So many things can go wrong with an unstable quirk like this one. I completely understand, sensei. Izuku, said Tomo, getting his attention. You're not off the hook. You're still going to go see your mother before UA. She's right. First we make sure Eri is okay, then we see your mother. After that you get into UA, said Yashiro, finishing his tea and giving them a look filled with pure rage. That's when we hunt down whoever did this to Eri and show them our fury. Eri, for the first time she could remember, slept peacefully. It was strange and foreign, but she liked it. She was safe. Though that didn't stop her from panicking when she awoke in an unfamiliar room. She calmed down when the memories of the previous night came to her. She didn't know what to do. They were nice to her, but the Yakuza would come looking for her. Chisaki would come, and then the nice people would die because of her. Eri then began to wrap herself in the sheets, wanting to return to her peaceful slumber. Are you still tired? I can come back later. Eri then saw Tomo looking over her with a big smile on her face. Eri didn't know what to say. She wanted to say sorry. She didn't want anyone else to die because of her. That's when another part of her decided to talk. Gruroal. Well, it sure sounds like someone is ready for breakfast, said Tomo as she picked Eri up. Eri tensed up a little but soon relaxed to Tomo's gentle touch. How do pancakes sound? What's a pancake? Super yummy food you're going to love. They soon made their way towards the living room, where they found Yashiro watching the Izuku train in the courtyard. Good morning, Tomo, Eri, said Yashiro without taking his eyes off Izuku. Don't forget to watch your stance. You're going to lose power if you don't get a good stance for the breath of the earth techniques. Yes, sensei. Morning, said Izuku, not looking as well. Morning, said Tomo. Morning, said Eri in a small voice. Can he see us? HHMM. No, he's most likely using his other senses to tell where we are, said Tomo as they watched Izuku for a minute. Would you like to stay and watch? Eri was a little surprised. She wasn't used to getting asked what she wanted. She was honestly afraid of answering but nodded. Okay then. You can stay here with Master Yashiro while I go make breakfast, she said as she put Eri down right next to Yashiro before going to the kitchen. Eri sat there quietly watching as Izuku ran through several drills as Yashiro gave him some advice every now and then. Eri was still scared to say anything or to ask anything. She just stared at Izuku and glanced at Yashiro every minute or so. I can't give you a proper answer if you don't ask a question. Yashiro smiled at Eri. I will try to answer any questions you have to the best of my ability. What are you going to do to me? Well, with your permission, I would like to help you and give you a permanent fix to your quirk. You can help me? You can take the curse away? Yes, I can help you. I'm very familiar with quirks and I know a way to turn your curse into a gift that you can use in any way you so desire, but I would like your blessing to do so, he said with sincerity. Eri almost couldn't believe it. It was almost too good to be true. Why? Why would you help me? Eri, I know I might not look like it, but I've been around for a very long time. During that time I've seen people happy and I've seen people suffer. I have suffered as well, so has Tomo and Izuku. An old friend of mine showed me that people can be happy, that they can become better no matter what life has thrown at you, you can still turn it around. He gave me hope after I lost the only love of my life until the day he died. He still showed me the hope of life. I want to help you because I want to and because I have the power to do so. I want to give you a helping hand like my friends did for me. Eri began to think over everything Yashiro just said, not really understanding it. She didn't really know what to think. A helping hand was so strange to her, and Yashiro could tell. The way she was squirming, he could tell she had barely known what kindness is. I know this might be too much for you, but believe me when I say we will help you, we will protect you. Eri looked at Yashiro and saw no lies. It calmed her enough to feel peace. She felt like she could trust these people. She knew now they wouldn't treat her like Overhaul did. They sat in silence for a little while. Do you have any other questions? What is he doing? Izuku is going through some of his breathing styles. He's trying to get better at the ones he's not good at. Breathing styles? Breathing styles are different ways to breathe. Depending on how you use the breathing style changes the way you fight and the fighting style used. It was the main form of combat used by the demon slayers. What's a demon slayer? Heroes who fought a secret battle against monsters that threatened many people. They had made many sacrifices to do so. They won in the end, but since many had no idea what they were doing, they became lost to time. I spent a good part of my life gathering and preserving their knowledge and even learning many of their techniques. I thought it was terrible that they would be forgotten, so I made it a goal that they would be remembered. So can you use the breathing as well? Somewhat. Unfortunately, I'm not exactly built for them. Though I made sure I understood it enough to pass it on to others. Like Izuku. I think he was born for it. Is he strong enough to beat the bad man? Eri said, afraid of what would happen when he shows up. By himself, I'm not sure. I've never met this Overhaul, but he won't be alone. I've already contacted several people this morning. The government already has their eyes out for him, and if I ask for backup they will give it. Government. That's the people in charge of Japan, asked Eri. She didn't know exactly what it was, but she knew Overhaul didn't like them. You work for them? No, I work with them. You see, years ago as technology advanced it became harder and harder to hide, and I didn't want any of my hard work to go to waste. I thought it was high time I introduced myself to the government after I showed them the truth of the demon slayers and the benefits of my advanced knowledge in science and technology. They agreed to make a deal for me. They helped me keep the knowledge of old safe and help keep me hidden from others, and I would help them on certain projects that I would agree upon. I learned that I would need something to occupy my time before I went crazy with boredom. Though when quirks first started to appear, things got real busy. It's been that way for a while. Eventually I became acquainted with quite a few people of power around the world that are willing to help me, and in turn I've helped them one way or another. Eri stayed quiet after that, mainly because she had no idea how to take the information. Even Yashiro had to admit that was quite a bit of information for someone so young to take, but he wanted to be honest with her so he could build a bond of trust. Even though she may not be able to understand everything he was saying, she could at least tell he wasn't hiding, was about to say something to make it easier to understand when Izuku finished his drills. Morning, Eri, did you sleep well? He asked. Eri nodded as her stomach growled. Sounds like someone wants breakfast. Is Tomo making food? I believe so, said Yashiro, checking the time. Though I have to say she is taking a bit longer than usual. Breakfast is ready, yelled Tomo from the dining room. Well, speak of the devil. Come, children, let's get some food, said Yashiro as he took Eri's hand and walked her to the dining room. Only to stop as he entered. What's wrong, sensei? Whoa, said Izuku as he saw it. Tomo, what is this? It's breakfast, master, said Tomo, wiping the sweat from her forehead. This is enough for an army, he said, pointing to the mountain of food on the table. Or Godzilla. Izuku could only stare at it. There's pancakes, waffles, omelets, bacon and eggs. So much more. I don't even know if we can eat all of this. I'm sorry. I wanted Eri's first breakfast to be special, so I just started cooking and kinda didn't stop. Tomo, said Yashiro, pinching the bridge of his nose as he was lost for words. Oh, come now, sensei, at least we now have enough here to find something Eri would like. Right, Eri? Eri? Munch. The three look over to see Eri at the corner of the table eating an apple from the fruit bowl. It would seem that our new friend's hunger has gotten to her. Said Yashiro, come on. This food isn't going to eat itself. To say Overhaul was pissed would be an understatement. First he lost Eri when Onihis men dropped her when he apparently saw some sort of demon girl in pink. Still trying to figure out what that was. The brat known as Demon Slayer took Eri and with little effort beat several of his men who were now arrested. Overhaul tried to bribe the officers to let them go when the government stepped in. That was a very unpleasant surprise, and before he knew it this morning 3 of the Yakuza branches were hit. Not by the heroes or the cops but a special ops unit from the frickin' military. Why the hell would the military be after him? They barely do anything domestic nowadays, they're only really called in for international conflicts or a supervillain goes apocalyptic. One of them even tried to jump him while he was out looking for Eri. He even needed to dirty his hand with one of their filthy disgusting blood. Why the hell were they going after him now? They weren't even using warrants or even trying to arrest them. It was like they were ordered to kill on sight. None of this made any goddamn sense to him. He hasn't even told others about his overall plans, he hasn't even perfected the formula, yet they were treating him like a global terrorist. Chisaki couldn't help but wonder. He was currently deep in the depth of the Yakuza's lair, currently cleaning his mask and washing his hands as they still felt dirty, when his right-hand Kronos came in. Overhaul, one of the guys who was able to get away from those military guys, has returned. Overhaul kept his eyes on his cleaning. He wasn't followed, was he? Kronos then put a letter down on the table. And oh, he was actually saved by another group of villains. Overhaul knew Kronos long enough to know he wasn't joking. He put his rag down and picked up the letter and began to read it. The League of Villains? I've never heard of them. Neither have I. They seem to be new, and it appears they know a thing or two about this Demon Slayer kid and what to do something about it. Overhaul put the letter down. So they want our help, and it seems they want to talk to us as well. Would you like to give them the usual response, meaning to go and tell them to shove it? Chisaki thought for a moment before coming to a decision. No. Right now we aren't in a good position. We refused before because we didn't want to get absorbed or taken over. Though without Eri we can't make more quirk removal bullets, and with the military hunting us, it might benefit us from making a few friends, even get a few new recruits to refill our ranks. Makes sense. So you want me to tell them we'll help them out? Yes, but tell them I want info on that Demon Slayer brat first, said Overhaul as he thought about the brat that has put the brakes on his operations. His anger began to reach a tipping point. I want to find that brat and turn him into a pool of blood over and over again till I get bored. Izuku was feeling great as he walked out of the bathroom, just getting done with taking a shower. Even though Yashiro's home was an old Japanese-style house, it was quite advanced with a lab and medical wing. It even had the basic household needs, but those were definitely better than anything other people had. If he didn't know Yashiro was an immortal who got bored easily, he would never believe he built all of this stuff himself. Though he did feel slightly bloated. Tomo made a lot of food, and with so many options Izuku tried a little bit of everything. Tomo is a great cook, there was no way he could deny that. Usually he would finish his plate, but this is the first time he could remember where they had leftovers. Izuku went into the living room to see Yashiro and Tomo sitting on the porch in the sun with the wooden box between them. He knew they would be there apparently when Yashiro was able to stand in the sun again after not being able to see for over 200 years. He spent a whole year just watching the sun. He still loved sitting outside in the sun. Sensei, Tomo. Izuku, how was the shower? Izuku patted his stomach. Great. Though I think I can wait a bit for dinner. Tomo scratched her head and apologized. You know you don't need to make so much all the time. I don't need to eat food to live, said Yashiro as he was reading something on his phone. I'll always make food for you, master. Wait, don't you get hunger, sensei? Not really. To be honest, if it wasn't for others telling me to eat, I would forget for days. All I need is to take my medicine, and with the recent improvements I've made I only need to take it once a year. Though of course I do eat if others are offering, the rare craving or the food's too good to pass up. Tomo puffed her chest with pride. That's why I always provide the best, so you'll keep coming back for more. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle a little. Hey, where's Eri? Tomo reached into the box, moving the blanket, revealing Eri sleeping at the bottom. She fell asleep real quick after breakfast. After I put the leftovers away, she had already climbed into the box and fell asleep. I just bought her the blanket. They couldn't help but think how cute she was. She's so peaceful when she sleeps. Though why would she go to the box to go to sleep? We have plenty of beds. It probably brings her comfort, said Yashiro. When she ran into the spirit of Nezuko, she suggested to hide in a box. It was most likely the only reason she wasn't found and was able to stay safe. Some part of her believes the box is a safe place. This reminded Izuku how he met Eri and what horrors she's lived through. Sensei, what's going to happen now with Eri? Yashiro closed his eyes as he thought everything that needed to be done to help this girl. She's going to need surgery. Even though she's in one piece, the villain Overhaul had used his quirk to destroy and recreate her over and over again. Though clearly it has had an effect on her quirk in more ways than one. Her quirk not only went out of control but also tried to heal her. Even when Overhaul used his quirk to repair her, her quirk was also trying to repair itself. Over time it has moved and distorted several parts of her internal organs, which lead to her quirk to go crazy even more, not to mention the drags used to increase her blood cell count. It may not be a problem now, but as her body grows it could cause many medical issues as she gets older, so the first thing she needs is basic surgery to correct the organs, and after that we can tackle her quirk. Until then I'll simply redirect her quirk to keep it under control. Well, that shouldn't be too hard, said Tomo. We both have several years of medical practice. We can easily handle her surgery to help her out. I'm afraid it isn't that simple. The reason we were going to focus on fixing her body first is so that I can safely redirect her quirk, because it clearly can affect her physically, like self-healing and the effects on the horn. This way we can not only get rid of the buildup of her quirk but also hasten her healing process. In short, we will be working with her quirk. And can you tell me what would happen if we mixed her quirk and yours together? Tomo was silent for a moment as she looked at her hands and then to the sleeping girl. That would be a disaster. I'm sorry, Tomo, I know you want to help her, especially since you know somewhat of what she's going through, but your quirks are too risky together. One wrong move and we could create a bigger problem than the one we were already dealing with. Izuku put a comforting hand on Tomo's shoulder. So what do you need? If there's anything I can do, just say the word. Yashiro smiled. Don't worry, Izuku, you'll have plenty to do. There will be numerous things we'll need to make this work, and I'm going to need you to see some people personally. The doctors needed to make sure this surgery goes off without any problems are a bit stubborn. Unless you grab them in person they won't come. Tomo raised an eyebrow at Yashiro's words. Stubborn doctors? Wait a minute. You don't mean those maniacs, do you? Tomo, they maybe have some egos, but... Egos, that's what you're going with. Okay, they're crazy. Tomo simply just gave him a deadpan stare. Okay, they're batshit crazy, but you can't deny their skill. Izuku sat there partly confused on who they were talking about, and Happy Eri was still peacefully sleeping through this bit of madness. Who exactly are we talking about here? I'm only guessing here, said Tomo, but I think Master is thinking of calling a doctor called the Dissector, another one that has a flaming serpent, one that is obsessed with a perfect body, an old snail lady, and an old mountain witch that has a talking tanuki, and one that's called the Dissector. You already said the Dissector and the mountain witch has a reindeer, not a tanuki. One thing I've learned over the years is that the most talented people in the world have the S. The sooner we get that done, the sooner I can personally fix her quirk so the Yakuza will never use her again. Tomo seemed to accept his reasoning, but it just gave Izuku more questions. How exactly do you know these people, sensei? Around 5 years ago there was a villain attack with a quirk that allowed them to create a super plague. Though luckily he was an idiot and gave us time to get several doctors together to find a cure. I met them there, and yes, several doctors came from more than questionable backgrounds. They also know I'm hundreds of years old. What? They both yelled in surprise. SSSSHHHHH, as Yashiro pointed to Eri. The villain may have been an idiot, but he found out about the doctors and attacked the hospital where we were. During the attack several of the other doctors ran away, but a few of them stayed and fought. During the attack I may have lost a few limbs, so when I got back up, well, let's just say there were a few questions they wanted answered. Of course I lied about most of it. They accepted I was one of the oldest people on the planet and one of the first people to get a quirk that healed me and stunted my growth. So not only are they good, but they know who I am, so they'll help. Master, with all due respect, they're crazy. Isn't there anyone better for the job? Asked Tomo. Not wanted people so unhinged near Eri. Don't worry, I'll make sure they stay in check. The government owes me, so they'll pay them off, and just in case I can call a few people in for security if needed. Said Yashiro, also thinking of what else they'll need. Though the equipment here is good, they will need an upgrade to make sure we can monitor Eri's condition and the amount of energy her quirk outputs. Looks like I'll be calling Shields a lot sooner than expected. Wait, Shields as in David Shields, All Might first sidekick, said Izuku, shaking, trying to control the hero nerd deep inside of him. He was failing. Yes, he was here yesterday before you brought Eri home. Wanted my help on a project, but he refused to tell me what it exactly is. Something to do with enhancing quirks, but that's as much he was willing to tell me. That and a personal request to check what I assume is a patient. I guess I'll need to give him a call. Yashiro began to make sure he had Shields' number as a contact before reassuring Izuku that he could get David Shields' autograph. That's when his phone began to ring. Hello? Yes. Really, already? I gave you that info this morning. I see. I guess that makes sense. There's no need to apologize. I understand how this could have been a political problem. Thank you, please keep me up to date, said Yashiro as he hung up the phone and smiled at the sleeping child. The government used the info I gave them and took out several Yakuza bases. Apparently they've been paying attention to the rumors of a quirk erasing bullet and have had their eyes on the Yakuza for quite some time. When I told them about Eri, they jumped on the chance. Izuku was shocked and somewhat confused. What I thought they would only get involved if a villain was going to somehow destroy the country entirely. Surprisingly, Tomo decided to answer that question. Izuku, they were working on mass-producing a bullet that could destroy quirks. Can you imagine what would happen to the country that has relied on quirks for years if that bullet got out? It would end the country. Izuku played the scenario in his head, realizing how much damage it would do to society. That would be bad. Yashiro nodded. Indeed, but that aside, we have work to do. So we're first going to need dash. He stopped as they heard a cute yawn as they looked to see Eri waking up in the box. Oh, good morning again, Eri. Eri stretched a little before rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. What happened? What's going on? Tomo couldn't help but smile at the cuteness of the girl. You fell asleep right after breakfast. I think food coma would be more accurate. David Shield was currently laying down in his hotel room, just staring at the ceiling in his own failure. Weeks ago, the scientist was ecstatic to learn not only the legendary immortal doctor was real but also willing to talk to him. He had come all the way to Japan to ask for his help. He wanted his help into finding a way to increase the power of a quirk, but the immortal said no even when David said it was for a hero. He had also figured out that the immortal Yashiro had somehow unlocked the quirk to the new hero Demon Slayer, but the second he asked about it, Yashiro was silent and David could tell he was making Yashiro angry. He then informed him that he's willing to help with projects that will help society as a whole and will not help any personal project without being given proper information. Even though this doctor was a secret himself, he couldn't reveal his friend's condition. In the end, he had gotten nothing. He was now just waiting for his plane later tonight to take him back to Island and back to his daughter Melissa, who has been calling him over and over again. David had already deduced his assistant had told her that something had happened. There goes his phone again. Time to finally tell her he failed and would be on his way home. He picked up the phone without looking at it. Hello Melissa, I'm Sordash. This isn't Melissa. David immediately shot out of the bed. Mr. Yashiro. Hello Mr. Shield, said Yashiro. What? Why are you calling me? As you know, I don't get involved with projects when there are secrets involved, but I need help. To be more precise, I need some special medical equipment to help a friend. So in turn helping me with my problem, I will take a look at your quirk project and your patients. Really, you're willing to help, said David a little bit in disbelief. Wait, patients? Yes. You are trying to make a quirk enhancement device for a hero who's injured, right? I already have an idea who it is, but I won't push, just have their medical records with you when we meet again. You can redact their names if you want. As for the second one, you'll need to either bring them with you. When you began asking me how I unlocked Izuku's quirk, that was for someone else, wasn't it? Someone who's having problems with their quirk, correct? Yes. The quirk enhancement device is for a hero, and the questions about the boy's quirk was for someone who has problems with their quirk. David never mentioned anything about Melissa being quirkless. He had done some research and saw that Izuku was medically stated to be quirkless. He had hoped that Yashiro could somehow give Melissa a quirk. He knew how much she had looked up to All Might and how much she wanted to be a hero. Every time she came up with some new invention, she always mentioned she wanted to see in action helping heroes, but he knew she wanted to use them herself. He knew he could have mentioned her to Yashiro but was afraid, since he knew how well quirkless people were treated. He didn't know how well someone who was immortal would take helping a quirkless person. That was like asking a god to help a peasant. Little did David know Yashiro would have helped. He's a nice guy. Very well, then it looks like we have a deal. I'll be emailing you a list of items we are going to need. It isn't much, but I do need these quite soon. So do you think you can return exactly a week from now? He would have to change a few meetings, but if this could help his friend, his daughter, he would make it work. Yes, I can make that work. Good, I'll inform all the necessary contacts on my end. I'll see you in a week. Wait, before you go, I have a question about quirkless people. There's no such thing as a quirkless person. Well, at least not for anyone younger than 50. It may be weak, but everyone should have a quirk now. Izuku Midoriya is proof of that, said Yashiro, hoping David would buy it. DMN it, I had forgotten that, thought Yashiro. Nana mentioned her successor was quirkless. Did All Might tell him about One for All? David was his first sidekick, so maybe. He seems desperate to help his friend, as if he's about to do something rash. David stood there as silent tears fell from his face. As Yashiro's words filled him with hope for his daughter. David always felt he had failed his daughter when they found out she was quirkless. It had eaten him up on the inside every time he saw her looking on the computer at Heroes. If he couldn't help her, then the next best thing was to find someone who can. I see, thank you so much. It's fine, we'll talk more next week, said Yashiro as he hung up the phone. He's definitely a smart one. I'm going to need to come up with some solid lies for him to get him to stop digging into the origins of quirks. David's smile keeps growing as he may have found a way to help two of the most important people in his life. Then his phone rang again. Hello Mr. Yashiro, did you forget something? Mr. Yashiro? No dad, it's me, Melissa. Are you okay? Your assistant said you were down. Did the meeting go that bad? Melissa. Yes, the meeting didn't go so well at first, but he just called and changed his mind. Really, that's great, Dad. So are you two on your way back to Island? No, not exactly. In fact, in a week you and I will be visiting him here in Japan. What? I see. Thank you, Lockrock, and congratulations on the child, said Sir Night-Eye as he hung up the phone exhausted. Is everything all right, sir? Asked his very enthusiastic intern Mirio. Both of his sidekicks were also wondering what was going on. Ever since this morning Sir Night-Eye had been on the phone calling hero agencies all over the country, he was so busy that everyone else had become non-existent. He hadn't realized that he ran out of tea 2 hours ago. He had been sipping an empty cup for a while now. Night-Eye sighed as he collected his thoughts. I've been calling heroes across the nation regarding the sudden intervention of the military special forces. 3 days ago they began immediate raids on the Yakuza hideouts we and some other heroes have been following. Something just doesn't seem right about any of this, he said as he began to rub his forehead. I'm guessing I'm missing something here, because to me that sounds like a good thing. You need to see the bigger picture, Mirio. Bubble Girl, Senepiter, did we get any message from any kind of official about this or even another hero agency? No sir, we've checked every hour today and yesterday and nothing. The military moved suddenly in several populated areas without notifying a single hero and without any official word from anybody. They break too many rules to count, and as far as we know they didn't deserve this level of retaliation. What incidents happened with the Yakuza 3 to 5 days ago? Bubble Girl quickly went through the computer. Nothing from any official hero agencies, but it seems that the Demon Slayer kid got into a fight with a small group of them saving a child. Demon Slayer. Night-Eye had been trying to figure the boy out for months. He was wrapped up in mysterious and the official reaction made it even more strange. Did he have something to do with what was going on? Night-Eye began to get lost in thoughts as he stared at one of his various All Might posters. Sir? Mirio, if at any time you wish to switch internships I'll help find someone to take you in. Wait, what? Bubble Girl, Senepiter. The same can also go for you if at any point I cross a line that you feel uncomfortable with. Say the word and you can leave the agency. Ha! Right now the government is acting strange and somehow Demon Slayer is involved. If the government keeps withholding information and keeps us in the dark, I may be forced to start doing things off the books. This left the three in a bit of shock. Senepiter recovered first. Sir, do you really think that is necessary? Yes. If things continue this way, but for now we will wait and keep an eye on Demon Slayer. Though for now I think it's time for me to reconnect with an old friend. Takuya Tenshu had been a cab driver for years and has seen several things in his years as a cab driver, but nothing made him more nervous than his current passenger in the back of his cab. It was a girl in what he assumed was in middle school, wearing a white bandana on her head covering her long dark hair, in hunting gear from the 19th century. In today's society that wouldn't be too weird, maybe a reenactor or maybe a hero in training, but what was really making him nervous was that she was cleaning a rifle right in the back of his cab. How in the world did this kid get a gun? What should I do? It looks like an old rifle used in hunting. I have heard of people who use old flintlock rifles for hunting, so would this be grounds for me to call the cops, or is it just an antique? Well, here goes nothing. So miss, if you don't mind me asking, where exactly you headed? I'm heading to a mountain to do some hunting, she said without taking her eyes off of her rifle. Mountain? Miss, this address you gave me is nowhere near any mountain, said Taku. All he saw was nothing but fields along the highway they were currently driving on. A few trees here and there, but no mountains. No, you are going the right way. I apologize if this is a little confusing. Usually I would run the whole way there as a form of training, but I want to save my strength for the hunt, she said as she began examining her ammunition. Hunt? What exactly will you be hunting? A dangerous prey. Maybe the most dangerous, she grinned as she looked out the window. The turn is coming up, by the way. Right. Soon the cab turned down a long dirt road that ended with a group of trees. Thanks for the ride, mister. Here, keep the change. Taku took the roll of cash, which was easily double the amount the trip actually cost. He was about to protest the amount, but she had already stepped away from the cab. He watched as she disappeared into the trees. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to tell someone about this. The girl continued to walk until she exited the group of trees where she saw the mountain ahead of her. She began to walk up the mountain as she tried to calm herself. 6 months I've been waiting for this. I need to calm down. I've barely climbed the mountain, can't get too worked up before the hunt begins. She continued to walk up the mountain for a while until she saw her destination in sight. Mr. Yashiro's estate. She was about to enter when she heard something from behind her. On instinct she hid herself behind a tree as she peered around it. She saw a girl around her age with a blonde hair and a ponytail, in jogging attire. The blonde ran around the side path to the other side of the estate. Who's she? I don't remember a foreigner staying here. She followed her to the other side to see someone else she didn't know. Come on Melissa, you can do it. You're almost there, cheered a little girl in a pink Hiyori. She had white hair and a small horn on her head. Melissa, breathing hard, tried to make a strong finish as she made it back to the starting line. She pushed herself to stay running as she passed the lap robot at the end of the path. BZZT running track completed. Melissa almost keeled over right then as she tried to catch her breath. Thanks Aerie. Taking the water bottle from her. Taking a long drink. How does Izuku do this? He makes this look so easy, she said, clearly exhausted from her run. Even though she has progressed by leaps and bounds, it was still quite tough and threw her out of her comfort zone. She was determined to keep going. He's been doing this for a while, but you were able to shatter your previous record. Dad. Hey sweetie, said David Shield, hugging his daughter. How have you been? Great Dad, but what are you doing here? Not that I'm not happy to see you. Can't a father check up on his daughter? Well of course, but you were here not too long ago. Melissa, smirked Yashiro, it's been almost 2 months since he dropped you off here. What really? It hasn't felt that long. Time flies when you're busy. This reminded her when she first met them. 2 months ago. David and Melissa arrived and were led into the living room by Tomo, where she saw Yashiro at a small table reading some papers. David, good to see you again. David gave a small bow. Yes. It's good to see you too. I am happy to hear that you reconsidered what we discussed early, he said as he took a seat. Melissa followed her father's lead and took a seat, getting more and more confused why her father treated a kid who looked no older than her with such respect. Was he a genius or something? And who might this be? Oh, my apologies, sir. This is my daughter Melissa. Hello, she said, a little nervous. Greetings, Ms. Shield. She had already said hello and was confused on what to say next. This day was getting weirder and weirder for her. First her dad takes her to Japan, then to a mountain that she could have sworn wasn't there a moment ago, and now she is sitting across the table from a strange kid. Is something wrong, miss? Oh no, just wondering when Mr. Yashiro is gonna get here. This made her on the receiving end of 2 very confused stares. Did I say something weird? Maybe I should break the ice. Sue, what's it like to be Mr. Yashiro's assistant? Yashiro then gave David a deadpan stare. David scratched his cheek a little out of embarrassment. I may have forgotten to mention a few things to my daughter. Yashiro let out a sigh. I guess I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Yashiro. What, but Dad, said Yashiro was a world-renowned doctor and scientist. You're my age. Melissa, I know it may be hard to believe, but Mr. Yashiro here is immortal. Melissa's eyes nearly popped out in surprise. You're immortal? No. Well, somewhat. I can die, but it will take a lot to kill me. As for my background, my quirk is regeneration. Because of that I have nearly 200 years of medical and scientific knowledge, and before you ask, I'm 223 years old. 223, she yelled in shock. Before calming herself down. No way. I'm sorry, but there's no way. I've spent years studying the first cases of quirks and all scientists related to the research, and I've never heard of you or your quirk. I guess a demonstration is needed. Tomo, board please. Tomo then came through the door with a board and plastic trash bag. She set the trash bag down in front of him and the board on top, then put a knife on the board. Melissa was confused, but her father connected the dots first. Wait, you're not gonna do what I think you're gonna do, are you? Before Melissa could ask what her father meant, Yashiro lifted the knife in the air and in one fluid motion severed his free hand. Melissa yelled in horror as she saw his severed hand on the board, though her horror soon turned into shock and then into intrigue as she saw Yashiro's hand grow back in a matter of seconds. You're like a starfish. Starfish? That's a new one. So you have been alive for hundreds of years and you're a scientist to boot, said Melissa. Then why are you here? Why haven't I heard of you? Your quirk alone is groundbreaking research. Melissa, said David, raising his voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Yashiro. The reason I didn't tell my daughter much was because I know how personal it is for you. It's fine, said Yashiro, cleaning up his old hand, giving it to Tomo to be properly disposed of. Though maybe it's time I return to society. You see, Melissa, things were different back all those years ago. I went into hiding for the safety of myself and for others around me, and in hopes of helping the world from the background. In doing so I have acquired knowledge that most people don't have, and said knowledge can help fix your problems. Problems? What problems? To heal All Might, of course. Huh? David too was also a little surprised but didn't really show it. So you knew then? It wasn't that hard to figure out. He has been slowing down a lot and he only works about 3 hours a day now. Honestly, if you would have just told me who it was for, we could have figured something out a week ago. Wait. Hold up, what's wrong with Uncle All Might? There was silence as David tried to think of what to tell his daughter about All Might's condition. This is when Yashiro decided it was best to be honest. All Might currently has a hole in his side. After a fight with a powerful villain, he lost half of his stomach, a bit of his spleen, and most other internal organs were shredded. He said as he handed her All Might's medical papers that David sent him. She quickly glanced at them. "Daddy," she said in a quiet voice. David gave his daughter a quick hug. "Don't worry. With Mr. Yashiro's help we'll have All Might back on his feet, better than ever," comforting his daughter. "No." David and Melissa turned to Yashiro. "What?" "I said no." "What? But you said you would help him," yelled David, borderline hysterical. "We need him. Do you have any idea what would happen if we lost him? We need him back at full strength. I already have support gear for him. Please just heal him and make him better." "Sure." David's brain froze, not understanding where this was going at all. Melissa wasn't faring any better, but she was less frozen than her father. "I don't get it? I'm fully willing to help All Might fix up his body, but that is not what I'm saying no to." "Then what?" Yashiro grabbed his tablet and put it on the table, showing David's quirk-enhancing device. "I won't help if you want to tamper with his quirk," said Yashiro. Melissa looked over the tablet, studying the device while David was about to protest, but Yashiro beat him to it. "Let me guess, he's the symbol of peace, the #1 hero in the world, and you're gonna go on how we need him at full strength. Then let me ask you this simple question. What happens after he's dead?" This stopped David in his tracks. He was already coming up with his arguments in his head to Yashiro's response. Though nothing he had was good. "He's my best friend. He has helped so many people. I just can't imagine the world without my friend," he somberly said. "It's a sad fact of life, but one day he will be gone, and when that happens the world needs to be ready. That's what I'm trying to prepare for. That's why we should be looking towards the next generation. I'm still willing to help him heal his body. That alone should double the time he has for hero work." "Really?" "Yes, I promise. I will help him if he accepts. Though I would like to talk to him first." "Thank you," he said with a bow that Melissa followed. "Just promise me no more of this quirk enhancement business. I've seen it done before and it didn't end well." David reluctantly nodded. "Now who is your other patient? Did you bring them with you?" This perked David up. He had waited for this. "Yes, the other patient is my daughter Melissa." "HHHHUU. Daddy, I'm fine. I'm not sick or anything. The doctors back at Island gave me a clean bill of health," she said, a little shocked. "Yashiro, you said over the phone that there weren't any quirkless people anymore, but the doctors said my daughter is quirkless. Can you prove them wrong, please?" "Okay," he said, but inwardly he was cursing himself for not thinking this was a possibility. The quirkless factor wasn't for All Might but for Melissa. Melissa quickly gathered all the information in her head on what this was about. "What are you saying? I could have a quirk?" "Of course you do," said Yashiro, not missing a beat. "I'm this far. Time to dive deeper into the rabbit hole," he thought as he stood up. "Please stand up." She did so. "David, remind me, what was your quirk again?" David showed him his hands and his fingers bending in odd directions. "Bending fingers. Okay, we'll start there. Melissa, please show me your hands and arms." "Good, something I can work with," he thought as he began to examine her hands. "Melissa, what form of physical activity do you do?" "I'm not much. The most I do is a bit of lifting when I carry junk or use one of my inventions." With that information, Yashiro began moving her right arm while also measuring her pulse. If this is a medical checkup, shouldn't we do this in a doctor's office or something?" Getting a little embarrassed. "We do have a medical office here, but going there now would be pointless. I already got a good idea of your quirk." "What, that quickly?" yelled both shields in shock. "We're home," yelled Izuku, getting their attention. The three then hear a small patting noise in the hall. They then open the hall door to see Izuku and a very excited Eri talking to Tomo. "It was so fun. We ran the mountain, then to the fields, and then we ran back to the peak of the mountain and ran on some fluffy clouds," said the excited child. "Piggyback rides are so much fun." Yashiro walked up to them. "Perfect timing. Izuku, I would like you to meet David Shield," said Izuku, somehow materializing his notebook. "You're All Might's first sidekick. He disappeared only for Yashiro to catch him by the collar of his Hiyori. You can fanboy over him later. Right now I need you to prepare the running course outside," he said, letting the fanboy go. "Tomo, I need you to outfit Melissa here with some workout clothes and a heartbeat monitor." "Yes, master." "Oh, and if you wouldn't mind, on your way drop these files off in my office. You can just put them on my desk next to the wisteria plant." For a split second Tomo's face was stunned before she bows. "Yes, sir." Before taking Melissa to get changed. As the others made their way outside to the training grounds. No noticed Tomo's reaction but Izuku, who made a mental note to ask his sensei later. It didn't take long for Tomo and Melissa to come outside, now sporting running top and shorts and her hair in a ponytail. "Okay, so what do you want me to do now?" asked Melissa. "I want you to play tag with Izuku." All of them stood there as if they were stone. "Huh? Tag, that's a game, right?" asked Eri. "Can I play?" "Not this time, Eri," smirked Yushiro as he patted her head. "This game is for Izuku and Melissa, and Izuku, I don't want you going easy at all. Melissa, this will be the toughest workout yet. So without further ado, begin." Melissa was shocked by the suddenness of the situation and didn't move until Izuku poked her in the head. "Hey," she complained as she tried to quickly grab him, only for him to jump several meters away within a second. Without hesitation, she chased after him. She tried several times to get close to him but could never reach him. This went on for several minutes with Melissa doing nothing but tiring herself out. David was getting worried. Izuku began to see some change in Melissa, same with Tomo, who expected it, along with Yushiro, who was ready to move to the stage, and Eri, who was wondering what's for dinner. "Tomo, begin stage, the next stage," said Yushiro. "Okay," she said as a small weight disc appears in one hand and small coin in the other hand. She raised the coin in the air as it began to glow. As the coin glowed, the ground beneath Melissa began to move. In the span of a second, a small mountain raised below Melissa. She had no chance to react as she fell down the new mountain. The most she could hear were her father's cries, but something inside her knew what to do. She used her legs and jumped off the side of the mountain and did a double backflip before making a 10-point landing. "How did I?" "Eep," she said as Izuku crashed in front of her as he tried to catch her. Yushiro took the weight from Tomo. Melissa, think fast, as he threw the weight right at her. Without even thinking, she caught it with ease. That alone left her stunned, but when she opened her hands she was left speechless. She had somehow bent the disc. For a moment she thought the disc was fake, but she had been working with metals for too long and could tell it was very real. Her father ran to her to make sure she was okay. "Melissa, are you okay?" "Yeah, Dad, I'm fine. Look what I did," showing the disc. "How?" he said, looking at the disc before turning to Yushiro, yelling. "How did you know she was going to be okay? What if she fell?" "May I see the weight?" he asked, and Melissa silently gave him the weight before dropping right where Melissa would have fallen, only for it to bounce like a bouncy ball. "Come now," she wasn't in any danger. "Whenever we do something like this, I have Tomo change the ground so if anyone falls they won't get hurt." David was going to continue but was interrupted by Melissa. "How did you know I had a physical quirk, or even a quirk in general?" "One, I've been studying quirks for hundreds of years and come to the conclusion that everyone below the age of 50 or at the least 30 must have a quirk. 2, when I was examining your hands and arms, they felt more like the hands of a gymnast than one of an inventor. Also, your ligaments didn't feel normal, or I should say now the average that other people have. And before I get to the 3rd, I would like everyone here to check their heart." A bit confused, everyone slowly but their hands on their chest. Except for Melissa. Without thinking, she put her hand on her wrist, checking her pulse. "Huh, what? You want us to check our heartbeats, right? The best way is to check our pulse, right?" Yushiro slowly took her hands. "Melissa, I hate to tell you this, but you can't feel your heart." "Huh, what are you talking about?" she said, a little worried. "I can feel your pulse right now through your hands. Can you feel the beating of your own heart in your chest right now?" She couldn't. She stood there silent for a moment, trying to feel it without using her hands, but she couldn't. "You just ran more than you ever had before in your life. Even though you're catching your breath right now, your heart should be beating hard enough for you to feel it. You can't." She slowly shook her head. "No, but why?" Yushiro let go of her hands as he put his hands on Izuku's shoulders. "The 3rd reason was when I met Izuku he was told he was quirkless, but I knew he wasn't because I had to operate on his lungs. I knew that couldn't be true. That, added with my calculations of quirk progression and the fact that quirk to quirkless ratio has plateaued. It led me to a theory and discovery of what I believe to be a new gene in all of us that make us unable to feel the part of our body that our quirk affects. In Izuku's case it was his lungs, in your case it was your heart. So the reason I didn't know I had a quirk was because I couldn't feel my heart. How come I didn't notice it before? How can anyone notice it? When you get medical checkups, doctors use a stethoscope to hear your heartbeat. When a teacher wants to show the class, they show you your pulse because your heart beats too quietly when you're not doing any physical activity. Your quirk seems to activate depending on your heart rate and blood pressure, which, while hard, is hard but not impossible to control, but even then you can't feel it. So unless someone had a quirk that could tell them or was physically checking for it, no one would know, not even you." "But my toe joint." "Oh, don't even get me started on that stupid joint exam," said Yushiro with annoyance. "Several people with quirks have several joints in their toes. Honestly, it's the laziest way for a doctor to tell whether or not if someone has a quirk. It doesn't even work, and we have 2 people right here as proof of that. If it was up to me, every doctor who uses that test would have their medical license stripped from them." while Yashiro was fuming about current medical practices. The shields were celebrating. David was so happy Melissa could have sworn he broke her back, but at the moment she was too happy to care. I got a quirk. I have a quirk. She kept crying into her father's chest. Yes. Yes you do. Now you can finally follow your dreams. Thanks Dad. I promise I'll become a hero. One the greatest in the world. I'll help you every step of the way. I'll call the gym back at Island and we can get you started and maybe All Might can help you get into UA. No, said Yashiro interrupting the touching scene. Getting everyone's attention. Oh for the love of, said David getting really sick and tired of him saying, no. What is it this time? Let me rephrase that. No that doesn't sit right with me. You see the reason I didn't let Izuku go back home right was 1 he was in no condition to go back, 2 I'm still considered a global government secret which doesn't really apply to you but, 3 we don't know the extent of her quirk that directly affects her heart. Like Izuku his abilities affect his lungs which in both cases can be a real medical issue. Not enough to stop them from becoming heroes if they train with them. So with your permission I would like her to stay here so I can keep an eye on her. To make sure nothing bad happens and I can guarantee with my training I can have her ready for the UA exam in 5 months. And if it bothers you so much you can stay here as well. We got plenty of room with state-of-the-art equipment to keep up with your work if you want. The father and daughter looked at each other not really sure what to do. We may have to think about it. Yashiro nodded in understanding. Well while you think about it how about we go inside for some dinner, said Tomo, some of us haven't had anything to eat in a while as 2 mighty growls come from Izuku and Eri's stomachs. They all laughed as they went back inside to eat. Over the course of the meal Melissa convinced her dad to let her stay so that she could train and become the hero she always wanted to be. While the other residents of the house had a conversation of their own. So you just messed with her heart, said Izuku wrapping his head around what had happened. Tomo simply nodded. So when Sensei asked you to put the files next to the wisteria plant that was code to somehow alter someone's heart. No we keep a spare phone next to the wisteria plant that I texted instructions to while you guys weren't looking, said Yashiro. As for the whole mess with her heart bit, I'm sure you can guess that one. Tomo's quirk right, they both nodded. Okay I get that part but what about the whole, quirkless people don't exist thing that you said? Some of that is true. Doctors do need to look deeper for people's quirks and I already have a few ideas how to fix that in the meantime we need to start getting our lies straight cause all of this has shown me is that sooner or later we all are going to have to start walking in the light. So we're not going to tell them anything. Some half-truths here and there but for the most part no. I was willing to tell you and Eri everything because my old friends brought you to me. To be honest I'm sure you already figured out I haven't exactly told you everything just yet. Yeah I kinda guessed. Knowledge is a powerful thing we need to be careful on how much we let others know about it. So I'm open to suggestions. Present. Incredible, Melissa, said David, in 2 months your stats have already exceeded those of candidates to UA who had years of training. Honestly I didn't think you could grow this much in such a short amount of time. Melissa glowing with pride and blushing a little bit out of embarrassment. Ajez dad thanks but the credit goes to Sensei Yashiro. If it wasn't for him I don't think I could get this strong. Well I won't deny my 100 years of experience did help teaching you, said Yashiro drinking his tea as he, David, Melissa, Tomo and Eri were drinking tea on the porch. But the years of teaching have taught me that students grow as fast as they are willing to learn. You're definitely determined to learn that for sure. Unbeknownst to most of them a girl with a rifle was watching them. Waiting for her prey to show. Hey guys, yelled Izuku getting back from a DLVRY. I'm home. Izuku Oniai-chan, yelled Eri. Izuku we're over here, yelled Melissa. We're having tea. Oh hey Mr. Shield, said Izuku running to his friends. How are you, here to vis dash, as he was about to get the porch, he ran face first into an invisible wall. Izuku, said both Melissa and Eri. As they and David stood up to check on him. Only to find the wall separating them from Izuku. As Izuku was getting up, before anyone could question what was going on, he heard something. A click. Boom. As an explosion hit the invisible wall covering the outside with smoke. Nice call on the invisible wall, Tomo, said Yashiro drinking his tea calmly. Thank you sir. What's going on? The 3 screamed while wondering why they were so calm. Don't worry she won't hurt us. She? Outside the wall the smoke was clearing revealing Izuku coughing slowly getting up from the surprise attack. Wait that attack. I know that attack. Well, said a voice. They turned to see a girl with a rifle over shoulder standing on a rock. Long time no see Izuku Midoriya, or should I call you Demon Slayer? Ye Ryoshi. Ye grinned, it's time for round 2, Izuku. Wait what are you doing? Asked a frantic Izuku trying to get a grip on the situation. What does it look like? Said Ye jumping down from the rock. I came here for a rematch, raising her rifle at Izuku. So come on then, let's do this. While Ye was threatening Izuku, Eri, Melissa and David were getting a little worried about the whole situation. Seeing this, Yushiro decided he should step in. Tomo, bring the wall down for a second. Tomo complied and followed her master out towards the two. Ye, it's good to see you again. Hey old man, how's it going? Not too bad, but I'd wish your surprise visit didn't scare our guest over there, pointing to the others. Was the sneak attack really necessary? Hey, he started it, she said, pointing at Izuku. What? Before he remembered how their first fight started. That was an accident. I didn't mean to crash into you. Bull, you jumped right in and went for the kill. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. As they began arguing back and forth, Melissa tapped Tomo on the shoulder. What are they talking about and who exactly is she? Yushiro answered. She's the daughter of my former bodyguard. They come by every now and then. Though 6 months ago the two agreed to have a friendly spar after Izuku got done with a DLVRY I asked of him. Okay, so what happened? Tomo chuckled a little. As per usual, Izuku got into a fight with a villain and was running late. So when he rushed back he kinda forgot to look where he was going and crashed right into Ye. She didn't take it well and began firing at him the second she stood up, said Yushiro. Though in the end Izuku won and she lost. That's when she vowed she would return to defeat him someday, and it looks like today is that day. Yushiro watched the two squabble a bit before stopping the farce. Okay, that enough, stop both of you. Izuku and Ye immediately stopped arguing. While Yushiro was thinking how he wanted this to go. Sir, do you want me to delay dinner? Wait, said Ye, I want my rematch. Ye, the rematch can wait, said Izuku, getting a little annoyed. I'll go help set up dinner. Izuku was about to go inside and help Tomo, only to be stopped by Yushiro. A dinner and a show, that sounds like a lovely idea. Sensei. Yes, cheered Ye. Oh, before I forget, she pulled out a letter, handing it to Yushiro. My dad wanted me to give this to you. Better give it to you now before we get started. Hold it, said Yushiro, putting the letter inside his kimono. Tomo set up dinner on the southern side overlooking the mountain. You two can fight on the lower side where we can watch. It's flatter with fewer trees to get in your way, and you will begin fighting at the sound of the gong. Agreed. Agreed. Izuku sighed a little. Agreed. It didn't take long for Tomo to set up dinner. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the fight to get started. Melissa and Eri were slightly worried. Tomo and Yushiro weren't worried at all, though Yushiro did make sure if that things got too out of hand that Tomo would put an end to it. David though was curious. So Mr. Yushiro, how good is Ye in a fight? Well, last time I saw her she was already at a pro hero level. Though last time her and Izuku fought it was clearly one-sided, with Izuku beating her without really trying. So do you think he's going to win? Without a doubt, said Tomo, putting the food down. Izuku has been fighting real villains. I hate to say it, but Ye doesn't really stand a chance. This should be over quickly. I'm not so sure, said Yushiro, looking at the two ready to fight. Ye is different now. What happened to her, he thought as both fighters got ready down below. Looks like both of them are ready to fight, might as well get this started, as he walked to the edge of the hill. Are you two ready? Yes, sensei, said Izuku, hand on his sword. You know it, old man, said Ye, loading her rifle. All right, then on the sound of the gong you may begin. The fight will end if either one of you is knocked out or is unable to continue or surrender, as he walked back towards the gong. Hey Ye. No hard feelings when this is over, said Izuku, ready to get this over quickly. Just you wait. I'll show you what I can do, trying to keep her emotions in check. Yushiro was about to hit the gong when Eri asked if she could do it. Yushiro gave the mallet to the little girl, who carefully gave the gong a good hit. Jiung. The second she heard the gong, Ye fired 6 rapid shots at Izuku. Izuku carefully looked at them before deflecting them. Strange, none of them looked like explosion rounds. That's what she opened with last time, he thought as he dashed forward at Ye, who launched another barrage at Izuku. Izuku quickly deflected and dodged them. He was about to use the breath of lightning to close the gap before a bullet grazed him from the side. He quickly turned to see more bullets coming at him. They're curving, as he dodged again. She's curving the bullets, said Melissa as they saw Ye fire at different angles and for the bullets in mid-air change directions and attack Izuku at different angles. While she has improved, last time she wasn't able to curve the bullets that well, said Yushiro. It's going to take more than that to beat Izuku, said Tomo. Izuku was having enough of this and made a dash at Ye once he saw an opening, and as expected she aimed her rifle right at him and fired several shots. Izuku got ready to deflect the bullets, though as his sword made contact with the bullets they turned into liquid metal before hardening around his blade. What? He yelled, forcing to lower his blade as it began to weigh a lot more. She melted the bullets, weighing down my blade. When could she do that? He quickly put his thoughts away and tried to move only to look down and see his foot stuck to the ground with metal. When did she? Gotcha now, said Ye as she fired more rounds at him. This time the bullets had a distinctive red glow. Explosive round, gritted Izuku, breath of flame. Izuku quickly used the flame to melt the metal on his blade and foot, before using it to counter Ye's exploding bullets. Cause the area around him to be covered in smoke. Ye knew he would come out running and had her rifle pointing at the smoke ready for him to come out. She waited for him to make a move. She waited and waited until the smoke finally cleared. What? Where is he? She quickly scanned the area. He didn't dash out of the smoke from any direction and he doesn't have any ability to go underground, so above. As Izuku came down fast as she brought her rifle up to intercept, but Izuku was faster and with the tip of his sword deflected the barrel of her gun. Izuku was about to end the fight when suddenly she stepped forward and blocked Izuku's blade with her own. What the? Said Izuku as he looked at Ye's gun, which she was using to clash and lock with Izuku's sword. It now had a blade on the bottom of the barrel that turned it into a gun blade. Didn't see that coming, did ya? Said Ye with a cocky grin. Well, you're not gonna see this either. Bang! As Izuku felt the kick directly to his head. Izuku barely had time to see Ye's smoking foot hitting him in the face. Sheet, I really did underestimate her, thought Izuku as he disengaged and ran for cover. The others above stared in shock as they saw Izuku run for cover. Wayo, how did she do that? Asked Melissa. Was that some sort of equipment? Like a gun on the bottom of her foot? Like a witch? Asked Eri. Not all witches have guns on their feet, Eri, said David, but if I had to guess it's her quirk, isn't it? Yes, said Yashiro, not taking his eyes off the battlefield. Her quirk, strange metal. Ye Ryoshi quirk, strange metal. Ye can produce a strange metal substance from her body that she can control. She can make it bouncy like rubber, hard as steel, or ignited it causing it to explode. She can even change its shape. The only problem is she can make a lot of it at one time or else she begins to hurt herself. So she can only make small objects like bullets or a large knife. Wait, I thought she could only produce and control only a bit of her metal at a time, asked Tomo. How was she able to make a large blade? It most likely isn't a full blade, said Yashiro. Most likely she simply used the same amount she would a knife and restructured it so it could hold an attack or two from Izuku. It would probably break with too many hits. Yashiro's guess was spot on as Ye examined her gun blade. DMN, already chipping after a single attack. Looks like I can't fight him close range with this. She thought as she melted the metal back to the bottom of her gun. Well, looks like it's time to turn things up a notch, she said as she reached behind her to the back of her jacket. Hey Izuku, you ready? It's time to end the warm-up. Izuku peered behind the tree to see Ye holding up several gun barrels in one hand. Cause I'm all fired up. Izuku was getting nervous now. End the warm-up, what is she talking about, and since when was she this strong? She wasn't this good a few months ago. Similar thoughts were being had amongst the viewers. Though all went silent as a huge blast cut through the forest. Boom! What the? Was all Izuku could yell as he felt a massive shock wave hit him. As if a cannonball whizzed by his head. As he got up he could see a smoldering trail of burnt trees. As he followed the trail he saw Ye holding her rifle that now looked like the barrel had exploded itself. Where did that power come from? Thought Izuku as Ye took off the now destroyed barrel and put a new one on. What the hell was that? Asked Tomo, now very scared for Izuku. Did she switch guns? No Tomo, that was her quirk, said Yashiro. Those barrels must be coated on the inside with strange metal, boosting the bullet's power, though the barrels can't contain the power and break with a single shot. Hence the other barrels she has. The others had a few questions or concerns, but another huge blast broke them out of their thoughts. DMN, he's dodging it better than I was expecting. Maybe this wasn't the best idea to open up with this so soon? No. Get those thoughts out of your head, Ye. She thought to herself. Trying to keep her head in the game. I'm not the same person I was 6 months ago, she said as she loaded the third barrel. I'll show them all what I can do. Izuku dodged the second blast. Though he could tell the shock waves were doing enough damage to his internal organs. Okay, I need to make a move now or else those shocks alone will do me in, he thought as he made his decision and charged. Breath of lightning as Izuku flashed head on. Ye hesitated for a second but fired a third blast right at Izuku. Izuku saw this coming and jumped right over the shot. Ye cursed as she ejected the now useless barrel and reached for another. Izuku was about to get, but she did something no one expected and threw her barrelless rifle at him. Izuku used his free hand to deflect the gun and used his sword to try to end this, but when he did she used a barrel to deflect his blade and hit him in the shoulder with another. She's using her gun barrels as eskrima sticks, thought Izuku as he began a close combat bout with Ye as they traded blows. Neither was giving an inch. Izuku began using the breath of insects to get a few cuts in while Ye began to mix in some of her blast kicks at Izuku. Okay, enough is enough, as Izuku used the breath of earth to send her back a few meters. As Yae recovered, she looked at the dents in her gun barrels. He was able to dent these. That's some power, as flowers began to appear from her hands and wrists. Yae instantly dropped her 2 gun barrels. The second she did, they were sent flying away in opposite directions. Izuku was right in front of her. She quickly unzipped her jacket, revealing a white tank top and rows of throwing knives on the inside of her jacket. She quickly threw several of them as they exploded in front of Izuku, creating a smoke screen. "No, I'm not backing away," said Izuku as he made a beeline in the direction of her discarded rifle. Knowing that would be where she would be headed, Yae tried to counterattack and threw several knives at him and in his path. Though with Izuku's speed it was tedious at best. He was able to make it to the rifle. "Okay, Yae, this is over, sir," and Izuku was cut off as a bullet hit his hand, causing him to almost lose his sword. "Always have a back plan, Izuku," said Yae, holding up a revolver in each hand. Izuku began to move as she began to fire. He tried to dodge when suddenly all the bullets she just fired began to ricochet on the rocks and trees. Izuku quickly tried to turn and avoid them all but was unable to. "Come on, Izuku, you can do better than that. What did a black cat cross your path?" Izuku was in pain now. Each metal that covered him felt like he was getting slapped by All Might. The metal made it hard for him to move and the shock waves from early made it hard to breathe, but most importantly he was getting angry. As Yae sent another volley of bullets, Izuku used the breath of wind to send several wind blades at Yae. Yae had no choice but to dodge the condensed wind and keep firing until, click, both guns ran out of ammo. Izuku in a flash of lightning closed the gap but stopped when he saw what Yae did next. Yae quickly created more bullets in her cleavage and used her BRSTS to bounce them in the air. As she spun around, she reloaded her guns. It took Izuku and several others to process what just happened. Did she just use her melons to reload her gun?" asked Melissa, still not believing it. "I never thought I would see something like that," said David. "Have you ever seen Dash?" He stopped as he noticed Yashiro pinching the bridge of his nose and Tomo completely livid. "Out of everyone she uses that blonde bimbo's technique." "Tomo, calm down, she's not a bimbo, she's just an idiot that loves hot springs way too much." "Who are you guys talking about?" asked Eri. "We'll tell you later. For now let's see what happens next." They all looked down to see Yae making Izuku dance with her dual revolvers, and with her unique reloading technique she wasn't running out of ammo anytime soon. Izuku had no choice but to use the breath of the serpent to get away. "That's twice now she forced him to retreat," said Tomo, with her anger replaced with concern. "Yae's skills with dual guns is remarkable," said Yashiro. "I haven't seen such skill in years, not since Two Hands sailed the seas." This only caused a few confused faces. She was a pirate at the dawn of Quirks who was an expert at dual-wielding guns. Before they could say a huge pillar of fire cut through the air. Izuku used the fire to melt the bits of metal still on him as he stared down Yae, who was picking up her rifle. "Alright, that's what I'm talking about," said Yae, putting her last barrel on her gun. "The breath of the sun. Your strongest fighting style. I got something for that," as she held up a special round that was glowing blue. "I'm at my limit physically and my quirk is pushing it. If I make any more from my arms, feet, or chest, I'm going to run the risk of tearing my skin. It's this or nothing," thought Yae as she loaded the round. "I'm running on fumes," thought Izuku. "She's pushed me farther than anyone else. My body hurts and I can feel my lungs fill with blood. If I don't get her with this attack, I'm gonna lose." "Master, we need to stop this," said Tomo now. "I think she's right," said David. "This is going too far." "I know, and I think the mountain agrees," said Yashiro, pointing behind Yae. Crack. "Alright, time to end this," as Yae raised her rifle. Crunch. "I agree, Yae, look out behind you," yelled Izuku. Break. "Really, Izuku, that isn't going to dash," said Yae as the top half of a tree hit the top of her head. Though to everyone's surprise, half a tree wasn't enough to knock her down. "No, this fight isn't over." As she finally collapsed to the ground. Izuku didn't know what to do but just stared at Yae's unconscious body. It just didn't seem real with how the fight was going. Izuku didn't move until Yashiro came up to him and lightly slapped his stomach, causing him to vomit blood. "Izuku," said the others as they joined him. "Don't worry, he's just fine," said Yashiro as he went to check up on Yae. "Izuku, are you alright?" asked Melissa. Izuku could only shake his head. "But you won," said Eri, hugging his leg. "No, he didn't," said Yashiro, pulling on Yae's jacket, causing several bullets and knives to fall out. She had several more tricks up her sleeves. They maybe weren't as powerful as what she was about to hit you with, but she had way more in the gas tank than you, and her lungs aren't filling up with blood. Izuku could only hang his head in shame. Also, during the close combat exchange she scored more hits in, and she was able to hit you several times with her bullets, he said, walking up to Izuku. "Though I guess we should have expected that after the superb performance she showed us, but the one thing I expected you to do was not to freeze the second you saw her chest bounce." Izuku's face instantly turned red from the Memory. Well, how was I supposed to see that coming? It doesn't matter if you were expecting it or not. You shouldn't freeze just because you see a girl giggle a little, he said with a complete straight face. Izuku was still a little embarrassed about that part but overall still hurt over his loss. Is Ye going to be okay? She'll be fine. For a normal person I would say they would be out for a day, but for Ye I'd say about 3 hours. After that you can continue where you left off or start round 3, that's for you guys to decide, but for now. Tomo, take Ye to a spare room and prepare the bean tea for her and Izuku. Tomo nodded before bending down to Ye, and in a flash both of them disappeared. Come now Izuku, you still have dinner waiting for you. He nodded as he made his way back to the house. Will he be okay? Asked David, staying behind with Yashiro. He'll be fine. This is his first loss since he received training from me. He's fought villain after villain and won each time. His confidence will be bruised along with what little ego he has. Though if I were honest I'd say this was a good thing because it's far better to get a loss from a friend than it is to receive one from an enemy. Hey, said Eri running up to the two men. We'll leave you behind. We're coming, Eri. Hey, I got a question. How did the mountain know to stop the fight? David laughed a little at the girl. The mountain doesn't really think. It was just a coincidence. She then looked over to Yashiro to confirm this. Though his only response was a smug smirk. David got an irritated look. If I ask the question you're just going to give me a vague answer, aren't you? You're learning. They all went back inside and Tomo quickly brought Izuku some bean tea. Melissa then explained to her father that the beans used in the tea were actually beans made from a quirk and have super healing properties. Though since the beans take a long time to grow, Yashiro discovered a way to make them last longer by turning it into tea, which made a single bean last longer and heal several people. Though the surprising part was that it was made by a cat in a tower. While that was happening, Izuku quickly drank his tea and ate his dinner, still a little down. Though he made sure to record every part of the fight down in his notebooks. It was actually a surprising sight as he was doing this in the living room for everyone to see. No matter how many times those who have seen it before have, it still was incredible on how well he could take notes. Though Eri was happy Izuku wasn't taking the loss too hard, she still wanted to cheer him up. Hey Tomo, she said, pulling on Tomo's kimono. Can we have dessert? Of course, Eri. What would you like? Eri quickly went to Izuku. Izuku Oniai-chan, what do you want for dessert? I'm not really sure, what do you want? Eri wanted him to say what he wanted. milkshake. Do you want a milkshake? A milkshake sounds great. Tomo? I can definitely make you guys some milkshakes. Oh wait, our blender is still broken. Melissa instantly tensed at the mention of the broken blender. Which didn't go unnoticed by her father. What happened to the blender? Wait, did you let Melissa into the kitchen? He said as the words stabbed Melissa. Yep, said Yashiro, you could have warned us about that one. Melissa felt more stabbies. Sorry, to be honest, we have chiefs and robots cook for us back at Island, so we never really had to use our kitchen for cooking. Clearly. Though Eri, Izuku can take you and get you some milkshakes in the city. Really, said Eri, hoping this would cheer up Izuku. Sensei? Izuku, I know your mind is elsewhere, but a distraction may be good for you to clear your head a little. Okay, if you say so. Melissa, you want to come with? Nah, she said, recovering from the words. I think I'm going to work on my project for a bit. Okay, come on Eri, said Izuku as he knelt down so Eri could hop on his back. When they made it to the entrance of the house, they dashed down the mountain toward the city for a sweet treat. Hey boss, the Demon Slayer kid just entered the city. Really, where is he? It looks like he just entered the mall. Alright, stay on him while I gather the others. It's time to put that brat in his place. Ye laid there in the middle of the training hall, bleeding from her arms and legs with hundreds if not thousands of bits of metal lying around her. She was barely holding on to consciousness, but she could hazily make out her father's appearance. Oh hey dad, she said weakly, but at the same time trying to sound like nothing was wrong. Ye, what are you doing? He said, gently holding his daughter. You used your quirk way too much. You're ripping the flesh right off your body. I have to get it back, she said, beginning to cry. I'm so weak. My quirk is weak. I can't make a sword or hammer without my skin breaking. I thought when I was able to make complex bullets I could be strong like you. Strong enough to follow. To follow you. To beat bad guys and help you and mom, but I can't. He took it. I have to get it back. In a single day he took all my hard work and threw it away. I have to get stronger. I have to prove to myself I'm strong. Ye, stop it. You're strong, he said, trying to reassure his daughter. No, I have to be stronger. It's all I have. I will beat him. I will beat Izuku. Ow, said Ye, waking up in a bed holding her head. My head. What happened? It took a moment for Ye to remember what happened. That stupid tree. Wait a minute, the branch knocked me out, not Izuku. He ran from our fight, she said before grabbing her gear and rushing out of the room. Melissa sat in the workshop looking at her weapon she was working on. When Melissa discovered her quirk, she released that something like a gymnastic ribbon works surprisingly well for her, and Yashiro thought it would be best if she learned a little bit of sword play, so she has been working on a hybrid sword whip that could collapse into the hilt. She was working on this and several other ribbon-themed support items that would work well with her quirk. She had made some progress with some but finally put the finishing touches on the blade. Melissa tested it as the blade successfully retracted into the hilt. Perfect, she said before screaming as the door was slammed open. Izuku, screamed Yae as she entered the room. Where's Izuku? Huh? Oh, you're the foreign girl. Do you know where Izuku is? Izuku's not here at the moment, said Melissa as she put her new weapon down. He went into the city with Eri, as she grabbed her I Island hoodie, but the letters were so faded the only thing you could make out was the large faded pink heart. I'm Melissa, by the way, she said holding out her hand. Yae Ryoshi as they shook hands. Eri? Who's Eri? Is she that little girl I saw? Yep, Melissa put on her hoodie and grabbed her new toy, ready to show it to her father. They went out for milkshakes. They went out for milkshakes, said Yae in a neutral tone. They went out for milkshakes and left US. Melissa visible jumped at Yae's sudden yell. Come on. As Yae grabbed Melissa. So your friend's a little disappointed with the halt of the project, said Yashiro as he sipped his tea. Unfortunately, yes. He had a lot of hopes for it, said David, also enjoying his tea. Before Yashiro could reply, Yae burst into the room. Old man. Yae, you're up only after 2 hours. Impressive. Yae was about to say something before getting dizzy and Melissa having to steady her. Before anything else, how about you drink some of the healing tea we have? Tomo. Here, said Tomo holding the teapot and a teacup. It's a little cold, so if you want I can warm it up for you. Yae ignored the cup and grabbed the pot from Tomo and began to drink directly from the pot. Before they knew it, she drank every last drop. Man, even when this stuff is cold it still hits the spot. Wow. Yae, you are just full of surprises. Ignoring Tomo, Yae continued, hey old man. Can me and Melissa go after Izuku? As long as you two stay together and all 4 of you are back before 10. I have no problems. Wait, hold up sensei, dad, said Melissa, surprised about this sudden change of plans. She wanted her dad to say something but he was glowing with happiness. My daughter is finally hanging out with people her age. Making it sound like she had no social life. Which she didn't but would never admit. Dad. Alright, let's go. Tomo, make us a portal. Wait, said Melissa, trying to get Yae's attention. I'm still in sweats and haven't taken a shower or done my dash. Don't worry about it, said Yae, grabbing the hood on her hoodie and pulling it over her head. Just keep your hood on and no one will even know who you are. Tomo pulled a key from her sleeve and put it into the air, and as if opening a lock, a portal appeared in the middle of the room. This will take you right outside the mall Izuku and Eri are at. The mall is within your guys' running distance, but if you need a pickup don't hesitate to call. Yae didn't think twice and grabbed Melissa by the arm against her protests and jumped through the portal. I'm a little surprised how quickly you accepted Melissa to go out, said Yashiro as the portal closed behind the girls. She spent most of her time with scientist and hasn't had a chance to be a kid, said David. Besides, how much trouble can 4 kids get into? Yashiro and Tomo looked at each other before giving David a deadpan stare. You might regret saying that. Calm down, you need to relax, said Achiko Uraraka to herself. The test is in 3 months, just sit down and enjoy your milkshake, as she made her way to a table in the middle of the mall. Hoping her sweet snack would calm her down. She was getting more and more nervous about the UA test as the months went by. It was starting to get to her. She did even realize she bumped into someone. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay, said Izuku, holding 2 milkshakes. Demon Slayer. Achiko couldn't believe it. She just bumped into the person everyone is talking about. Japan's youngest vigilante in recent years. What are you doing here? Getting some milkshakes to satisfy this one sweet tooth, he said, giving one of the shakes to Eri, who happily began to drink up her shake. He then reached down and picked up a cell phone on the ground. It was showing an article on things to expect during the UA entrance exam. Is this phone yours? Yes, that's mine. I'm sorry, it must have fallen out when we bumped into each other. So planning on going to UA? Yeah, she said while pushing her fingers together. It's going to be tough, but I'm going to give it my best shot. Do you have any advice for an amateur like me? Advice? Well. What advice could I give? We're the same age and I'm not a professional yet. I'm not a pro yet. That's right, I'm still learning. Maybe I have been rushing a little, thought Izuku, realizing he may have been taking his loss early a little hard. I just need to learn from it. Mr. Slayer, are you okay? Said Ochako, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. Sorry, you kinda went silent for a minute. Oh, I'm sorry, I kinda got lost in thought there. Oh, and I'm Izuku Midoriya, sorry about the late introduction. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Well, Ms. Uraraka, the best advice I can give right now would be to keep calm and to stay on your toes. You won't do any good if you're a nervous wreck. So keep calm and be ready to move, you won't get anywhere if you freeze up in the middle of the exam. Okay, I'll give it a shot, said Ochako before something unexpected happened. He hugged her and for a moment her mind went blank before he pulled her out of the way as a chair came flying across the dining area. When Izuku let her go, she saw several big men walking towards them. Demon Slayer, we've been looking for you, said a man covered in metal. He had several goons flanking them. Some of them were still wearing prison jumpsuits. Aren't you that bank robber whose arm I broke? Said Izuku, looking at the growing crowd of criminals. What a minute, didn't I take several of you guys down? Yeah, you did, said a man with spikes coming out of his arms. A good friend gave us an early release so we can come down here and show you our appreciation. The man covered in metal stepped forward. So how about you sit there and let us dash? Hey, said Ye, coming and performing a flying kick to the man's face, sending the man flying. Hey, we ain't done with our fight. What? What are you doing here? Asked Izuku, more surprised at Ye being here than the criminals. You were knocked out. Shouldn't you be in bed or on your way home? I came here looking for you, said Ye, like it was the obvious thing to do. How was I supposed to leave with an ending to a fight like that? You just kick a man, said Melissa, catching up to her friends. What the? You can't just kick a random person. Actually, that was a criminal that's here for revenge, clarified Izuku. And what are you doing here? I kinda got dragged here. Wait, these guys are criminals. Izuku nodded. Melissa began to quietly panic. I'm not ready for this, she said in a whisper. Wait a minute, said Ye, getting everyone's attention. All these guys here are criminals. Perfect, receiving odd looks from everyone, even the stunned criminals. Time for round 3, the person who takes out the most criminals wins. What? Yelled Melissa. We're in the middle of a mall and there are already heroes nearby, we can get in a lot of trouble. You can join in, if you want. Melissa turned to Izuku for some semblance of common sense. Well, we do need to do something about them. Nope, common sense has left the room. Izuku grabbed his sword. Alright, let's dance. Ding dong, went the doorbell. Inko opened the door, revealing her friend Mitsuki. Mitsuki, it's so good to see. Yo Inko, how've you been? Been doing as good as I can be. Come in, I've got some tea brewing for us, said Inko, ushering Mitsuki into the living room. As Mitsuki walked into the living, she saw the wall that was filling up with newspaper clippings of Izuku's exploits. Mitsuki was happy to see Inko doing better or as good as can be in this odd situation. She could tell her friend has been suffering with the disappearance and reappearance of her child. Mitsuki herself felt guilty knowing her own child was responsible for the separation. Here you go, said Inko, giving a teacup to Mitsuki. So how's Katsuki been? He's been doing alright. He's actually become quiet nowadays. If he isn't studying, he's training. A lot. He's even been training with that Kirishima kid. Really? I didn't think they knew each other. Yep, about a month after that kid visited you, Katsuki tracked the kid down for an interrogation. After that, the next thing I know, the kid came by to train with Katsuki. That's good, Katsuki is making a new friend. After Izuku's disappearance, Katsuki had become a loner and not many people in his school would even talk to him. Inko's phone gave a quick beep. Oh, it's almost time for the news. Oh, come now, Inko. Izuku has gotten popular, but he isn't going to show up every night on the news. Inko tuned on the news. Demon Slayer and 2 unidentified teenage girls are currently taking on a horde of villains at the Lone Pine Mall. We take you now to the scene. What the TV showed could only really be described as chaos. Thank you, Daikaku. Things here are going crazy. A girl with a rifle is riding on a bull villain while firing what could be described as a liquid metal that is sticking these men to the wall. A hooded girl is somersaulting and tossing men twice her size and using some sort of ribbon sword to counter those with firearms. Look, she just did a double front flip on that guy. Wait, are those 3 over there floating? Crash, look, it's Demon Slayer, and did he just summon a water dragon? As the TV showed Izuku slamming a huge water dragon into a group of villains. Well, looks like I was wrong, said Mitsuki, watching the madness unfold. Yep. My little hero is out there saving the world, said Inko, on the verge of tears. I can't wait for him to come home. She might have been crying if the TV didn't recapture her attention. Hold it, all of you, right now, said the metal criminal, who was now sporting a huge black eye and currently holding a gun to a little girl in a pink Hiyori drinking a milkshake. The odd thing was the girl wasn't really paying him any attention. She was totally relaxed, even with a firearm pointed directly at her. As if this was nothing more than a stranger saying hello to her. Crap, it's the first one I kicked, said the rifle girl. I thought I put him out, pointed her gun right at him and looked ready to fire before Izuku and hooded girl began waving their arms and making the throat-slashing movement as if warning him of something. Nobody move or, the man then swapped the girl's milkshake, spilling the contents all over the ground. This girl gets it. That's when the little girl screamed. My milkshake. Dear Master Yashiro. I'm sorry for not coming around more, but my work beckons me. You have done so much for my family. I hate to ask you of this, but I need your help. It's Yae. My beautiful daughter has grown up so quickly it's made me realize I may have failed in my duties as a parent. You were right, my work has brought me to every corner of the world, and even though it has put food on the table, it hasn't provided a stable home for my family. You warned me of this, and it is only now to see how right you are. My daughter has been robbed of her childhood and her view had become narrowed. She has spent her life following me and my jobs of hunting elusive criminals. She has only been shown the strength of pros and law enforcements alike, causing her to believe she has to be strong, and I fear it will bring her down a troubled path. It truly showed after her defeat at the hands of young Midoriya. It also showed what I believe she needs. She needs to be around children her age. She needs to see what life is like from a normal perspective, or as normal as a hero society can get. I've suggested hero school before, but she quickly rebuffed the idea. Though I believe a hero school would be best for her. Give her the right balance of a normal life and an adventurous one, with peers that she can connect with. So please, if you can find a way to convince her to give it a try. I think she will find what she is missing. Please help my daughter. Your humble servant and friend Matazo Ryoshi. Yusiro was staring at the letter when David came back from the restroom. Is that the letter Yae gave you? Yep, said Yashiro, giving the letter to David, deeming it safe for him to read. Her father believes he failed his daughter. I think you can relate to that. David quickly read the letter. From the looks of it, his jobs makes him travel a lot, yes? Yashiro nodded. I definitely can relate to something like that. With my job at I-Island and Melissa's incredible intelligence, I felt like she wasn't given the chance to be a child or even experience a life with another her age in a stable environment. It was common for scientists to come and go on I-Island, so it was hard for Melissa to keep any friends. Matazo Ryoshi? That name sounds familiar. I'm not surprised. Matazo is a bounty hunter of sorts. He's the guy they call in to hunt down dangerous and elusive criminals, but what he is best known for is capturing animals that have quirks and people who try to use them. Like those kids who were riding giant armored spiders in South America, or the reindeer near Super Train causing people to hallucinate, or I know the one you probably heard about, the giant red dog in the States. Oh, I remember that one. A dog turned giant overnight and ran after a truck full of doggy treats. That's the one. Didn't they make a TV show about the dog? The Giant Good Boy. Aries watched a few episodes. Honestly, if it wasn't for that show, that dog would have eaten them out of house and home. So Matazo was the one who was able to catch the dog and handle the situation. I met Matazo when we were dealing with a highly intelligent gorilla. Afterwards we dealt with various other creatures, and over the years his exploits have become bigger and bigger, and Yae has seen a lot of them. The biggest thing she wants to do is follow her father's footsteps. With how much they've moved and how little social interaction she's had, strength and the ability to take down the biggest beast there is all that matters in her eyes. Even though Matazo didn't hit her or abuse her, he has unintentionally taken much from her and given her a big shadow to live under. I can relate to that. When Melissa was told she was quirkless, she tried relentlessly to become the greatest support inventor there ever was. Though I could tell her heart was never fully into it, and every time I made something her heart sank a little more. All she knew were the science of I-Island and the heroes that visited it. Honestly, sometimes I wondered if I should have let her live with some relatives or All Might. Maybe then she could find something. Don't treat yourself so harshly. I've seen worse, and you're trying the best you can and you want to do better. That put a smile on David's face. Same with Matazo, he just wants what's best for Yae, and I think he might be right, but she's boar-headed and convincing her might be a challenge. Scratch that, it will be a challenge, said Yashiro, imagining how that conversation will go. David thought it would be best to change the subject. Do you think Eri will be fine growing up here? Isuhiro was caught off guard by the question. To be honest, I don't know. She's more than welcome to stay here after we are done with fixing her quirk, but if she wants to go somewhere else, I wouldn't mind making the arrangements. Really? You're not worried something would happen to her if she leaves? What if someone attacks her? She's more than capable of protecting herself if she gets in a fight. Does she have control of her quirk? No. Though through her treatment an interesting side effect happened. When we started to fix her body and focused her quirk inward, her body began to condense her muscles in a way. What do you mean? You know how when muscles fibers tear and grow back stronger than what they were before? David nodded. Her quirk began to act strange when we began to operate. Her body began to rewind forward in a way. Her muscles, bones and certain parts of her body that were destroyed by overhaul began to return and heal or combine if you will with her body like the muscles of someone who was working out. The muscles and bone fibers broke and healed stronger than before, causing her muscles to gain the density equivalent to the amount of times overhaul killed her. I believe it was her quirk's way of adapting to working on the inside of her body. Wait, are you saying her quirk combined with your operations caused her body to heal and strengthen to the amount of times she was tortured? Yashiro smirked, said it all. But that means she could have the muscle density of All Might. Not All Might levels of strength, but you would definitely mistaken her for having a strength quirk. That's why I pity the idiot that tries to pick a fight with her. Overhaul may have just created his own worst enemy. Tomo instantly appeared in the room, causing both men to jump a little. Sorry sir, but you have to see this. She turned on the TV, showing a lot of chaos at the mall and several familiar faces at the center. David's jaw fell as he watched the TV. So what was that about? How much trouble could 4 kids get into? You. Slam. Killed. Slam. My. Slam. Milkshake, screamed Eri as she tossed around the metal bank robber around like a rag doll. Beside the pain, the only other thing going through the man's mind was, I should have just become a plumber like Mom wanted. Before throwing the man into a wall. The man was alive but regretting so much. Holy crap, said Ye, grinning ear to ear at the display. Where were you keeping her? She's awesome. Eri-chan, are you okay? Asked Melissa, comforting the girl, who was tired and still sad over her fallen milkshake. Don't worry Eri, said Izuku, putting his sword away. We can get you a milkshake next time. He patted her head. Alright, looks like we took care of all of them, said Ye, joining the rest of them. Wait, who was keeping score? Really Ye, said Izuku, looking at his friend. You know, keeping score and all that isn't what hero work is all about. Ye only raised her eyebrow. Ye, look around, not only did we stop the bad guys, we made sure no one got hurt. As Izuku said this, a crowd began to gather around, clapping and cheering for them. Yeah, way to go, Demon Slayer. Did you see those girls? They kicked butt. The little one is so cute. Can I get an autograph and your number? Chicks with guns can't get better than that. Ye was visible blushing at the attention. She couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in her chest. She couldn't help but enjoy the attention. She's never been the center of attention before, not like this. Hold it right there. You're all under arrest, said a booming voice, ruining the moment. They all turned to see the number 2 hero, Endeavor. They could all feel the tension in the air as Endeavor slowly walked towards them with a serious look in his eyes. You kids have caused enough trouble for one day, and your days of being a vigilante has ended. Crap, thought Izuku. Ye was ready for a fight while Melissa was trying not to freak out, hoping to not get arrested. Your face is on fire, yelled Eri, breaking the tension. Izuku had to stop himself from laughing as he heard some people in the crowd chuckle. Eri-chan, that's just his quirk and it's part of his costume. Wait, that fire's real? Asked Ye. Wait, how do you see? Doesn't the haze mess with your vision? The curiosity was able to calm Melissa's nerves. Actually, his quirk should give him some resistance, but doesn't that agitate your eyes, or do you have some sort of contact lens? These questions only serve to annoy Endeavor. Enough? You're all under arrest and you'll have your questions answered down at the police station. Can't, we got a curfew, sighed Ye. Wait, why do we have a curfew, again? We have to get Eri home before her bedtime, informed Izuku. What, I'm not even tired yet. Eri said through a yawn. Izuku chuckled. I think we've had enough excitement for one day, as he kneeled down to let Eri on his back. Come on, we should head back. Hold it. Endeavor's fire flared. I've already repeated myself enough, none of you are going anywhere. Ye grinned, really flame face. She pulled her jacket up slightly, causing a few metal orbs to drop. From the second they hit the ground, the area became flooded with light. Endeavor tried to quickly rush and grab at least one of them, but the second his vision was clear, he was surrounded in mist. See you next time, flame face, yelled the girl's voice, leaving Endeavor angry and having to deal with the cleanup and vowing to catch them next time. We are in so much trouble, yelled Melissa, freaking out as they ran back to the mountain. My dad is going to kill me. If she wasn't freaking out, she would have realized that she is finally breaking her running record and was currently running over 60 miles per hour. How are we going to get to UA now? Relax, Melissa, said Izuku as he ran beside her. Sensei said he had plans to help me and I'm sure he can help. Yeah, what are you crying about? This was fun, said Ye. Fun? We could have ruined our chances to get UA, said Melissa with tears rolling down her eyes as the fear of her dreams shattering. UA, that's the hero school, right? Hey, why do you guys want to be heroes? They both slowed down for a second as they looked at Ye, and Melissa needed a moment to gather her thoughts before Izuku spoke. I've always wanted to be a hero. I used to watch a video of All Might saving people, and for the longest time and most likely till the day I die, I think that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. I want to help people and save people with a smile on my face just like him. I will be the #1 hero and I will save as many people as I can, and I'll do with everything that Sensei Yashiro has taught me so I can be pillar of hope for everyone, even other pillars. Other pillars. Of course. If All Might can do so much as the symbol of hope and pillar of peace, imagine what more could do. I want to find others so we can all hold up this world together. Melissa and Ye couldn't help but look at Izuku with a bit of admiration. Both of them have been around the world, and to have the desire to help all of it seemed impossible, but there was no doubt in his voice. He would do it. But to answer your question, I want to help people, plain and simple. Ye had one response. Cool. Hey old man, said Ye, running into the living room finding Yashiro reading some papers. Ye, said Yashiro, heard you an eventful night. Is Izuku putting Eri to bed? No. We ran into Tomo and she wants Eri to take a bath, and Melissa is apologizing to her dad for some reason. I can hear them from here. When they weren't talking they could clearly hear Melissa frantically apologizing to her father. She's still worried that her overbearing father may send her back to Island. Okay, now how to convince Ye to go to school. She's boar-headed and likes to fight. I should try to use that. Ye, I have something to talk to you about. Hey, can you send me to UA? Huh? I want to go to UA. I want to show people what a real hero looks like, and it will give me a chance to beat strong opponents like Izuku. So can you do it? Yeah, sure, I can do that for you. All right, she said, pumping her fists into the air. So what did you want to talk about? Oh, forget about it. For now let's call your father and tell him you want to go to UA, said Yashiro, a bit happy how easy this was. Let's just hope now she can get along with other students and doesn't kill them. Ye grinned. I can't wait to add more trophies to my wall. Yashiro felt the sweat drop on his head. This is going to need some work. Hey, wake up. Huh, what happened? Asked Ragdoll, rubber her eyes. You fell asleep at the computer again. You know there are better places to fall asleep than at the computer, said Pixie Bob. What were you even looking at anyway? What, are you serious? You're still looking into those urban myths about that missing mountain. You were supposed to put in the report about the hikers we saved. Ragdoll hung her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I'll do it right away. Don't bother. You can do it later. We have a guy downstairs. Another rescue mission? No, this is something different, so come on, we got a guy downstairs. How can you be so interested in those fake stories anyway? How do you know that it's fake? Who knows, there could be a missing mountain that has been lost for hundreds of years. Ragdoll, we have had satellite GPS for hundreds of years, okay? All the mountains around the world have been discovered. Your mountain doesn't exist now, come on, it's time for some real work, said Pixie Bob. Ragdoll pouted but followed her. Both Pixie Bob and Ragdoll made their way downstairs to see Mandalay, Tiger, and a cab driver looking at the TV. That's the girl I was telling you about. Both of them looked on the TV to see the newscast about a horde of villains attacking Demon Slayer at the mall. Said target was assisted by 2 teenage girls. The TV then showed the 3 easily taking on the group of villains and single-handedly doing it with ease. Hey, I'm sorry, did we miss something? Asked Pixie Bob. Mr. Utenshu, said Mandalay. Would you mind starting from the beginning so our friends here could get the whole story? Yes, of course, said the man. My name is Taku Utenshu, I'm a cab driver. Early this day that girl on the TV, the one with the rifle, asked me to take her to an address in the middle of nowhere. It was really weird, all that was out there was fields, but the odd part and the reason I'm here was what happened on the way there. During the entire drive she was cleaning her rifle and checking her ammunition. When she first brought it out I thought I was gonna get robbed, but she just sat there and calmly kept cleaning her gun. When I finally got up the courage to ask what she was doing, she said that she was going to hunt someone in the mountains, but we were nowhere near any mountain. When I brought up the fact, she actually said she would usually just run to the mountain on foot, but she wanted to save her strength for the hunt. Shortly after that I dropped her off on a dirt road near some tree, but the closest mountain was miles away. I told my boss about it over the radio, but he said the girl was just some crazy we should just forget about. So I brought out a map, and from the direction I saw her walk in, the mountains around here are her destination, so I came to see you guys cause you guys know these mountains better than anyone. The heroes waited patiently for him to finish, each forming their own thoughts and opinions on the situation. Clearly though she isn't on any mountain, said Tiger as he was looking at the TV. Did she mention anything else? Target? Conditions? Anything that we could use? No, to be honest I was too scared to ask, said Taku. I never had anyone openly clean a gun in the back of my cab before. Well, she is definitely not a regular girl, said Ragdoll. Trained and looks like she's ready for a hunt. Even though her quirk couldn't work through screens, she has picked up on a few analytical tricks over the years. Yeah, but not much of a fashion sense, said Pixie Bob. That jacket looks kinda tacky and it makes her look like she should be on top of a mountain somewhere. She is not a city girl. This prompted Mandalay to roll her eyes at her friend. Fashion sense aside, this raises a lot of questions and I'm sure we aren't the only ones asking. Hey, your cab has a video camera that recorded the whole ride, right? Do you mind if we have a copy of it? Of course, go for it, said the driver. The company is more than happy to assist heroes any way we can, it's just a bit of paperwork. Oh, and I'm going to need a spare thumb drive to put the footage on. Alright then, Tiger, get the paperwork ready. This has officially become part of an investigation. Pixie, go get us a thumb drive and Ragdoll. Mandalay took a deep breath. I didn't want to get involved with this, but call up Night Eye and tell him we got something for him. Okay, said Ragdoll as each of them went to get their task done. Ragdoll, called Mandalay, causing her to stop after the others had left. Also tell him to save us some seats. We're going to that meeting. Woohoo! Team up time. You. Slam. Killed. Slam. My. Slam. Milkshake, screamed Aerie as she tossed around the metal bank robber around like a rag doll. The clip ended with Aerie tossing the robber. Play it again, said Overhaul as his eyes were glued to the computer screen. The voice-activated computer complied and replayed the video. As he was watching the video, the rest of the Yakuza were watching him. Hey Chrono, shouldn't we stop him or do something? Asked Mimic as they stared at their boss watching the same clip over and over again. Chrono didn't know how to respond to this situation. This was the first time he had ever seen him act like this. For years he had never known Overhaul to be so fixated on a video clip. Then again, all of them were quite surprised to see Aerie on the news manhandling a man 10 times her size like he was some sort of stuffed animal. It actually made some of them nervous because they knew what she had been through and she was currently on the other side with very powerful friends. We just need to give him a moment. When we get the military off our backs and get the deals flowing, things will go back to normal. Mimic was a bit hesitant but nodded in agreement. If you ask me, I don't think that's healthy, said a voice right behind them. They both on instinct brought their weapons out and pointed it at the origin of the voice, which turned out to be a mass of black mist. Whoa, slow down, there were friends, remember? Said Kurojairi, the ambassador and portal man of the League of Villains. I just came to grab you guys for the meeting. The members of the Yakuza lowered their weapons as they remembered that the latest meeting between the two groups was today. They've had an okay relationship with the League for a bit. The first few meetings were a bit rocky between Overhaul and their leader, Shigaraki. Though it looks like they are getting along a bit better. Somewhat. Now they could at least get through a meeting together without one of them firing off one of their quirks. Though they mostly play nice out of respect for all for one. Though none of the Yakuza members could deny the benefits of working with them. They had more manpower and new places they could lie low for a while. Sorry about that, said Chrono, holtering his firearm. We are just going to need a minute to. Don't worry about it, Chrono, said Overhaul, shutting down the computer. We're ready to go. Grabbing a suitcase. Come on, let's get this meeting over with. When is this meeting going to get started? Said Endeavor in a demanding voice. Both he and Vernon were sitting and waiting for the meeting about the child vigilante problem to get started. Calm down, Endeavor, said Hawks, leaning back in his chair with his legs on the desk. This meeting is off the books with quite a few heroes in on it. It's going to take a bit for everyone to get here. Hey, I'm just surprised with all the heroes that are here in the first place, said Ryukyu, the dragon hero. I honestly didn't expect to see some high-ranking heroes here today. These vigilantes have been the talk of the town lately, said Manadley, sitting next to the other members of the Wild Pussycats. Not to mention all the questions surrounding them. Actually, I have a question, said Tiger. Why are students here? This is a hero meeting and one that's technically not sanctioned. Pfft, the sound came from Vernon. My big question is why a team of second-rate heroes are here, said Vernon, antagonizing the Pussycats. This isn't a rescue mission. This did not go well with them. Pixie Bob got out of her chair fast. Hey, we're here because we got some important information. Information that can help us catch these kids. Yes, so back off, said Ragdoll, backing up her friend while sticking her tongue out at Vernon. This got Endeavor's attention. Really? Well then hand it over. You're all wasting my time here. Whoa. Let's all slow down here, said Fat Gum. I got some extra takoyaki if anyone wants some. As for your question, Tiger. These three are heroes. Each of them have a hero's license and they are brave enough to take the job. Mirio nodded from his seat with Bubble Girl and Centipider. We're ready to do what it takes. Yep. Nijire, I have so many questions for all of you, and Demon Slayer, ain't that right, Tamaki? Tamaki stayed silent, hanging his head too shy to say anything. Ooh, how about I ask you guys some questions? Many of the heroes began to get annoyed by the energetic girl. You can do that later, young Hato, said a booming All Might as he, Night Eye, Detective Naomesa, and Gran Torino came through the door. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Now let's get started. Night Eye. I got a question, said Ragdoll, raising her hand as if she was in school. If the police aren't supposed to be involved, why is a detective here? Detective Naomesa smiled as he took his jacket off. I guess I'll go first. As you all know, the police have been extremely lax in arresting Demon Slayer and his friends. The reason for this is even unknown to us. The chief of police has questioned government officials several times about this, and all he's got are vague answers. He's fed up to the point of asking a few people to investigate off the books to get some answers, so even though this meeting is unsanctioned by the government, you do have the backing of the police department. This took some weight off the shoulders of some of the heroes present. So wait, not even the police have any answers about this? Asked Hawks as Naomesa shook his head. Well, that gives us an even bigger problem. Why is the government protecting this kid? I don't think I've ever heard of the government protecting a bona fide vigilante. That's kinda why I'm here, said Fat Gum between chewing. A few years ago I worked with some vigilantes and the government deal with some drag traffickers. The vigilantes in question were 2 kids and an old guy that kinda got dragged into the situation against their will. Got give those civs props for handling the situation as well as they did, but that's beside the point. The government only helps vigilantes out if they had no choice but to become vigilantes for a good reason, like they or a relative has been targeted by a villain. To do this though, they need to have to work with the government, and not a single one of my contacts in the government have ever talked, let alone make a deal with Demon Slayer. Out of everyone here, I most likely have had the most experience dealing and working with the government. If he is working with the government, then it has to be high up. Very high up. All the heroes took a moment to ponder over Fat Gum's words. Before Vernon thought of something. Wait, do you mean to tell me that my tax dollars are going to a kid so he can play hero? You can rest assured, Vernon, our tax dollars aren't going to the boy, said Night Eye, adjusting his glasses. Thanks to Gran Torino here, we have discovered someone else is paying for the boy's escapades. Person, said Ryukyu, it would have to be one rich son of a gun to pay off the government. Unfortunately, it seems no one in the government is being paid off, said Night Eye, typing on his computer. All Might gave a dry chuckle. Here comes the scary part. You see, every incident that the boy and his friends are involved in, every single bill for the destruction, reconstruction, hospital bills for both the villains and civilians are all paid off by the same person. What? That's impossible, said Hawks, the amount of money would be astronomical. We asked Nizu, the principal of UA, to check the math, and in my free time I double-checked it. He said as the bills and math appeared on the projector behind him. Every person in the room could only stare at the amount at the end, no one could say a word. For a moment you could clearly hear a pin drop in the room. Hawks actually fell out of his chair looking at the number. Mandalay slowly raised her voice. I think you added a few too many zeros to that. Afraid not, little lady, said Gran Torino. That's every bill added up since Demon Slayer appeared up to 2 weeks ago. How in the hell, screamed Vernon, Pixie Bob and Bubble Girl. Tiger was slowly coming out of the shock as Ragdoll's eyes kept swirling. Hawks slowly picked himself off the ground as Fat Gum began to drool, thinking of all the takoyaki he could buy with that money. If some of you could please return to reality, we got some more information to go over, said Gran Torino. This just proves that whoever is doing this isn't obtaining this money legally, said Endeavor. This has to be the work of some supervillain working in the shadows. You are absolutely correct, Endeavor. Said All Might, we did some research on where this money was coming from, and to our surprise it was coming from bank accounts. Bank accounts from people from over 100 years ago. 100 years ago, said Ryukyu, remembering what they said about the government. So let me get this straight. Some guy is paying for all of this, using money that hasn't been touched for 100 years, and is most likely paying off people in the government for these kids. Why? It doesn't make any sense. What could anyone have to gain from any of this? They all frowned at this. We don't know, said All Might. It doesn't make any sense at all. What good does manipulating the system so a child can freely do hero work? The more I think about, the more it makes me think something big is going to happen. Hawks needed some clarification. Wait, how does the kid fit into all of this? I've met Demon Slayer and he seemed like an alright kid. To be honest, I can't really see that kid doing anything evil or even villain related. I agree with you, Hawks. After reading his file and history, not to mention all the people he's saved, I'm not all that worried about him. It's this so-called sensei of his. He has mentioned to a few people that he has a sensei that has taught him and has encouraged him to operate outside the law and to commit acts of vigilantism. I would wager that the boy might be being played and that his sensei has ulterior motives. It doesn't matter, said Endeavor, cutting in. The boy and his friends are committing acts of vigilantism and are working outside the law. I've read the boy's file and I agree he might be manipulated, but we won't know until we grab them. We know about Midoriya, but what about the other three? What do we know? Unfortunately, we know next to nothing about some of them. The most information we have gotten is from the mall incident from a while ago, said the detective, taking the floor as a picture of a girl with the heart hoodie appeared on the screen. The hooded is the primary one we don't know about. None of the pictures we were able to obtain had a clear shot of her face, so we weren't able to ID her. The most we know about her is that she is wearing some sort of I Heart hoodie, but the letters are too faded. And that she has blonde hair coming out of the sides of her hood. We can't even properly identify her quirk because in a few shots it looks like she is doing gymnastics and tossing people around with some increased strength, but at the same time several criminals were found floating in the air for some reason. We believe she might have something to do with that, as the screen showed 3 men floating in the air. Before switching to a picture of Eri drinking a milkshake. This girl, as far as we know, is named Eri. I've checked the face recognition records and she doesn't exist. There is no one named Eri around her age with a horn on the side of her head. We have no idea where she came from. All we know is that she's been sighted piggyback riding on Midoriya and that she clearly has strength enhancement quirk, and a pretty good one at that, as the screen showed the video of Eri slamming the robber into the ground. Some of the heroes present couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Unbeknownst to Eri, her slamming the robber became a viral video and was trending for a few days. This is all we have on these 2 girls, I'm afraid. What about the other one? Said Endeavor, the one with the gun. You mean the one that called you Flame Face? Said Pixie Bob, earning a glare from Endeavor and causing a few heroes to chuckle. She is a different story. Naomasa, catching the room's attention. Her name is Yae Ryoshi. She is Japanese but has spent most of her life abroad. No school record, no previous criminal record. She travels the world with her parents for her father's work. Matazo Ryoshi, he travels the world looking for animals with quirks. He has a pretty good record, but some of his movements have been questionable, but since these incidents are in other countries we don't have much to go on. We can assume she's received training directly from her father, but we can't confirm cause we can't get in contact with him. From what we can tell, he's been in Australia for quite a while hunting some sort of monster gator. As for his daughter, we can confirm she has been in the Americas for the past few months. We confirmed with airport footage that she has been traveling alone for at least the past 5 months, going to various wild areas of North and South America for reasons we don't know, but the last sighting of her was at the LAX airport in California, and that is her last sighting until the mall incident. There is no footage of her in any airport in Japan, so we have no idea how she got here. All other history and abilities are in the file we sent each of you, along with all the information we have on Izuku Midoriya and his abilities. After Naomasa ended his briefing, the others went silent for a moment. Is that it? Asked Burnin. Anything else we know about Yae? I ran into her, said Ryukyu. During my patrol the other day. I ran into her as a shop was being robbed. She was apparently across the street looking at a hunting shop. She fits the bill of a pro hunter, guns, jacket, wildlife expert, and when we spoke she said she was sad that I wasn't some wild beast cause my head would look good on her wall. Before throwing down a flashbang and escaping capture. She's unique to say the least, and after talking to her I can say she seems like the type that could be manipulated easily. Hawks then imagined a stuffed dragon over a fireplace. She wanted to turn you into a stuffed dragon. She sounds like a handful. Endeavor was getting angry. We have nothing. This is a waste of time. Come Burnin, we have more important work to do. As he and his sidekick got up to leave, Mandalay smillied. Okay Endeavor, you can leave, but you'll miss the part where we may have located their hideout. This stopped them in their tracks. Mandalay got up and walked to the computer. Night I stepped aside for her. We have lead where they may be. The day of the mall incident a cab driver came to us because earlier that day he gave a ride to Yae Ryoshi. She was dropped off right here. As she pulled up a map and moved the cursor over a section of fields with some trees. The driver gave us the cab footage, and in Yae's own words, this was her destination and this is the direction all of them go when they're done catching a criminal or when they're running away from a hero. So it's safe to say somehow around this area is where they are hiding. Can you confirm this? Asked Night Eye. Mandalay couldn't confirm if it was the place before Hawks chimed in. That sounds about right, getting confused looks from the other heroes. A few months ago when I ran into Demon Slayer I was able to tag him with one of my feathers. After I was able to get the Villian Steel Angel to the police I tried to track it down, and for a while it stayed in one place before it was either destroyed or someone cut my connection to it. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. Said Night Eye, walking up to Hawks. You had this information for months and only now divulging it. Yep. Night Eye took a deep breath. Why? He's a good kid. Honestly I think he just needs a good talk. Not serving the rest of his life behind bars. Not to mention how much of a hassle it would be to bring him in and explain to the public why their vigilante who has been doing more work than a lot of heroes is in jail. To be honest, the main reason I showed up today was to make sure you guys didn't go too hard on the kid. If I had the authority, I would strip you of your hero license. Hawk's wing feathers began to twitch. Try it. Enough, said All Might. Hawks, while I understand where you're coming from, but withholding this information has only prolonged this confrontation and furthered spiral it out of control. Night, I calm down. I know where your anger is coming from, but now is not the time to act upon it. This seemed to calm the two heroes down, though the sound of the door opening caught their attention. Endeavor, where are you going? I have a location. I'm going to go and end this farce and arrest whoever is behind this, but please don't let my absence stop your meeting. Continue to waste time for all I care. As he and Burnin left, Ryukyu stood from her seat as well. Come on, we all better go after him or else he'll burn down every field in the valley. Very well then, said All Might. This unsanctioned meeting has turned into a full-blown investigation scene. Let's move out. As the heroes moved out to solve the mystery of the Demon Slayer. Clap. All right people. Today is the big day, said Yashiro, getting everyone's attention. All the residents of the mountain were waiting in the living room. The doctors are in the medical wing and their assistants/guards are on standby in the waiting room. It's time for your last surgery, Eri. Really, said Eri on the verge of tears. With this the curse will go away? Yashiro knelt to Eri and held his hand out. With this the curse will become a gift for you to use as you wish. Eri took his hand as he picked her up. In Yashiro she turned to look at Izuku. Izuku? Don't worry Eri, I'll be right there with you through it all. He said reassuringly. Don't worry, Short Stack. Said Ye. We'll be right here waiting for ya. She's right, you've done this before. You'll do just fine, said Melissa. Eri turned to Tomo who had yet to speak. Tomo. You'll come right? No, said Tomo cheerfully, nearly breaking the girl's heart. Because I'll be here making your favorites for dinner tonight. Eri began to drool a little. Desserts. Tomo smiled. Yes Eri, lots of desserts. Yeah, yelled Ye, also drooling a little. Ye, calm down, you're drooling, said Melissa, trying to calm her friend down. And you two are helping me cook. Huh, both girls stunned at Tomo's words. Don't give me that look. Izuku can go down and support Eri and Master for all of us, and I know for a fact you two aren't going to be busy in the meantime. Well, I've hunted and cooked wild game, so I may be able to help, said Ye, trying to act confident. But do you really want Melissa in the kitchen? Hey, I've gotten better, said Melissa as her face slowly turned red. Toast doesn't count. Melissa was about to make a retort, but Eri beat her to it. You burnt the toast, remember? Leaving Melissa to hang her head in shame. I can make a flux drive in my sleep, yet I can't even cook a slice of bread. It's okay Melissa, I can't cook that well either, said Izuku, beside no one here can invent like you can. This made her feel better as she blushed a little. Don't worry Melissa, you and Ye can leave the more complicated stuff to me, said Tomo. Though we better start or else we won't have it done by the time they're all done with Eri's surgery. She's right, are you ready Eri? Asked Yashiro, and Eri nodded. Alright, let's get going, as he took Eri to the medical wing with Izuku in tow. I guess we should get started, said Ye as they headed towards the kitchen. Yeah, but Tomo, do you really need our help? Asked Melissa. I've seen you wipe up big meals all on your own. Do you really need our help? Well, to be honest, not really, admitted Tomo. But this is a good chance for the three of us to have some girl talk, freezing the two in place. So let me get this straight. This little brat was the one who changed Eri, said Overhaul, pointing at a picture of Yashiro in an airport, talking on his phone. I understand the confusion, but I assure you that brat is no child. He is one of our greatest enemies, said a raspy voice over an old monitor. This voice belongs to All for One. One of the, if not the greatest villain in the entire world. Believe it or not, that brat is even older than I. This surprised many in the bar. Really sensei? Why haven't you spoken about him before? Asked Tamura, putting down his PSP. He may be our enemy, but he doesn't work like other heroes. He works in the shadow and he mostly stays out of the way. You see, his power allows him to stay young forever, and so far nothing I or anyone else has tried can kill him. I believe his form of immortality has gotten to him, so he usually stays quiet and out of the affairs of heroes or villains. He seems content staying in his hole and working on his science projects here and there. It's because of this I didn't tell you about him early. I knew a few heroes that used the same combat style as our little demon slayer, but I didn't think Yashiro was involved, not until that internet clip showed up. So he has some way of controlling and changing other people's quirks? Asked Overhaul, finding a new interest in this Yashiro. Yes, he was there in the beginning and knows more about quirks than I or any other. The only reason I haven't hunted him down and imprisoned him in some corner of the world is because of his knowledge and his resourcefulness. I've sent several assassins to try and capture him and only a few were able to find him, those that did either never returned or came back with barely their sanity intact. He is not someone to take lightly. To top it off, he has the protection of several governments around the world. Tamura and Overhaul couldn't believe what they were hearing. This guy was sounding more and more like trouble. Now he sounds like a final boss, said Tamura grinning. It sounds fun. Meeting the final boss so soon. It makes killing him all the sweeter. Overhaul ignored Tamura and stared at the picture for a bit. Is this why you asked me to bring some of Ares' blood, holding up his briefcase? Do you think it will kill him? No, I have something else in mind. Kurogyri, bring it out. Of course, said Kurogyri as he opened a portal. When the portal was fully opened, a man in a full body suit with a journey was pushed through with a body on it. This here is Twice, a new recruit to the league. Hey, who are you, BSTRDS? Oh, come now, let's be friends. He said in two different voices. Tamura and Overhaul looked at him for a second before looking at Kurogyri with raised eyebrows. He has a fantastic quirk, but he's not exactly all there in the head. Hey, there's nothing in my head. You want to see it's completely full, said Twice energetically pointing to his head. Twice, do you have it, said All for One's voice. Yeah, got it right here, he said, holding up a beaker with a strange round object inside. It's a marble. No, it's not. Hey, sensei. What's with the dead body? Asked Tamura, pulling up the cover on the journey, revealing a small charred human body. Disgusting. Overhaul. The child is not dead. It was put into a coma after a burning building collapsed on top of them, but that's not important. Right now we are going to try a little experiment. So I need you all to do exactly as I tell you. Overhaul, I would like you to bring a vial of Ares' blood out and give it to I would like you to replicate her blood. Overhaul begrudgingly gave Twice a vial of Ares' blood. Twice took a moment to look at the vial. Boss, I know my quirk is awesome and all, but I don't think my quirk can replicate this. I'm worthless. I know the limits of your quirk. Have no fear. Simply replicate the vial and put it in the beaker. Twice did as he was instructed. To the surprise of the bar, when the vial of blood disintegrated into slug, the blood came back when it made contact with the ball in the beaker. The ball began to glow a faint white color. Is it glowing? Asked All for One. Yes, said Overhaul, inspecting the beaker. What's the ball? A form of trigger, a drag that increases the power of quirks. No, it's an eyeball. Even though All for One couldn't see, he could tell everyone was staring at the TV screen. Now, without touching it. Overhaul, I would like you, as quickly as you can, break both the contents of the beaker down and the body of the child, and then merge them. Overhaul was a cautious man, and that side of him wanted to question this, but his curiosity wanted to see what would happen. He carefully took the beaker from Twice and put it on the body. He took his glove off, and within a second he destroyed both and quickly reconstructed the body with the beaker now empty on top. Everyone was now silent as they stared at the body, waiting for something to happen. A minute went by with nothing happening. When suddenly, the body suddenly jerked upright, screaming. The child kept screaming as it fell off the journey and began to shake on the ground as if it was having a seizure. It slowly made its way to the wall. As it was moving, its skin was changing, slowly turning from charred to pale, revealing a young boy. He slowly got into a sitting position as his hair rapidly grew on his head. When he finally stopped screaming, he was sitting against the wall with a white mop of hair covering his face, breathing heavily. The hell, said Tamura, it healed him. Is this some sort of treatment you are making for yourself? No, said All for One quickly. Ask him his name. What is his name? Hey kid, what's your name? He asked with no response. Come on, tell us your name or else. Still no response. Annoying Tamura. I don't suppose I can kill him. No, have patience, Shigaraki. They waited as the boy's breathing slowed. The boy slowly raised his head, revealing his face that was covered with strange red markings. So gonna tell us your name now? The boy slowly opened and closed his mouth before quietly speaking. Rue, before falling unconscious on the ground. Rue, said Tamura before looking at Overhaul. Don't look at me, I don't know a Rue. They were about to ask All for One before he broke out into a hysterical villainous laugh. It was enough to scare some of the others in the bar. Soon the ancient villains will rise. What will you do, sensei? Okay, we've been here for over an hour. Minutes, said Burnin. Nothing's here, she screamed right next to Naomasa and Endeavor. I hate to give up too soon, but she's kinda right. Said Lemillion to Night Eye. We've checked all the nearby fields and the trees several times, nothing's out here. Night Eye rubbed his chin as he tried to think. All the heroes from the meeting have been searching the field where the cab driver's GPS showed where he dropped Ye off. All Might and his sidekicks were still looking around the area with the pussycats. While he was thinking, Hawks, Fat Gum, Gran Torino, Sun Eater and Ryukyu approached him. Did any of you find anything? They all began to shake their head. Sorry Night Eye, said Fat Gum, we couldn't find anything, not even an underground entrance, nothing. It would appear that this is a dead end, said Ryukyu. I couldn't even find anything searching the air, said Hawks. I hate to say this but this is a dud. The kid must have found my feather and ditched it here. Oh well, at least we're close enough to my favorite chicken place. I can pick some up on my way home. Chicken sounds good, said Fat Gum, a bit hungry. Hey, how does chicken sound, Sun Eater? Sun Eater? Sun Eater was paying attention to the conversation as he was looking upward. What's Nijire doing? They all look upward to see Nijire randomly pointing in the sky and doing some strange aerial movements. I've never seen her do movements like that before, said Ryukyu. Nijire, what are you doing? She called to her in turn. Why are all of you walking in circles? She called from the sky. What? You're all walking in circles. What is she talking about? Said Ryukyu, getting confused. Nijire, we're searching the area. No. You're only searching the area over here. You haven't searched anywhere else. Getting the attention of others while also confusing them. Hawks ascended into the sky to see what she was talking about. You guys have only searched over here, she said before powering up her Nijire beam and firing a few short blasts in the sky. Nijire, what are you doing? You can't just fire random blasts. What if you hit something by mistake, said Ryukyu, trying to scold her in turn. Yeah, said Nijire, knowing she shouldn't do this but it was the best way she could think of. But you haven't looked this way. Firing a beam in the opposite direction. As the beam flew, swearing, spiraling in the air in one direction before suddenly unraveling in mid-air and going in all sorts of different directions. Something's here. Everyone saw the beam. Endeavor jumped and tried to rocket in the same direction. Endeavor, wait, said All Might before rushing to stop him. Catching him and bringing him to the ground. Why are you stopping me, All Might? You're going to hit Burnin, he said as he moved out of the way, revealing Burnin. What? How, you were behind me? I saw it, sir, said Burnin. 1 second you were in the air heading that way before somehow turning around as the other heroes gathered around them. I got this, said Hawk, scattering his feathers. In the same direction the Nijire beam went. All the heroes saw as the feathers changed direction before Hawks made them stop in mid-air. Before you all ask, yes, I made them all go straight. I wasn't making them change direction at all. Wait, don't call them back yet, said Mandalay. Look, that one over there, it's still straight, pointing to a feather that hadn't changed course. Hawks called his feathers back as they went towards the feather that hadn't moved. Hawks began to send some feathers out in the same direction, noticing all the shifts in the air and changes to his feathers. It's a path. It's about the size of a truck, but if we turn here and here I don't think our directions will change. Pixie Bob. Search dog, ordered Mandalay. On it, as Pixie Bob pulled a few dog-shaped earth dolls from the ground. The search dogs moved along the path a few meters ahead of the group before suddenly disappearing. What the there? Still there, I can feel them, but she walked forward a bit and reached her arm out before her hand began to vanish, rippling the air. She quickly pulled it out, revealing her hand was still there. Oh yeah, that's something, all right? Without hesitation All Might walked forward and disappeared through the air. Before his head reappeared. It's some sort of giant invisible cloak. Come on, before disappearing into the wall. Slam. The noise startled Melissa and Ye. They both turned to see Tomo had stabbed her cutting knife into the cutting board. Insects, she said with disdain and an angry look on her face. Tomo, are you okay? Asked Melissa. Is this about our conversation from earlier or? Tomo quickly gathered herself. Excuse me, there is something I must deal with, she said with her usual calmness. Tomo, said Ye, stopping her. Did something happen? Every word dripping with seriousness. Tomo smiled. Oh, don't worry, there's just something I have to do. So please make sure the meat is cooked, and Melissa, if you could please continue to chop the vegetables please, as she tried to move to the exit only for Ye to block it. Ye staring at Tomo in the eye. Tomo continued to smile. Don't worry Ye, I'll be fine, but here, a pen and notepad appeared in her hand. If I'm not back in 15 minutes call this number, as she handed Ye the notepad. I'll be back shortly, as she left. Ye, what's going on? Said Melissa, trying not to freak out. Put a timer on for 10 minutes and be ready to move. I don't believe it, said Pixie Bob, staring at the mountain before them. It's real. Woohoo, screamed Ragdoll with joy. It's real. The missing mountain is real. Ragdoll, calm down. Now is not the time to get excited, said the tree line. Missing mountain, said Night Eye. What is she talking about? Before Mandalay could explain, Ragdoll ran right back to the group. If you look at any map that's over 200 years ago, it said that there is an extra mountain in Japan, but most of those are so faded you can barely make out the words, let alone the pictures, and if you look at any electrical map it will tell you another story. This map according to my phone right now doesn't exist, showing everyone her phone. But it's right here. The legends and rumors were true. The missing mountain is right here. Several heroes took their own phones and supporting equipment out to confirm that there was no mountain here. Gran Torino looked up from his phone. A mountain that's been gone for 200 years. That timetable sounds interesting. This caught both All Might and Night Eye. The three had the same idea what was here. Naomasa, getting the detective's attention. Go and call the police for backup. This looks like we're going to need it. Okay, but how will I find the place? Follow my feathers, said Hawks. I left a trail behind just in case. I can order my earth creature to follow the path as well, said Pixiebob. In fact, they already carved a path when we entered. You'd be surprised at how many times you can get turned around on rescue missions. With that, Naomasa nodded and left the way they came to call the police chief and tell him that they found something. Something big. Humph, I'm disappointed in you, All Might, said Endeavor. Do you really think all of us need backup? No, but you never know what is going to happen. You have to expect the unexpected. Be ready for anything. Like a girl, said Hawks, pointing to the tree line as a young woman came to the edge of the tree line looking down on them from the incline. A really cute girl, making some of the heroes roll their eyes. None of you are supposed to be here. Leave now, she said, her voice layered with anger. Or else I will have no choice but to beat each of you within an inch of your life. The heroes stood there in silence, some preparing themselves for a fight. It was clear to them that the woman in front of them was not joking and was fully prepared for a fight. Though this was lost on the interns. Wow, that's kinda of a stupid move, said Nijire, not reading the situation. Nijire, said Lemillion with urgency in his voice. Even though he had to admit this girl didn't seem like a threat, he could tell by the other heroes to be prepared. Let the pros handle this. Why are you being so uptight? We got the top 3 heroes here, she said, holding up 3 fingers. And we outnumber her by a lot. Tomo stood there watching the 3 interns. So these are heroes. For a moment I thought the Yakuza may have found us. I recognize a few from Izuku's notes, but that doesn't change anything. They shouldn't be here. Excuse me, miss, said Hawks, trying to be as friendly as possible. We are heroes and I don't care. Leave. Look, we are just trying to leave. Miss, if you could give us a leave now, she said, getting more frustrated. This is private property. None of you have been permitted to be here. Leave now and I will forget this transgression. Hawks stood there not sure what to say next and tag out, so All Might gave it a try. Ma'am, we have reason to believe that. Do you have a warrant? I beg your pardon. Do you have a warrant? She said, making sure every word was understood. Unless you have a warrant you are not allowed to be here, and if we have any issues we will deal with them ourselves. Do you own this land? Spoke Gran Torino, stepping forward. If not, then can you bring us the one who does? My master is currently indisposed at the moment and I speak on his behalf. What is that old man getting at? He's clearly fishing for information, she thought, looking at the group. Some of them look like I can convince to leave, but this old man has a look that shows otherwise. Same goes for All Might and the one in glasses, she thought. It was true, some of them realized that they don't have a warrant and they had no real cause to be here. None of that matters. Soon I'll have each of them tagged. I'll teleport them once I do. Tomo began to prepare to move. Today is a big day for us here and I don't have time to play with any of you. So just this once I'll allow you to leave. So turn around and leave. So just to make sure, for 200 years your master has owned this mountain. Tomo narrowed her eyes at Gran Torino. What is he doing? Does that matter? All Might, Gran Torino and Night Eye all had the same thought. It's him and he's still injured and can't move. It's now or never. Time to end this, but first I have to at least try to break through to this girl. He's a monster, he pleaded. Look, I don't know what your connection with your master is, but he is evil. He is a monster who would leave you behind in a heartbeat. He doesn't care for you in the slightest. So please step aside and let us deal with that demon. Tomo stood there wide-eyed, staring directly at All Might, letting his words sink in. She then quietly spoke. Monster. Tomo, be careful, as he wrapped her finger. They may be flowers but they still have thorns. Evil. It's Monday, he said, working in his lab. Sorry Tomo, I was caught up in my work. I was successful in increasing the drag's power. Now nerve transplants should be easier than ever. Doesn't care, putting a hand on her medallion under her kimono. Okay Tomo, you can take the BLNDFLD off. When she did, she saw a stunning kitchen and on the counter were 10 brand new kimono and accessories. She stood there staring at all of it before turning to him and mouthing, how? I have a friend who can teleport things. Sorry, I'm terrible at buying gifts. Since you've been cooking so much, even for me, I thought a more updated kitchen would work, but that seemed a little selfish. I'm getting you a kitchen so you could cook more, so I bought you some other stuff. I guess I was just unsure of what you wanted, so I bought everything I could think of. Demon, as veins visible popped up around her eyes. She knew what he was, but she also knew this was an insult. Tomo convinced Yushiro to take a break. Thank you, Tomo. Sorry to drag you all the way down to South America. When I heard about the largest earthquake of the century, I had to come and help. This was definitely an all-hands-on-deck situation. Tomo reminded him of the amount of lives he saved today. Yes, while that is true, I wish I could have done more. I like to work in the background because I save more lives in the long run, but at times like this I wish I was here sooner. Tomo tried to keep her voice as calm as possible, but the utter rage on her face was clear as day. You have trespassed on private property and I'm well within my legal right to beat you to death for it. So before we get started, tell me, All Might, do you have a successor yet? Successor, said Fat Gum as he and several other heroes were clearly confused. All Might, how about we calm down, said Ryukyu, you've clearly set her off. Does it matter, said Endeavor, if this girl is foolish enough to think she can take us all then it's her fault. But she also has a point with the warrant, said Mandalay, with the other pussycats agreeing with her. We aren't supposed to be here. Though none of these reasons reached All Might as he continued to stare at Tomo in silent anger. I'll take your silence as a no, then. Part of me was hoping he would say yes so I could cut loose. Wow, he has really set me off. I want to beat the crap out of him, but it looks like I'll have to keep him functional for his hero duties. One chance, apologize now while you can still move your jaw. All with a smile on her face. If that's how it is, then prepare yourself, villain. All Might got into a fighting stance. Whoa, said Hawks, flying between the two. Let's chill out for a second, you all make some valid points, but Hawks was unable to finish as a ball was shot from the tree line and hitting him right in the face. A Temari ball? Before any of the heroes could act, several Temari ball came flying from the tree line behind Tomo. Each of the heroes tried to dodge but quickly found it difficult as they began to curve in the air. Tiger had to hit them away. Look out, they're homing. Even those who could fly had a hard time dodging the ball. We have to get her, as he charged Tomo, who in return raised her hand, making a slow swiping motion causing Tiger to spin down the hill. Hawk saw this and got an idea of her quirk. The ball themselves aren't her quirk, she must have some sort vector controlling quirk. All Might smash 5 Temari ball. I'm ending this, as he made a jump at Tomo. She didn't move a single muscle as he flew through the air. Everyone looking thought he would crash into her, but he didn't, as he suddenly hit an invisible wall centimeters in front of her. An invisible wall. She has more than one quirk. Tomo smiled as he showed her hands, one with a ring in it and another with what appeared to be a seashell. She raised the one with the ring a little higher. Impact transfer. Before shoving the seashell through the invisible wall. When the shell connected to All Might, he felt a massive force hit him from the seashell, sending him flying down the hill. What was that? Said Pixie Bob. What did she do? Ryukyu saw and still didn't understand the girl's quirk. Okay, my turn, as she turned into her full dragon form. Before she could even roar or get close, Tomo began to play a pan flute. What is she? As several vines shot from the ground wrapping around Ryukyu. She can control plants. I can't break out, these aren't normal vines. Ryukyu, I'll get you out, said Nijire as she began to blast the vines with her quirk. Fat Gum tried to help rip the vines up, but his strength wasn't cutting it. It became quite clear to him that they underestimated this girl. Night Eye, we need to figure out her next move or else we're all going down. He yelled at Night Eye as Endeavor and Burnin sent a torrent of flames at her. A Chinese mirror appeared in her hands, and as the flames made contact it was absorbed in the mirror. She quickly did the same with Hawk's feathers before pointing the mirror at the other heroes as flaming feathers shot out of the mirror. Gran Torino tried to take advantage of this and maneuver behind her. She pulled out the hilt of a blade as a beam of pink energy came out like a whip, and Gran Torino. It didn't hurt him but slowed down his movement into a crawl in midair. As he came in for a very slow landing, her hilt changed to a weird snake staff as a black arrow appeared under Gran Torino. When he made contact he was also launched down the hill. Fat Gum moved as quickly as he could and caught Gran Torino before he made a crash landing. I gotcha. He looked up to see the girl with a rapier in hand and Endeavor and Burnin trapped in ice. This is not going well. Gee, you think, said Torino. Night Eye, we need something now. They looked over to Night Eye just standing there. Night Eye? His sidekicks were by his side. Sir? While Tomo was countering each of their moves, Night Eye was seeing something else entirely. She isn't moving, as blood began to come out of his eyes, causing his friends to call for him. When Night Eye activated his quirk, all he could see was Tomo just standing there on top of the hill. Not moving, not doing anything. Just standing. What's wrong with Night Eye? Said All Might, finally getting his bearings after being thrown. I don't know, said Bubble Girl, panicking. Centipeder looked as Endeavor broke out of the ice, with a knocked-out Burnin whom he put down and charged again with Hawks trying to back him. She seems to have multiple abilities, maybe one of them is doing this to Sir Night Eye. Gran Torino agreed with the assessment. as Endeavor fired fireballs and Hawk's more powerful feathers at the girl, who simply batted them away with a fan and countering with icicles. We need to take her out, but she got more tricks up her sleeve than Houdini. We need a plan. Think of one, sighed All Might. I'm going to stall her, as All Might jumped back into the fray. After Tomo made both Hawks and Endeavor bounce back with a floating green shield. All Might, wait. That stupid brat. GT turned to the other. As Night Eye dropped to his knees. Interns, stay with Night Eye. The rest of you have any ideas? I have one, said Bubble Girl. With a mighty roar, All Might tried to attack Tomo. Only to have her raise her again once more, this time with a green ring on her finger. This ring glowed and produced a wall for All Might to punch. All Might kept punching until it began to crack. Though this just made Tomo smile. In brightest day, in blackest night, I will eradicate you from my sight, as she turned the wall into a giant fist, smashing All Might into the ground. Hawks and Endeavor tried to back him up, only to be pushed into the ground by an unknown force. They looked to see her hold a red ribbon in her hand. Don't worry, I'm only adding pressure, it shouldn't be enough to crush your organs. Now that I've calmed down a bit and humiliated them a bit, time to teleport them away. Ha, Bubble. As she then was surrounded by a huge wave of bubbles. She quickly became unable to see any of her surroundings. She could hear a bit and guess they had her surrounded. She brought out a yo-yo and began swinging it over her head in a circle. Lightning began to crack on the yo-yo, popping all the bubbles. She was a little too slow as the heroes moved. First Centipider jumped in front of, freaking her out. Gross. I hate insects, as she held her hand out, now holding a pendant. That began to spin, making an impossible air pressure, blowing him away. She then quickly turned, pulling out a giant ring with an emerald on top. It grabbed Fat Gum and made him rounder as she threw him at Bubble Girl and Tornio, who were too close to dodge. In a flash she brought a pole out that extended right into Tiger's gut. Unfortunately he grabbed it, forcing her to ditch the weapon. She lost her first weapon. She then had to sidestep Mandalay's attack to her side. She quickly countered by grabbing her right gloved hand and fire kicking her in the side, taking Mandalay's glove. That was the first time she has had to move and the first physical attack she's made in this fight. Though this fight was hardly over, she spun around to see several earth monsters surrounding her, being created by Pixie Bob. She quickly pulled out her coin, stopping all the earth movements around them. In the 1 second of confusion for Pixie Bob, Tomo summoned a chain from her sleeve, wrapping it around Pixie Bob's left hand. She then whipped the chain, sending her into Mandalay and taking Pixie Bob's left glove. As Tomo looked down on her opponents, enough was enough. Enough, this ends now. You have absolutely no hope of beating me, said Tomo as she put Mandalay and Pixie Bob's gloves on her hand. Shivering a little. Gross. Hey, give those back, said Pixie Bob. Those belong to the... She stopped when she noticed the earth monster she made began to move without telling them to move. What the? I'm not doing that. Now how does this work? Everyone heard Tomo's voice in their head. That's my quirk, shouted Mandalay. Oh, I get it. One-way telepathy, said Tomo as she began to wiggle Pixie Bob's glove, causing the earth monster to jitter a bit. HHMM, these things are harder to move than I thought. How in the hell do you have our quirks? Tomo smiled as she reached down and picked up one of Hawk's discarded feathers. Now that we have a bit of a pause, I realized I never introduced myself. My name is Tomo and you can call my quirk RE quirk. The second she said, a pair of pink wings sprouted from her back. As you can see, my power allows me to use the abilities of others. If I A, have a bit of their DNA, i.e., that man's feather, or B, have something that the person has held onto for a very long time. Something personal like a necklace, a weapon, or in this case some gloves, as she flexed the gloves. I can even use the quirks of people who have long left this world. Thanks to my master, my collection is quite big. Though what she didn't mention was the fact that she can't keep using the same quirk too many times in a row, or else she will become exhausted quickly. She's somewhat able to get over this by using the same quirk through different items. Throughout the battle she has been switching her teleportation pendant with other ones. Another problem she has is that her body isn't built to withstand or use other people's quirks, so the drawback is much worse for her. This is all possible because she is drawing power from something more than just quirks. Something demonic. I will admit that I don't have as much experience as a lot of you, she continued as she scanned her stunned audience. But I outgun all of you 10 to 1. Now I will give you all one last chance to. As she was making eye contact with each of them, she noticed one was missing. As she turned very close to her was Ragdoll. Ragdoll was there when they had surrounded Tomo. Ragdoll did something she shouldn't have. She tried to use her quirk on Tomo. Ragdoll's quirk Search. Search allows her to track up to 100 people at a time and learn people's strengths and weak points. As she tried to use her quirk to find a weak spot, she saw something else. Tomo didn't have a weak point. She had something else. Something that made her freeze in place. Now they were staring at each other. Or was he looking at her? Does she have a quirk that can see it, thought Tomo as she sent the gloves and feather to her armory. She slowly began to walk towards Ragdoll, who just stood there shaking in fear more and more as Tomo got close. Then Ragdoll began to cry blood and began to pour out of her nose. Ragdoll, screamed the PP cats as they rushed to help their friend only to meet an invisible wall. The other got up ready to help only to stop when an ear-piercing scream filled the air. The heroes turned to see Night Eye clutching his head as blood came out of his eyes and nose as well. He stared at Tomo, she stared back as well, but Night Eye didn't see her. He saw something more demonic, something truly evil, a man. Not an ordinary man, but a man that filled every part of his body with fear. He didn't know why this man was so terrifying, but he was. Tomo looked at them both. So they both have quirks that are strong enough to see him. I guess I have been using it a little too much, thought Tomo. It looks worse than it is, but I should knock them out and get them some medical attention. Hold it. The new voice, getting her attention. She turned to see the three kids who have so far stood on the sidelines failing to free the dragon. They had moved and were on this side of the invisible wall. They were currently posing ready for a fight. Okay, I'll bite. Who are you three supposed to be? I'm Lemillion. This is Sun Eater and she's Nijire-chan. The three of us are heroes in training and we're going to be the ones to defeat you. Tomo gave them a look of disbelief. She looked over the other heroes. The dragon was still trapped, the girl with fire hair was still out cold, two of the heroes were currently experiencing a nightmare, and the other heroes had taken a few good hits. The top three heroes looked the worse. I just went 10-1 with the pros over there and I'm still standing with barely any dirt on my kimono. What do you three think you could do? I mean, one of you looks like you're going to PSS your pants, she said, pointing to Sun Eater. Lemillion put his hand on his friend's shoulder, reassuring him. Don't worry, remember the plan. Lemillion then turned to Tomo. The reason is because I will beat you with my all-powerful quirk, he said with total confidence. Oh. Okay, I get it. You have some amazing quirk that was overpowered at birth and you think it's strong enough to beat me. Tomo would later deny that beating the other heroes may have gotten to her head. When it most definitely did. Oh, I don't think it will beat you. I know it can, he said as he began his charge. Nijire, Sun Eater, let's go. This is why the foolish die young, she said as she threw some stones on the ground that turned into mini golems, dogs with purple markings. Sun Eater quickly turned his fingers in tentacles and tossed rocks at the golems, crushing them. Nijire sent some of her spiral beams at Tomo, who simply summoned a broken blade that reflected the beam back at her. Lucky her beams are kinda of slow. As Lemillion got close, Tomo summoned a brass knuckle gauntlet in her free hand, ready to knock his lights out. Only for him to do something unexpected. He jumped into the air and spun, throwing his cape at her. Trying to blind me, huh? She thought as she caught the cape with her counter blade just in case he used his quirk through the cape. She quickly moved it out of the way only for Lemillion to be gone. She quickly scanned the area. She saw Sun Eater and Nijire, but she couldn't find him. Until she turned around and found him standing a bit away. Grinning and pumping his fists in the air. Victory, he shouted to the heavens. Huh? What are you talking about? You haven't won, she said, confused. He stood there chuckling. Did he activate his quirk? Am I already in some sort of mental trap? If so, time to give him a taste of his own medicine. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, as she held his cape out. What comes around goes, round. She instantly felt something was wrong. 1. She felt a bit lighter. 2. She felt a breeze in places there shouldn't be a breeze. The second she looked down, as her face turned bright red, and she did what any girl would do in her situation. She screamed. As she tried to use the cape to cover herself. My clothes, she said as she tried to reach for them, only for a hand to appear from the ground and snatch them from her reach. She turned to see Lemillion rise from the ground with her clothes in his hands. You. Yep, I planned that. You see, my quirk is permeation. It allows me to go through anything or allows anything to go through me. I had a hard time getting the hang of it growing up, and when I saw your demonstration early I realized you may be able to use other people's quirks but you don't know how to use them. So I figured if you used my quirk you would drop all of your trinkets, as he moved a part of her kimono revealing several rings and other accessories. I'll kill you, little son of. She was unable to finish as she noticed she was suddenly in the shade. She slowly turned around to see All Might, Endeavor, Hawks and a very set-off Ryukyu standing over her. Oh right, without my things. The wall and vines disappeared. You're under arrest, said All Might. Fat Gum, how's Night Eye? He's out cold and his face is covered in blood, but other than that he looks all right. How about Ragdoll? Same over here, said Mandalay. She seems to be okay. All right, that just leaves that beach. They all turned to see Gran Torino helping Burnin, who was still covered in a bit of frost with a bit of blood going down her cheek. She's up, said the old man. And not too happy. You, she said, most definitely pissed. You knocked me out. You froze me and now I'm going to fry your butt. All Might could feel a bit of blood in his mouth. We don't have time for this. Endeavor. Endeavor gave a small grunt. Calm down, Burnin. He's right, said Gran Torino. We may have stopped one thanks to those 3 youngsters, but we are still in enemy territory. The heroes began to discuss the next course of action. While Tomo carefully adjusted the cape she was using to cover herself. She had successfully wrapped it around herself like a towel or a toga, trying to cover her important parts. How humiliating, she thought to herself. I don't mind being defeated. I'm not a fighter, but to be stripped in front of all these people, I'm going to kill that brat, she thought as her rage boiled. All Might clapped his hands together. Okay, then we split up, one group takes the injured back and takes the girl in, while the rest of us continue. What we didn't decide on that, said Hawks. There could be more like her here, and before you say anything, I don't care about the odds. What I care about right now is you clearly not telling us everything. Pointing a large feather at All Might, earning looks from the other heroes. You know something. The way you two talked was not the conversation of total strangers. You two may not have met, but you two were both on similar pages. You're not telling us everything. The same goes for you, Gran Torino. Gran Torino and All Might looked at each other, having a slight conversion. How did they know about Master, thought Tomo, asking the question herself. They may have found this place by an investigation, but Master Yashiro shouldn't exist on paper. Did the previous user of One for All tell him? Did she leave some sort of message? Then is this about her? She's the one that didn't want Master's help. She was the one being stupid. What was that? Tomo looked up to see All Might looking at her. Realizing she said the last part out loud. Tomo was seething with rage but spoke slowly and clearly. She was the one who ran to her death, she was the one denied my master's offer, she was the one who was being stupid. Her death wasn't my master's fault, don't blame him for her own fuck-ups. As she went on her little rant, the heroes looked between her and All Might. All Might was talking deeper and deeper breaths, and even though his face remained neutral, they could tell he too was getting angry as he was glaring at the girl. You are a delusional little girl. Hopefully a few years behind bars will straighten you out, he said in a deep voice that unnerved the heroes. Even Endeavor, none of them have heard All Might talk like this. Arrest her. I'm going up the mountain. As he turned to the mountain, some of the heroes began to protest as Burnin was the only one willing to comply as she went to grab Tomo, who had her bangs covering her eyes. I didn't think I would have to use my trump card, but I can't let them stop the operation. I won't let them get Master, and I won't let Eri suffer. Burnin stopped in her tracks as she saw kanji appear in Tomo's eyes. What the? Burnin didn't know what was going on with her eyes, but she could tell she was about to try something. But it all stopped as they heard a very loud click. In a split second, as if time stood still, both girls saw a smoking bullet fly in between them. The group of heroes and Tomo were engulfed in a smoke screen. The heroes on instinct moved out of the way and tried to get out of the smoke screen. Though before they could, something really strong and really fast cut through the smoke screen, making a beeline towards Tomo. Some of the heroes tried to intercept, only to have a powerful whip quickly grab and toss them. Fat Gum got in front of Tomo and blocked a kick. The smoke screen lifted enough for him to see his opponent, revealing a blonde girl with glasses. Another kid, she raised her right arm holding the whip as it wrapped around her arm and glowed. Ah crud. Armored heart punch, she yelled as she hit Fat Gum, making him fly to the edge of the clearing. Tomo, are you okay? Oh yeah, yelled Ye from the tree line. Don't worry Tomo, your badass backup has arrived. You too. A smile of relief creeped onto Tomo's face. You know, if my internal clock isn't off, it's only been about 12 minutes. After the phone call, it took us a minute to get down here. It's a big mountain after all, said Melissa, happy to see her friend okay with a glaring problem that shocked her. What happened to your clothes? Tomo spoke through clenched teeth. That blonde little bstrd over there took them, glaring over at Lemillion, who was looking a little nervous. If you can just get my necklace, it holds the teleportation quirk, I can fix everything from there. Okay, I can deal with the perv, she said, now glaring at Lemillion, but then noticing behind him was a very familiar dragon. Wait, that's... Oh, dragon lady, said Ye. And they say your trophies don't mount themselves. Wait, that's the hero Ryukyu, said Melissa, waving to Ye to not shoot. She's one of the heroes in Izuku's book. She then scanned the clearing. Those are the wild PP cats, that's Endeavor, Hawk-san. She stopped as she made eye contact with a particular hero that made her jaw drop. Said hero was doing the same with his eyes almost bursting out of his skull. Uncle All Might, Melissa, said All Might, equally as shocked. What's my niece doing here? Yashiro took a sigh of relief as he made his way to the waiting room with Izuku in tow. Sensei, how do you think Eri's doing? Holding a water bottle for Yashiro. Yashiro gladly took the water bottle. She's doing great. Really? To be honest, I couldn't tell. When working on a quirk, it usually doesn't show physically unless the quirk is a mutation or appears on the body. The only thing Eri has is the horn, so there won't be much change. Oh, then did you really need all those other doctors? Of course, Eri's quirk is strong and it changed her physically. I had to be prepared for the worst, and you don't need to worry about them. Most of them haven't seen a surgery on someone's quirk. Most of them came for the opportunity just to see it. Some of them were taking as many notes as you, he said, taking a drink of water. That's good, that's one less thing to worry about, he said, receiving a quizzical look from Yashiro. I'm kind of worried about the girls. You know, too many cooks in the kitchen. You don't need to worry about that. Tomo will keep them in line, he said, pulling out his phone. If she didn't, I would get a call, staring at his phone intently. Sensei, is it Tomo? No, I had my phone on Do Not Disturb, so I missed several calls from the generals and a few from the president. This shocking Izuku. He would sometimes forget how many powerful connections his sensei had. He was about to ask when the phone began to ring. Yashiro answered quickly. Yes, Prime Minister. Yes, I'm doing just fine. Is there another plague villain? What phone call? Ball deep in a, yes, that sounds like yay. What, why? An invasion. Izuku now was very worried. No, the military is arriving in 5 minutes. Understood. I will. Yashiro hung up the phone and put a hand out for Izuku not to ask any questions for a moment so he could take a quick breath. Izuku, I'm going to the kitchen. I want you to go back and tell the other doctors to watch Eri for a moment and tell them we have a situation and tell them to expect company. After that, meet me in the kitchen. The moment Yashiro was done with his instructions, Izuku bolted into the operation room. While Yashiro for the first time in a while used the breath of lightning to get to the kitchen as fast as he could. He could tell he was rusty. He accidentally hit the wall twice and almost broke the door down when he made it to the kitchen. To his horror, there was no one there. It was empty, even the stove was turned off. Tomo, he said under his breath. Sensei, said Izuku, arriving to the kitchen. Where are the others? If I had to guess, they're at the bottom of the mountain dealing with some uninvited guests. Uninvited? The Yakuza, but how? There are a numerous number of quirks out there that can locate people or places. They most likely used something like that to find us. Tomo felt them come through the barrier, and for the same reason I didn't feel them, and why she didn't tell me is because I was in the middle of operating on Eri. I'll go and help. Hold it, said Yashiro with a serious look on his face. I'm coming too. This is my home and I'll be dead if I sit on the sidelines while everyone else fights to protect it. They both nodded as they began to race out of the house when suddenly they heard a crashing noise from the side of the manor. They wordlessly changed course and went to the side of the manor. They both stopped in their tracks at what they saw. Izuku had to ask. What is that? That's a Scorpion-class tank. On my lawn. There's a Scorpion tank on my lawn. Is there a tank on my lawn? Yashiro was about to forget and head down the mountain when they heard the familiar sound of a helicopter. They both looked up to see several helicopters with a lot of firepower flying over. Helicopter quickly descended and Amon in a suit jumped down. Mr. Yashiro, are you all right, sir? I'm fine, Agent. Just tell these people to not break anything. There's doctors in the medical wing, and for the love of sanity, get that tank off my lawn. Izuku, let's go. What, sir? We're here for your protection. Protect the doctors, he yelled over his shoulder as they dashed down the mountain. And get rid of that tank. A few minutes earlier, Melissa and All Might just stared at each other. What are you doing here? They both said at the same time. Me, I'm supposed to be here, they said at the same time again. How are you supposed to be here? Everyone in the area was watching the two like a comedy skit. All Might has a niece? Asked Nijire. I had no idea. It really shouldn't be that surprising, said Tiger. A lot of heroes have family. Mandalay nodded. Some just don't advertise it as much. Still, it's kind of hard to believe, said Pixie Bob. I believe it, said Fat Gum, rubbing his cheek. Enough of this, yelled Endeavor. All Might do something about your niece now. Oh, shut up, Flame Face, said Ye, who still had her guns at the ready. Don't call me Flame Face, he screamed back, making his face fire burn brighter. Ever since you called me that on TV, every DMN child on the street has begun calling me that. The sound of silence was quite prevalent. Everyone just looked at Endeavor for a moment, while Burnin was looking away from her boss. Wait, do you really come here because she called you Flame Face? Asked Ryukyu. I came here to put a stop to these vigilantes and to find out who's screwing with the government. But we only found out about the government problem during the meeting. All Might, hurry up with your niece. Endeavor growled. All Might walked over to Melissa and put his hands on her shoulders and kneeled. Melissa, what are you doing here and how on earth did you punch Fat Gum? I kind of live here. What, why? Because. Well? It's a bit complicated. My dad's new friend invited me to stay here to help with my quirk. All Might could feel his blood drain from his face. Hoping his hearing was wrong. Quirk. Yeah, I have a quirk now and he's been teaching me how to use it without. Uncle, are you alright? All Might hung his head in shame. This is all my fault. I should have been honest with David. I should have told him. All Might, think it's time for a tactical retreat, suggested Gran Torino. Some of the other heroes had no idea what exactly was going on, but they did like this idea. You're right, said All Might as he stood tall. I thank you all for coming and I promise a proper explanation, but first I need to get my niece out of here. Huh? Wait a minute, why? Melissa was now very confused on what was going on. I'm sure if I talk to Sensei we can sort this out. Melissa, listen to me. That man is not a good person. He's tricked you and your father. Him and everyone who works for him is a criminal. Hey. I will not allow you to insult him, said Tomo, trying to ignore her current dress. Yay. Don't worry, I already got my sights on him, said Ye with her gun now pointed at All Might. I don't take kindly to people who insult my father and the old man like that. He's done a lot for my family. You might be a hero, but I can guarantee that he's done more than you will ever do. So just try to take my friend Johnny Bravo and we'll see who's walking away. Johnny Bravo? Whoa. 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 Everyone calm down. No one is going anywhere, said Melissa trying to get a hold of the situation. Uncle All Might, look, I don't know what's going on, but I don't think Mr. Yashiro is a bad person. He even offered to help you. Melissa, we need to go and I'm not taking any help from, wait, who? Mr. Yashiro, he owns the mountain, he's the one who's been training me and Izuku. All Might thought for a moment it might be an alias, but when he looked at Gran Torino it looked like he was lost in thought. Before he could ask they could hear a loud noise approaching from the distance. The sky became filled with engine noises as several helicopters flew over them, circling everyone in the area. What in the fresh hell is this? Screamed Burnin over the propeller noise. 3 of the helicopters landed and several soldiers came out surrounding the heroes, pointing their rifles at the heroes. I don't think those soldiers are on our side. A man with a crew-cut haircut with a mustache in a high-ranking military uniform came down from one of the helicopters with a megaphone in hand. Attention, all of you, stand down. I'm General Bokaza. If you do not comply we will treat you as a hostile. Everyone was too stunned to say anything. Some began to silently panic while others began to prepare their quirks. Wait, came from an unexpected place. Please wait. Look, I know we were just fighting, but I nor my master want anyone to die today. Especially here where we live. Miss Tomo, are you alright, and what exactly are you wearing? Asked the general. It's good to see you, Mr. Bokaza, said Tomo, giving a small bow. And as you can see, a lot has happened today. I can see that. Don't worry, we'll arrest these trespassers, so rest easy. What? Yelled Endeavor. We are the heroes here. On what grounds are you putting us under arrest? Several of the soldiers actually began to hesitate at Endeavor's point. Several of them were unaware of why they were there, and all of them recognized the heroes in the area. Well, are you going to tell us? Gen Bokaza didn't like being talked back to. Why, you son of... We are the Japanese military, you are heroes and you will follow our orders. That isn't good enough. As Endeavor reached and grabbed Tomo's shoulder against her protest. If you don't give me a proper explanation, I will treat the people here as criminals. Shocking the heroes and the soldiers. Don't you dare, Endeavor. I will make the order. Flame face. Ye getting his attention. I won't miss, pointing her gun at his head. The rifle began to glow. Whether you want to take a bullet is up to you, but please make the wrong choice. The tension was reaching an all-time high. No one knew what was going to happen next. The PP Cats were considering surrendering and getting medical attention for Ragdoll. The same could be said for those of the Night Eye Agency. Fat Gum and Ryukyu wanted answers but didn't want to get arrested. All Might and Gran Torino weren't leaving without answers, and Hawks was about ready to knock Endeavor out before any more blood was shed. What in the hell is going on here? Everyone in the area turned to see Demon Slayer and a pale kid wearing a doctor's coat. With various people have different reactions. Izuku, Sensei old man, said Melissa and Ye, happy to see them. Mr. Yashiro, said the general with a saluting Yashiro, shocking the troops. Master Yashiro, Tomo said quietly, but her voice was filled with joy. After hearing this, Endeavor took his eyes off the two for a second to look down at Tomo. When he looked back he only saw Izuku standing there, and then he suddenly felt something grab his arm. He looked down to find the pale boy holding his arm. Yashiro had a look of anger and spoke in a low, menacing voice. Let go of Tomo right now, was all Yashiro said. Even though he wasn't gripping Endeavor's arm very hard, his words were enough. Endeavor has been a pro hero for years and not once has he ever felt as much fear as he did looking at the boy in front of him. Every instinct in his body was telling him to run, as if he was facing an ancient beast, and for the first time in his hero career he jumped back out of pure fear itself. The sudden release from Endeavor threw off Tomo's balance, but before she could fall, Yashiro catches her and gives her a huge, causing Tomo to blush and be a little embarrassed out of the open display of affection. Master. Tomo, are you okay? Asked Yashiro with concern in his voice as he broke the hug. What happened to your clothes? After the hug, Tomo had turned her face away out of embarrassment. The blonde boy has it. Yashiro turned to a now panicking Lemillion. Yashiro, with clear anger on his face, forced himself to talk calmly. Boy, please give those back. Now, leaving absolutely no room for arguing. Lemillion didn't move for a moment before seeing some of the other heroes nodding him to do so. He quickly walked over to the two holding out the clothes. Yashiro reached into the kimono, grabbing the necklace and giving it to Tomo. The second she got a hold of it, she quickly activated the quirk and was instantly wearing the clothes that were in Lemillion's hands. Tomo quickly put the necklace on. She then wordlessly dusted herself off before walking to Lemillion and giving him a slap on the face, leaving a solid handprint on his face, before returning to Yashiro's side. Feel better? Tomo gave a silent nod to Yashiro's question. Okay, with that out of the way. What is going on and why are all of you here? There was a moment of silence as none of the heroes knew exactly how to respond. Who the hell are you, brat? What are you? Endeavor asking the $1,000,000 question. How dare you, said Gen Bokaza in a booming voice. Walking up to Yashiro. This man here has done more for this country, nay for the world, than anyone else. You will treat him with the respect he deserves. This only served to confuse everyone else a lot more than they already were, and Yashiro could clearly see that. General, I thank you for helping me, but I think it would help everyone if we explained a few things. The general nodded in understanding. Now I think the best way is with a demonstration. Yay, if you could. Bang. As Yashiro's head was blown to bits off of his shoulder. That should do it. Yae, yelled both Melissa and Izuku, while causing Tomo to pinch the bridge of her nose. The general stood there with his mouth wide open as he stared at Yashiro's headless body. This also caused many soldiers to now aim their weapons at Yae and made many heroes to go back to a fighting stance. What the hell, said Ryukyu in shock. I thought they were on the same side, said Sun Eater to try to keep his lunch in. Okay, I did not see that coming, said Hawks. Bubble Girl just kept staring at the body. Should we arrest her now or she began to scream as the headless body began to move. Everyone in the area watched as the body stood up without a head. Then they all watched as veins and bones began to grow out of the body and form a skull, then muscle, and then skin. After the head was restored, Yashiro rubbed his eyes before turning and glaring at Yae. I was going to ask for you to make me a knife. I wasn't going to ask you to blow my head off. Yae simply shrugged. It worked, didn't it? As the noise of a few soldiers vomiting could be heard along with the thud of one of them fainting. Yashiro took a deep breath before turning around and looking at the shocked faces of all the heroes. So questions. All the heroes were too shocked to form words. Silence was their response. As for Bubble Girl in particular, it was fainting. Yep, that sounds about right. Okay, let me go over the basics. My name is Yashiro and I'm 223 years old. My quirk is a form of hyper-regeneration, and because of this I haven't aged in years. I've been alive since the dawn of quirks. Any questions so far? Hawk slowly raised his hand. So you've lived here for 200 years. Not the entire time. You see, back in the day when quirks first appeared, the populace was scared. Many people with quirks were attacked, and I was no different. This place originally belonged to a military instructor who turned it into a safe haven for the first quirk users of Japan. He was able to use his connections with the government to have this place disappear from the maps. When he passed, he asked me to watch over the place. This was mostly a lie, but it was a believable lie, and it's the same one they told Melissa when she first stayed here. So why have you been hiding? Asked Fat Gum. I haven't exactly been hiding. You see, back in the day no one really understood quirks. Some people thought it was magic. When people found out I was somewhat immortal, they tried to find a way to use me so they could stay young as well. That's when I found out my blood is poisonous, extremely poisonous. Even up to 70 years ago people had the insane idea that if you drink my blood you will somehow gain eternal youth. It didn't work, and I inadvertently killed a warlord and all of his followers. This included his captive civilians. After that I thought it would be best to stay and work in the shadows for a bit until the world got far enough with quirks to understand that they don't work like that. Demon blood was highly toxic. If ingested, hope someone is nearby for your last few words. Gran Torino had a question this time. What kind of work did you do in the shadows? Oh, a few projects here and there that will hopefully help humanity a little. A little, said Bokaza, sir, you don't have to be so modest. You've developed the technology for nerve transplants, you helped create Island, heck you even convinced the government to bring over the hero agency system from America. Our country would have most likely fallen apart without your genius. Yashiro gave the general a tried look. Thank you, General Bokaza. Yashiro was about to continue when a new helicopter was heard overhead. As it landed, everyone could see Helicopter 1 on the side of it. The presidential helicopter. As it was landing, Bubble Girl decided it was time to wake up, asking what happened. Someone catch her up to speed. As he walked to the helicopter, as the Prime Minister stepped out with his security. Prime Minister Abuyashiki. The president looked like a young man with black hair and pale eyes. Mr. Yashiro, I'm so sorry for the situation. Has it calmed down at all? Somewhat. We're talking now, and from their reaction so far they had no idea who I am. The Prime Minister narrowed his eyes as he approached the heroes. Okay, I'll ask this once, why are you all here? All of the heroes shifted in place like children getting scolded by their parents. All Might decided to speak. Mr. President, we are because we were investigating the vigilante demon slayer. Why? I checked the police records and there were no investigations into Demon Slayer authorized. Are you kidding me? Said Gran Torino. A kid shows up and for months defeats criminal after criminal, and you don't think that's suspicious, not to mention the mysterious person who pays for everything from the medical bills to the construction and damages. Do you have any idea how much that cost? Way too much money to seem legit. That got Izuku's attention. Really? Was it a lot of money? The heroes looked at him. You don't know? Izuku shook his head. Bubble Girl. Yeah. Bubble Girl took out her phone that had a backup of all the info on her phone. Here, showing Izuku and the others of the amount. For a moment everyone was afraid Izuku's eyes would pop out of his head. Are you okay? It's just an estimate. Izuku looked at Yashiro with his face still in shock. Is this accurate? Izuku, for your own sake please blink your eyes, they look like they're going to fall out, as he took a quick glance at the phone. Oh wow, that's actually really close, just 2 million shy of the actual amount. The next thud they heard was Izuku collapsing to the ground with foam coming out of his mouth. Izuku, said his friends as they checked on him. Ye took a look at the phone. Wayo. Old man, how do you have that kind of money? Well, I have had a few investments that have gone quite well, some of them are well over 100 years old. That combined with a few patents and royalties I have, and the fact that I don't need to eat to live and I make a lot of things myself. It all kind of builds over time. Oh, and whenever I get asked to go somewhere, most of the time the trip and all expenses are paid for. So in a nutshell, with my life still, it all just builds itself, and I used several different accounts just in case the bank it's in gets shut down or robbed. A lot of things were making sense for the heroes right now, which made some of them feel a little guilty. It took a moment, but Izuku came back to his senses. When he did, he began to apologize to his sensei and offered to pay him back over the next 100 years. Though most there knew that wouldn't be nearly enough time to pay the money back. Then Yashiro shocked them all by informing him that Izuku barely took more than 1% of his total amount in the bank. Yeah, I don't spend a lot of money, so I forget how much of it I have. I should donate more. What about your mansion on the mountain? I built it. I've been alive for a long time and I've had a few friends who've helped here and there, but a majority of it was built with my own 2 hands. I get bored every now and then. So you're not a villain then? Asked Nijire, raising her hand. Who's manipulating kids? What? No, said Yashiro, wondering why heroes brought kids to his mountain. Is that what this is about? You think I'm some sort of villain operating from a mountain? Kinda. I mean, how are we supposed to know that you are what, the Prime Minister's doctor, assistant? What are you exactly? Again, way too much money to be legit, repeated Gran Torino, interrupting Nijire's question. But definitely enough money to manipulate the government. The Prime Minister stepped forward at what he considered a bit of an insult. You shouldn't underestimate the government. We aren't that easy to manipulate as you may think. As for Mr. Yashiro here, think of the country as a village. I would be the chief, heroes as warriors, and the people as the villagers. In this analogy, Mr. Yashiro would be the elder, the one everyone goes to for advice, and a person who's respected from every other village in the world. People come far and wide for his advice or help with medicine, even though elder is technically not an official job in the village. Oh, I get it. He's smart. So you got him for help when you or someone else screws up. Okay, moving on, said the president, getting the conversation back on track and ignoring the girl's small insult. This does not excuse any of you for breaking into private property and attacking the residents. Wait, Mandalay said, getting their attention. Look, I know we're in trouble and all, but Ragdoll and Night Eye are out unconscious because of the fight and need medical attention. She pointed at the two. What did you do to them? Tomo realized she was asking her. Izuku, these two her have vision quirks correct? Yes. Sir Night Eye has the power to see into the future and Ragdoll has a quirk called Search that allows her to locate a person and find their weak points. It was most likely a temporary quirk overload. Their quirks allow them to read or see what quirk that a person is going to use. I technically used several quirks that teleport objects or change the space around me. I changed them so rapidly I overloaded their quirks by accident. This was also a lie they made up just in case this situation happened. The real reason is because their quirks reacted to Tomo's demonic power. Though it looked like the lie worked and satisfied most of them, those who knew the truth knew that this would have to be something they would need to handle in the future. Mr. Prime Minister, said Yashiro, I know what these heroes did was wrong, but I don't think we need to deal out the punishment immediately, and don't get me wrong, they will pay for this, and no, I don't want their money nor do I want their licenses taken away. We all know that would cause more problems than it would solve, but I do have a few ideas on how they can pay me back for this. Though for now we should tend to the wounded and I have to return back to my house. I was in the middle of surgery and my patient needs me. Surgery, said the president, making some of the heroes nervous. Yes, I was taking a break but I need to get back to it. Excuse me sirs, said Bokaza in his usual booming voice. I just got a report from the soldiers at the temporary roadblock. There's several police officers outside along with the chief of police himself. What? The president couldn't believe this. I can't believe I've lost this much trust with my own people. No, this is partly my fault, said Yashiro. I owe these people and the country an explanation. It's time for me to return to society. Are you sure? Yes, I've been hidden long enough. Please inform the other cabinet members and the other world leaders that this may concern. I'll give you more details later this week. Very well. You've given us help whenever we have asked for it. We will back you any way we can, he said as he bowed to Yashiro. Yashiro bowed back. Thank you. Now then, all of you heroes expect to hear from me in the future. I will be in contact with all of you and I look forward to speaking with Night Eye and Ragdoll when they wake up. As he turned to Bokaza. Now would you mind escorting them off the mountain and please get the tank off my lawn? A tank, said Ye grinning from ear to ear. No Ye, we are not keeping the tank, said Yashiro making her pout. Also for blowing my head off, you're weeding the garden this week, causing her to complain. Do it again and you're cleaning the whole house. Causing Ye to gasp in horror. Wait. They turned to see Mandalay being blocked by the general and a few guards. What happened during the muscular incident? She shouted out. Clearly desperate. Yashiro raised his eyebrow as he looked at Izuku, who was shocked by the question. Izuku, how about you escort them down the mountain? Izuku nodded and began to follow the heroes. Yashiro also noticed Melissa fidgeting in place. You can invite All Might up if you want. I'm sure you two have much to talk about. Really? Of course, and tell him to bring Gran Torino as well. But first I would like a word with all of the heroes, said a clearly unhappy Prime Minister. So what would you like to know? Asked Izuku, walking alongside Mandalay. First of all, I would like to apologize for all of this today. I didn't think things would go this far. It's fine. I know Mr. Yashiro as a whole is a big secret, but he's a really nice person, so I doubt he'll make your punishment too harsh, said Izuku, kind of worried what his sensei was cooking up as a punishment. But what is it that you would like to know about the muscular incident? The water hose duo, she said with sadness in her voice and eyes. Could you tell me what happened to them? To be honest, I can't, he said, receiving a look of shock. When I got there, Muscular was already running away with a massive injury on his face. I chased him down to an abandoned building, but then the building began to fall apart. Did he destroy the support beams? No, it was like the building was turning to dust. The last I saw of Muscular, a person in a hoodie showed up right next to him and took him through a black portal. So someone saved him. He's not working alone. That's my guess. After I got out of the building, I went to tell the police what happened. That's when they informed me that the water hose duo was fighting him. I never saw them that day. So you didn't see them at all, not even their bodies? No, I'm sorry. Don't be. This gives me a little bit of hope that they're still out there, she said, looking down and squeezing her hands. Hopefully. Were they friends of yours? Family, actually. In all honesty, I wanted to meet you and ask, but this was not how I thought it was going to happen. Sorry again, by the way. It's all right. Hey, if you hear anything, I'll tell you guys right away. Thanks. Where the hell do you think you're going? Asked the president. Endeavor looked over his shoulder at the president. I'm going home. None of you are going anywhere, as the soldiers made a formation around the heroes as Night Eye and Ragdoll were put into ambulances. Mr. Yashiro may not have punished you right now, but that doesn't mean any of you are getting off scot-free right now. If I didn't want to lose Mr. Yashiro's good graces right now, I would strip all of you of your hero licenses and have you all arrested for trespassing on a government black site. Melissa was about to interject when Izuku came and put a hand on her shoulder and shook his head quietly. This was not their place. If you're so worried about your precious doctor, why don't you have him locked away in some lab or on island with the rest of the lab rats? Did you know we are currently on international land? All of these fields belong to other countries and many more are watching this mountain. When I get back to my office I'm expecting several phone calls from other world leaders as to why in hell did I let this happen. He has more standings around the world than anyone else. Even you all might. He yelled with clear anger in his voice, pointing to the #1 hero. The last time someone tried to force him to work against his will there was almost another global war. They learned very quickly it was a bad idea to keep a demon against his will. Especially one with many friends and several who want to be his friend. The reason this place isn't under heavy security is out of respect for him and because this place is of great historical significance to the country as the first safe haven for people with quirks. People even 200 years ago he helped. He's traveled the world helping millions of lives and putting an end to countless diseases and plagues. Even the one that was killing my own family, he said the last part calmly. So when he told me he was training a hero and would pay for all of it, I would be lying if I wasn't overjoyed. With his track record I happily let it happen and not only did we get a fantastic hero in training that already has a better track record than some pros but the government save a lot of money and resources and since Mr. Yashiro was paying for all of it, our economy is having its biggest growth in the past 10 years. Prime Minister Abuyashiki had to take a deep breath after his rant and to collect his thoughts. Before he could continue one of his security details came and whispered in his ear. Sir, you have been receiving calls from the President of America, China, the UK Prime Minister and many others. They're all asking about what's going on here. Tell them to give me 5 minutes and route all calls to my helicopter, he whispered back. Before looking back to the group. Okay, here's what's going to happen. I will let Mr. Yashiro decide your punishment but for now you're all getting babysitters, in a frustrated voice. As expected almost all of them protested. This is non-negotiable. You will each be assigned an agent for the time being until being informed otherwise. Not only to make sure nothing that happened here today gets out to the public but also to make sure you have a contact with both me and Mr. Yashiro. For now though I want you to go down and tell the police to calm down and I will personally talk to the chief at the station. That is all. General, make sure all of them have an extra shadow by the end of the day and that the interns are sent back to the school for now. General Bokaza gave a loud, yes sir. And make sure they all understand to keep their lips shut, said the Prime Minister as he went towards the helicopter mentally preparing himself. So Sun Eater trying to find the right words. Did we fail our internships? General Bokaza looked at the trio. No, we will the school each of you passed, but all of you should be thankful that you're getting a slap on the wrist than spending your youth in Tartarus. Yashiro was able to make it back in time and finish Aries' surgery. The doctors thanked him for the opportunity before they left. With the help of Yaitomo was able to salvage dinner while Melissa gave All Might and Gran Torino a tour of the mansion. Also was able to see All Might's skinny form firsthand. Afterwards Gran Torino got to watch as All Might was bar-rated over the phone by David for causing so much trouble. It only made All Might feel even worse learning that his friend tried so much to help him. He really needed to do something for David after this. Things had finally calmed down for the day for Yashiro as he walked down the hall of his home. Until he looked out the window. What is that tank still doing on my lawn? He yelled as he saw the tank was still there. That loudmouth general forgot to get the stupid tank. He already was halfway dialing the number on his phone when Gran Torino and a skinny All Might walked up to him. I'm guessing it's time to talk. Yes, we have some questions. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything I know and the story of how I met Nana Shimura. Come on, let me drive it. Just for a bit. Please. No, Yae, said Tomo, keeping a barrier between Yae and the tank. I just want to drive it a bit, maybe fire the cannon once. Only once. Please. No, she said firmly, not backing off. Come on, Yae. Give it a rest. Said Melissa, we can play a tank game on my laptop if you want. But this is real. Come on, how many times do you get to drive a tank? I mean, look at this thing, she said with stars in her eyes. I could blow up the whole world with this thing. And she wonders why we worry about her, said Izuku holding Eri who was eating a cookie and poking Izuku's ear rings. Oh come on Izuku, don't you want to ride this? Yae trying to get Izuku on his side. You can try to pick up chicks with this thing, causing Izuku to blush a little bit and Eri to wonder what this had to do with chicken. Melissa raised her eyebrow. Who would try to pick up a date with a tank? Hey Tomo, how'd they forget something like this here? Asked Izuku. Tomo began to rub her temples at the sheer stupidity of the reason. According to the general, the men he sent to pick it up forgot because they were too busy arguing whether or not their jeep looked like a pumpa, causing the three teens to stare at her in disbelief while Eri asked what's a pumpa. I couldn't make this up even if I tried. So what do you want to know first? Asked Yashiro. I'm an open book, I'll answer any question you have, as he began to pour tea for both Gran Torino and All Might in his skinny form, both of them sitting across from Yashiro. They were currently sitting in a small tea room Yashiro used for private meetings with world leaders. Any question? Asked Torino. Yashiro nodded. Then my first question is, are you even human? All Might had to stop mid-sip. What? Sir, what are you talking about? He maybe have lived a different kind of life than us, but... No, I'm not, said Yashiro, interrupting All Might and answering the question. I'm a demon. I haven't been human in over 600 years. All Might could feel a bit of a cold sweat coming. What? Gran Torino took a sip of the tea. Demons are real. Nana told me years ago that she met one. Of course I didn't believe she was being literal, I just thought she ran into a villain with a quirk that makes them look like a demon. No, she met me. Then let's start there. I have a million more questions right now, but how did you meet Nana? Yashiro looked into his teacup as he remembered the day. It was quite a long time ago and I was going through something and was a bit of a different person back then. Several years ago. Yashiro got off the train with flowers in hand. He began to walk out of the station alone and made his way down the street. He continued until he saw a group of kids outside of a convenience store looking at a poster. Yashiro stopped and took a glance at the poster. It looked familiar for some reason. He cut through the group of kids and took a closer look at the poster. It was for an upcoming movie. Oh, I know this movie, he said after the memories came to him. So they finally made a second one. Second one, said one of the kids. Dude, where have you been? This is for the 7th movie, the second one came out like 20 years ago. Oh well, thank you, child, said Yashiro in a monotone voice as he turned to walk away. Hey, you're only a few years older than us, you know. I wish, was all he said as he continued to walk down the street. He did make it far before a truck crashed into a building across the street. Yashiro stopped and saw several armed men jump out of the truck with bags overflowing with money. As they tried to grab as much as they could, a hero came down from the sky. Hold it right there, said the female hero who was floating off the ground. Surrender now. It's the floating beach, light her up, said one of the criminals as they all brought up their guns and began to fire. The hero floated higher and began to dodge the bullets. One of the criminals changed their hand into an RPG launcher. Try this one on for size. The hero, upon seeing the quirk, dived to the ground, activating her second quirk, hitting the ground and causing a shock wave, causing many of the villains to lose their balance and fall. That quirk. Yashiro recognizing the power. So you found a successor, Lariat. Then the man with the RPG hand fell to the ground, accidentally firing off a rocket, hitting the top corner of the convent store. Yashiro saw the kids from before right under the falling rubble. Without thinking, Yashiro dropped the flowers and took a deep breath in before rushing forward. Move, get out of the way, shouted the hero as she too rushed to save the child. Yashiro was able to make it first and shoved the child out of the way, but not fast enough to get out of the way himself, as the rubble crushed him. "No," shouted the hero as she quickly pulled the rubble off of Yashiro only to see his mangled body. "You just killed a kid," she said with clear anger in her voice as she stared down the villain. The villain in question got scared and grabbed a gun and pointed it at her. "Don't come any closer, you hear me? Don't, what the fuck," he shouted as he began to shake so much he dropped the gun. "Relax, will you," said a voice behind the hero. She turned to see Yashiro standing up, dusting himself off. "There's no need to cry over spilled milk, you know. You're okay." She couldn't believe the kid she just saw getting crushed just suddenly got up. "My quirk is hyper-regeneration," he said as he pulled out his phone, making sure it was okay. "Well then, looks like we have nothing to worry about." The two turned to see the group of villains pick up their weapons. "Time to die." "One moment," said Yashiro as he raised a finger at the group, before he began to text on his phone. "I'm fine, no need to freak out," and send, as he sent a text to the people watching him. He then put his phone away, then rushed and judo flipped the closest criminal. "Let's begin." In the moment of shock, the hero took the opportunity to punch out one of them. It didn't take very long for the two to deal with the criminals. To be honest, Yashiro thought of the fight as a whole as boring. "Hey, thanks for the help," said the hero. "Where did you learn how to fight like that? You wield the power well. Tell Daigoro he picked a good successor," said Yashiro as he picked up the flowers. "Daigoro, wait, do you mean Lariat?" "Hey, wait, you have to wait for the police," she said as she saw Yashiro walking away. "There would be no point and it would be a waste of time. Tell them whatever you'd like. I don't care," he said as he pulled out a piece of paper and vanished before their eyes. Yashiro put the flowers down next to a light post on an abandoned street. It was completely devoid of people. To anyone passing by, this would be a regular street with nothing to really make it noteworthy, but to Yashiro this was where everything changed. Yashiro didn't take his eyes off the flowers. "How did you find me?" "It wasn't hard, I just followed the flower petals," said the hero from before as she stood next to Yashiro. "Those flowers. Who died here?" "A lot of people died here. This is where humanity fought and killed its greatest enemy." As memories of the battle flashed before him. "You're not a kid, are you?" "No. I guess Daigoro didn't tell you about me. You know about my quirk." "One for all, yes, and I knew Daigoro, the 5th user." "I didn't know him. I'm actually the 7th user, Nana Shimura." "I see, so Daigoro is dead," his voice carrying the same amount of emotion as before. He was completely unfazed by the information, and this did not sit right with Nana. "That's it. I'm used to it," he said as he began to walk away. When asked where he was going, he simply replied he was going home. He kept walking, and even though he couldn't hear her because she was floating, he could tell she was following him. "How long do you intend to keep following me? Don't you know it's a hero's job to help people?" she said with a big smile on her face. "To be frank, you look like you can use some help." "I'm fine," still very monotone. "It's okay to admit you need help," she said, but didn't get a response. "Hey, maybe you can help me. I've always wanted to know what my predecessors were like." Yashiro looked at her, realizing that she wasn't going anywhere, sighed. "All right, let's cut all the useless nonsense. I'll answer all of your questions. Let's just get back to my house first." "Okay, then let on." After a bit more walking and one cab ride later, they arrived back at Yashiro's house on Mt. Saigiri. "This is your house?" asked Nana, seeing it for the first time. "It looks like a mansion or a small castle." "It was originally a house, but I've added to it over the centuries," as he opened the doors and stepped inside. Nana followed him and noticed something was off with the place. "What's with all the dust? When's the last time someone cleaned this place?" As she looked on the walls and saw several photos covered in dust but could make out Yashiro with several people. "He seems happy and not like a walking husk," she thought. "I don't know? Must have been at least a decade." Nana was a tough hero but couldn't deny that was somewhat disgusting. "What? Why don't you clean it? Don't you have a janitor or something? Don't you find this gross?" As she saw another wall filled with thank you letters from several people and groups, some of them even Nana recognized. "I haven't had anyone like that in years, and well, I guess I did make this place too big. What's the point?" "What's the point?" she echoed. "At least tell me you've kept the kitchen and bathrooms clean." Yashiro stopped for a moment to think, before walking into the kitchen. Nana followed only to see it in more dismay than the entryway. "What the? How do you cook food like this?" "I don't. I have no need for food or water to keep my body functioning. To be honest, I only had this room for guests." "When was the last time you had guests?" This question actually made Yashiro a bit uncomfortable. I used the tea room recently, so it should be clean." It wasn't. Recent to him was years, not days. "What do you do all day?" "Answer a few questions and give out my opinions to other scientists and doctors. Other than that, nothing." After the silence, Nana began to ask her questions and Yashiro answered her. Each and every single question. Yashiro didn't even try to hide anything, he told her everything. What was the point of hiding? What was the point if she knew? What was the point, he thought. "Hey Nana," called Gran Torino. "You're late, what's up? You ditched the police officers yesterday and they weren't too happy." "Yes, sorry about that, Torino," she said. Clearly her thoughts were elsewhere, as she was remembering everything that Yashiro had told her. "You okay, Nana?" asked her friend, who was now getting concerned. "I haven't seen you like this in a long time. Just thinking about a few things. Anything I can help you with?" "No," she said quietly. "Hey, what if I told you demons were real?" "What?" Gran Torino was now very concerned for his friend. "What if I told you demons were real and the whole reason we have quirks is because of them and that their evil runs through all of our veins?" "Nana, you're scaring me here," said Gran Torino, now positive that something here was wrong. "Look, if this is about putting your son up for adoption, I'm sorry, but I think this is the best option we have right now. Look, I'll take over Toshinori's training today and you take your son to that samurai festival in town, spend some time with him before you can't anymore. I mean, you wouldn't want him or Toshinori to see you look like a husk of yourself." That got her attention. "What did you just say?" "The samurai festival." "Not that. Adoption. After that. The last part of what you said. You should let the boys see you as a husk." Nana's mind went into overdrive, remembering everything that happened yesterday. That's it. That was his problem, that's why he seems so hopeless. He's forgotten who he is. "Who in the world are you talking about?" "Yashiro," she said as she began to formulate a plan. She began to leave. Hey, can you take over Toshinori's training today, as she started to run? I already said I would, yelled Gran Torino as she ran out of sight. What was that about? Gran Torino, sir, said a young Toshinori Yagi. Was that Shimura-sensei I saw leaving back there? Yep, she had something to take care of. So you're going to be working with me today, ZYGT. Gran Torino said with a devilish grin, causing Toshinori to begin shaking in horror. Sun feels good today, said Yashiro to himself as he sat on his porch soaking up the sun. What should I do today? Maybe I should clean a little. Nana did seem a little disgusted at the state of my house. He thought about it for a moment. And what's the point? I'll just lay here today. Which he didn't for a few more minutes before he felt something block his sunshine. He opened his eyes to see the smiling face of Nana Shimura. How you doing, Yashiro? Nana, what are you doing here? You didn't forget something, did you? Yashiro asked when he suddenly felt something poke him. He turned to see something he never expected. A child no more than 5 holding a toy samurai sword and wearing a matching toy samurai helmet. What? Who are you? I'm the Red Samurai, leader of the masked samurai, said the child while striking a pose. This caused Yashiro's mind to go blank, having no idea how to respond to this child's antics. What? Nana chuckled. That's my son Kotaro. Okay, what is he doing here? What are you doing here? Is this your castle, mister? Asked Kotaro, marveling at how big it is. When Yashiro confirmed this, the boy's eyes widened. That's so cool, you're like the blue samurai, the masked prince. Again Yashiro's mind went blank, blanker than before if that was even possible. Having no idea what to do, so he looked to Nana for answers only to find her leading her son inside his house. What are you doing? They went all the way to the entrance of the house where Nana began to search one of the tables at the entrance. Hey, where's your wallet? Left drawer. If you want to rob, I have more valuables than my wallet. Just what are you doing? You got your phone right and it's charged, she asked as she kneeled down for Kotaro to hop on, giving him a piggyback ride. Yashiro mindlessly took out his phone and checked his phone. Yeah, it's charged. Why? Nana responded by tossing him his wallet and grabbing him and dragging him outside. What are you? He was about ready to start fighting back. Nana reached her arm around him. Better hang on tight, as she powered her legs with one for all, power. What, you're not dash? He wasn't able to finish as they took off into the air. No sir, I'm perfectly fine. If you want you can keep your men on standby, that's fine, but I doubt anything will happen here. Yashiro said as he looked at the samurai festival with happy children running around playing games and having fun. After he was done calming down the current prime minister, he hung up the phone and walked up to Nana, who was with her son at a food stand, who both smiled at him approaching. So what is this? It's the samurai festival, said Kotaro, very excited to be here. It's where the cyber samurai are. And they beat up the monster with giant robots. So they're Power Rangers then. What's a Power Ranger? I think that's what they were called over 100 years ago. Though that aside, here, have some noodles, she said, holding out a bowl of noodles. I don't need to eat, you know. I know, but I want to give you some, as she handed the bowl to Yashiro. Yashiro looked at the bowl before taking the chopsticks and took a bit of the noodles. Though after the first bit he had to stop for a moment. Is something wrong? No, it's good. Real good. It's been a long time since I had noodles. I don't remember them to be this good, as he began to eat the noodles, and before he knew it he finished the noodles. I guess you miss eating, huh? Yashiro couldn't deny after eating the noodles he began to crave other foods that he hasn't had in over a decade. It has been a while. Come on, let's go play some games, she said as the three went around and played several games, and Yashiro couldn't deny that he was actually having a good time. They were currently at a game booth where Kotaro was trying to slice up a monster, but he was just swinging wildly. Some, you got this, cheered his mother. Yashiro decided to speak up. Kotaro, take a step back and breath. Then when you try again, try only swinging when the enemies are within range. Kotaro took his advice, and when he tried again he began to rack up points left and right, almost beating the high score. Though he didn't mind as he was able to get the Red Samurai's shield as a prize. That was awesome, Mr. Kotaro, as he played with his new shield. How'd you know that would work? I've learned a thing or two in my day, said Yashiro, remembering his own training he did years ago, and all of his teachers he had along the way. Really, can you show me more? Asked the young child. Maybe, he said, unknowingly smiling himself. They explored the festival more throughout the night, eating different food and playing different games. They even took some photos together. Though as the night went on the festival soon came to a close. Soon after, Kotaro fell asleep and Nana began to carry him while he slept peacefully on her back. So why did you bring me here? Asked Yashiro as they found a park bench to sit. With Kotaro asleep they couldn't just jump like before. I told you everything, so what are you getting out of this? Nothing, she said, I wanted to help you. You looked like you had nothing to live for, as if you were walking around like a living husk of your former self. In fact, last night I had a dream that the original user and Daigoro were asking me to help you. I even remember Daigoro telling me to kick your butt back into shape. The original user just wanted me to tell you that you're not alone, you still got friends out there, and I think you would make a lot more if you went outside. Yashiro stared at her for a moment, realizing that even though they were gone they were still here for him, and he laughed. Yashiro couldn't help it. He laughed harder than he had ever laughed in at least 200 years. I'm such an idiot, ha ha ha, even the dead can see that, as he fell off the bench. Nana couldn't help but smile at the demon. When he was done he got on his knees and bowed to Nana. Thank you, I realize now I needed this. Don't mention it. I was happy to help, and it gave me some good memories of my son, as she lovingly looked at her son. Nana, I would like to give you something, he said as he stood up. Could you please return to my house with me? After returning to the mountain they went straight to the lab. To Nana's surprise it was actually clean, she couldn't find a single spot of dirt in the room. She actually felt safe enough to put her son down in one of the computer chairs. Yashiro went to the bookcase at the end of the room and pulled out a series of books that opened a number pad on the wall. He input a few numbers into the pad, causing the wall of the room to split open, revealing a staircase going down into the mountain. After descending the staircase they came to a giant vault door. The type of vault door you would see in a bank. That's a big door, said Nana, somewhat in awe of the door. That's because it holds some big secrets, as Yashiro opened the vault door. Inside the wall were covered in high-tech safety boxes that Nana could only guess what they held. Nana followed Yashiro as he kept walking into the back of the safe and opened the box marked the END. As he opened it Nana saw a small vial of strange liquid inside. Yashiro took a deep breath, steeling himself as he took the vial from the box along with a case for it. Please take this. Nana carefully took the vial. What is it? Poison, he answered, strong enough to kill anything, even all for one. Nana looked at the vial, then the box Yashiro grabbed it from. Why do you have this? For myself. Just in case I ever lost myself and needed to be stopped. Not going to lie, I was afraid that the years would change me and warp me into the very monster I cursed so long ago for taking the woman I loved away. Did you ever thought about using it? Of course I have. It's not as easy as it looks to watch your friends die and you get to live on hundreds of years at a time, but I made a promise to her before she died, that I wouldn't die until I found my eternal happiness, something that would truly bring happiness in my life. As he remembered the last conversation he had with Tamayo, he felt shame as he realized that he went to the old battlefield because he was actually reaching that point. Good, cause if you didn't have a good reason I would have to give you a good slap. As she put the vial into the case and put it into her pocket, they left the vault and went back up the stairs. Nana grabbed her son as Yashiro escorted them out. Nana, if you need me to, I can watch over your son if you need me to. Nana stopped and looked at Yashiro. Where is this coming from? Well, you've helped me a lot today, and I know that with your power All for One is most likely targeting you. You were already planning to go to the festival, weren't you? Someone already tried to take both of your lives, didn't they? Nana thought about it for a second. Thanks, but no. I already have plans for my son. Not to mention you have already told me that you are even more of a target than my son and I. The world needs you, Yashiro, and I want my son to have a quiet life and not have to deal with any of this. I'm sorry, but I think a demon might be little much, not to mention you need to focus on yourself. Clean yourself up and reconnect with the world. Heck, when you're ready I'll introduce you to my friend Gran Torino and my successor. You've already passed the touch. Yep, his name is Toshinori Yagi, his hero name is All Might. He'll be making some big waves in the future. Just you wait. I look forward to it. Good luck, Nana Shimura. You too, Yashiro, I hope you find your eternal happiness and good luck reconnecting with the world. As Nana left with her son Kotaro with hope in her heart and a weapon to put an end to her enemy, Yashiro returned to his home and walked down the hall as he did a picture on the wall that caught his eye. He dusted it off, revealing a group photo. He then went to the photo next to it and whipped the dust off, showing a digital recreation of an old painting of his old mentor and a woman he loved. I'm sorry. You're all dusty. I really have lost myself. Yashiro could feel the tears on his cheeks. As he did, he slapped his face. Stop it. None of them would want to see you like this. After Yashiro dried his tears, he bowed to the pictures. I'm sorry, all of you, I'm sorry. I won't lose my way again. I know a few of you would kick my butt for letting myself and my home fall apart like this. I will live and I will help the world, and before I meet any of you again I will find my happiness. He couldn't stop the tears. Present day, back into the tea room. That's how I met Nana Shimura. She saved me from myself. 5 months later she died at the hands of All for One. I vowed on her grave that I would never fall into another depression like that again, and I would continue to help the world. Said Isuhiro, finishing his story. letting both All Might and Gran Torino process the story. "So you're really a demon?" asked All Might. Yashiro nodded. "Why didn't Sensei tell us?" "She did," said Gran Torino. "She told me about the demons, but I didn't believe her, and the reason she didn't tell us about Yashiro here is because that wasn't her secret to tell. She isn't someone to shout other secrets. Though she did tell me about the poison, she even showed it to me. She even told me before I grabbed you and ran that she was going to use it. But it didn't work," said All Might. "It didn't kill him." "I'm sorry. I made it to kill me, and so I was sure it would do him in," said Yashiro. "I think it did," said Gran Torino, coming to a realization. "All Might, think back to the first time you saw him. Did he ever use any of those powerful quirks when you fought him 5 years ago?" It was always painful to remember that day, but now that he thought about it, All for One never used any of the quirks he used on his master. No, he didn't. He used completely new quirks. "Then it might have done something to him," said Yashiro, thinking how the poison would have worked on All for One, which put a smile on his face. "I wish I was there to see that brat's face." "Brat's face? Wait, how did you know him?" "Oh, I guess you could say I was his teacher at one point." "What?" said both the heroes. "You were his teacher?" Yashiro put a hand up to calm them down so he could speak. "It was only for about a month. Back then I was trying to study quirks, and then I heard of a boy that could transfer quirks from person to person. That made him perfect as my assistant in studying quirks. He helped me with my research and I paid for and caught him and his brother up on school. He was practically kicked out when people found out he had a quirk. Back then he was just a child who was more concerned about his brother's well-being than taking over the world. After I concluded my research, I gave them enough money and a letter of recommendation so they both could go to school and live pretty good lives. It wasn't until about a decade later when he decided to go full villain. He even tried to kill me. I did nothing to encourage such behavior. I even forced him to return all quirks during our experiments and made sure to check up on all of them afterwards, and he didn't touch a single one of them. After his first act of villainy, I helped his brother try and take him down after he was given the stockpile quirk. That's when I discovered he had the transferring quirk." "Wait, you were the one that discovered the transferring quirk?" asked All Might. "Of course, how else would someone have guessed that making someone eat their DNA would give them their powers? Did you really think All for One would be kind enough to give out that little nugget of information knowing full well his brother wanted to stop him?" They both thought about that for a moment. "That makes a lot of sense," said Gran Torino. "Actually, looking back on this, all is making a lot of sense." All Might put down his teacup and stood up and made a deep bow to Yashiro. "Yashiro, all of this has given me more questions, but I would like to apologize for all of my earlier actions today. If there is anything that I can do, just say the word." Yashiro smiled at this. "Good, 'cause I have a few things I would like to talk about with you. So if you could please take a seat. I told you my story, so if you wouldn't mind, I would like you to hear my request. Afterwards I'll be more than happy to answer any more questions you have." All Might sat back down. "Okay, what would you like?" "You're looking for a new successor, right?" "Yes, I was actually going to be a teacher at UA to find a worthy successor." "Really? That's convenient, because I would like to not only fix you up so you can do your superhero duties longer, but I also have an idea for your quirk." "How does this make teaching at UA convenient?" asked Gran Torino. "As a doctor, I would like to monitor my patients, so knowing where they are and the activities they will be conducting helps, but besides that I have a candidate for you, a person I believe who would be a good choice for One for All." "You don't mean young Midoriya, do you?" "No, also I have a question about the school." "Okay, is there something you would like to know in particular?" Yashiro took a good sip of his tea and gave the two a mischievous grin. "Does UA have room for more faculty members?" Inko was having a good day. Was able to pay off her bills, get some fresh food, and vet gave her cat Cha-Cha a clean bill of health. Right now she was feeding her cat and waiting for Mitsuki to come over and help her with her workout plan. When Izuku went missing, her health declined and she almost missed paying her bills. Lucky for her, she got a new landlord that was very kind and lenient with her. So when her son started to appear on TV, she, with Mitsuki's help, slowly but surely got her life back in order. So now she was financially cleared, she started eating right, and now it was time for her to start treating it right. That's when she heard a knock on the door. "The door's open, Mitsuki," she shouted, but then strangely heard shuffling behind the door. "Mitsuki?" She then went to the door, but before she got to it, it opened. It revealed a young man that she recognized on TV. She stopped and just stared at him. He had grown so much, if she didn't see him on TV she wouldn't have recognized him so quickly. Tears instantly began to flow from her eyes. "Izuku." "Hey Mom," said Izuku as he too began to cry. His mother rushed him, giving the biggest hug she could possibly give as they both began to break down into tears. "I'm home." Melissa checked the clock on her phone. "It's been over half an hour, are they okay?" "I honestly don't know," said Yashiro, staring at the scene. I'm actually kinda curious now how they haven't gotten dehydrated yet. Ye was also curious at the sight. How can two people cry this much? They're making a puddle on the floor. That carpet is definitely ruined, said Tomo, picking up Eri, keeping the child away from the puddle. The five of them watched in silence. At first, not ruin the reunion of a mother and her son, but said reunion has so far consisted of nothing but the two of them hugging while they cry a lot. A lot of crying. Their eyes turned into miniature geysers of rushing water. It surprised and befooled the onlookers. Hey Inko, came a voice behind the small group. A blonde-haired woman came through the door. Who are you guys? She then noticed the two crying. Inko, Izuku. For the first since they arrived, Inko acknowledged some else's existence. Me, Mitsuki, my boy is home, she said through tears. Mitsuki tried no to let the scene get to her as well, since she too has been waiting for this. Yes, I can see that. Remember what we talked about. Right. Inko slowing down the tears, but couldn't stop. You shouldn't have left, I'm sorry, as she began to tap Izuku's head. I'm sorry mom, said Izuku, now bowing and continuing to cry. Is she trying to scold him? Asked Ye, not understanding what's going on. I don't. No, said Melissa. I've never seen scolding like that before. Mitsuki, remembering there was an audience. Wait, who are you guys? Yashiro stepped forward. That's a bit of story. Mina Ashido was nearing the end of her run. She has been using her free PRD to put in some extra training for the UA exam and to try and put any doubt inside her to rest. She already got permission from her teacher to run not only around the school but also to run off campus. Many teachers saw her new determination to be a hero a worthy endeavor for some leeway on the rules. Not to mention her scores and grades went to the top of the class. She was already back on campus and made her way to the school entrance, where her two friends are waiting for her. Mina, you're back already, one of them said with clear shock in her voice. Her other friend handed her a water bottle. How are you still standing? What do you mean? Asked Mina, taking the water bottle. Mina, according to the phone tracker, you ran more than you did yesterday and you got back with 10 minutes to spare. You just ran better than some of the boys on the cross-country varsity team, she said, showing Mina the numbers on her phone. Mina looked over her running data. Well, I guess the extra work I've been putting in has paid off. I'll say, and here I thought Kirishima was the only one doing some crazy training. Kirishima? Crash. What was that? Asked one of the girls. It came from the track field as the girls left to go check it out. When they got there, they saw a crowd of students looking at the training field. Mina forced herself through the crowd to see what was going on. As she made it to the front, she saw what all the commotion was about. Kirishima. The now red-headed spiky hair boy turned around to see the girl. Oh hey Ashido, how's it going? He said, standing in front of the remains of a giant destroyed boulder. Since when could you do something like this? She gestured to the rock. Oh yeah, I've been working on a good attack for a while now. Bakugo thought it would be a good idea if I got at least one good attack down. Bakugo, that's the guy you've been hanging around with, right? I guess he's been putting you through the ringer, she said while poking his arm. Yeah, he really doesn't hold back his punches, said Kirishima, still sore from some of the bruises that Bakugo gave him. I'm actually going to have another spare with him later after school. Really? Man, you guys are taking this whole plus ultra thing super seriously, said Mina. As the two continued to talk, the principal and vice principal were watching the two. So do you still think it was a bad idea giving those two so much freedom? Asked the vice principal. The principal was still staring at the remains of the rock. Not at all. Those two will make fine heroes. Alright everyone, your high school entrance exams are in a few days. Make sure each and every single one of you is ready for what's to come. The high school entrance exams aren't anything to laugh about. For those of you who are going to head to hero schools, make sure not only are you physically prepared but also academically prepared. Don't forget they won't let you in if you flunk your academic exam, said the teacher of Algernon Junior High. He looked at his students, making sure that most of them were paying attention, and noticed that the only one that wasn't was Bakugo. Also, I'm not doubting any of you, but make sure you have a backup school choice lined up. There is always the chance you might fail or they may not let you in because of prior history. This got Bakugo's attention and gave the teacher a mean glare, before some of the other students began to giggle. Do you extra D-listers have something to say? As his question was met with silence. No matter what you extras say, I'm still getting into UA and becoming the #1 hero. So if you have a problem with that, then grow some ball and come out and say it. Over the past few months since Izuku came out as the now popular vigilante demon slayer, some of his classmates have been taking behind his back that Izuku and the other heroes will arrest him and that he couldn't get into UA because of assault. But no one has said it to his face, and no one did anything to stop him before when he was just a useless little Deku. They're all cowards and hypocrites. Thought Bakugo, none of these extras are gonna get in my way. Squish. Bakugo heard the sound before he registered the feeling of cold on the back of his head. Bakugo slowly rubbed his hand against the back of his head, as he then looked at his hand. Bakugo slowly turned and saw all the shock on his classmates' face as they looked at a girl with long black hair and 2 pigtails, and even though she put on a brave face, she was shaking. Extra, did you throw this? Said Bakugo more in disbelief than rage. It's Yuki Tsuno, she said through shaking legs. And I'm going to be a better hero than you. Bakugo and the rest of the class were silent at the girl's announcement. Bakugo had to stop himself from laughing. You're going to become a hero. Your quirk is literally Snowball. Your quirk is as useful as the kid who can pop his eyes out. Not to mention, look at yourself, if you can barely stand up to me, then there's no way you can stand up to a villain. Bakugo would have continued to insult the girl, but the school bell rang. I could go on, but I got to get to training, but hey, you can always try to become a sidekick. As Bakugo got his backpack and was halfway out the door. I'll make it to UA. This stopped Bakugo. I'll make it to UA and beat you and prove that someone like me can be a hero. One that is better than you. Bakugo eyed her for a second. Where the hell was this backbone when Deku was here? As he left the room. Even though he was only speaking to Yuki, everyone felt his words. They knew they did nothing for Izuku but made his life worse than it should have been. No one stood up for him, no one helped, none of them did what any hero would do and gave a helping hand for him. All of the students quietly got their things and began to leave the room. Except for Yuki. Yuki sat there at her desk for a moment as she pulled a small notebook out of her desk, Hero Analysis Notebook Number 8 by Izuku Midoriya. She remembered how she picked this up off the ground when the teachers were cleaning out his old desk at the time when it happened. She remembered how guilty some of her classmates and teachers felt, especially when his mother came to be a crying mess looking for her son. I'm sorry. Yuki was standing alone in the middle of the school field looking down at one of her snowballs. How can I be a hero with a quirk like this, she said to herself. You want to be a hero too? She turned to come face to face with Izuku Midoriya. I'm well sorry. I just saw you standing here and well. I thought you might need some help. What? No. I'm just kind of moping about my quirk, she said, summoning a snowball. Whoa, that's incredible, can you make it bigger? Surprised by his enthusiasm, she compiled and made it bigger, to the size of a basketball. Cool, how big can you make it? The last time I tried to make one really big I made it about the size of my bike. Izuku stared at the snowball floating in the girl's hand. It's floating. Can you make some in midair and do the big ones float too? She said yes to both. You could make snowballs to stop fires or trip criminals. If you're able to keep it from falling apart, then you can throw them, and the fastest pitch has reached over 200 kilometers per hour. Even half that could do some damage if you need to fight, and in emergency your quirk could help if it can keep a wound closed. Though I don't know about the last part. As he began to mutter up a storm. Yuki could barely keep up, but even so it did help her feel better and it gave her a few new ideas. Maybe she could be a hero. Yuki turned to see one of her friends walking at a quick pace to the duo. Oh hey there Dash. Yuki was unable to finish as her friend grabbed her hand and began to walk away with Yuki in hand. Hey, what's going on? Why are you pulling me? I'm helping you. This made Yuki confused and it showed on her face. You were talking to Izuku Midoriya, he's the quirkless boy in our class. Yuki had heard one of the kids in her class was quirkless, but she didn't believe, who didn't have a quirk these days. She turned to see Izuku face downcast as they walked away. He too was walking away when another boy called out to him. Bakugo and his goons began to walk towards Izuku as the two girls walked away. Just stay away from him, he's nothing more than an endless nobody with delusions of grandeur. Yuki could hear small explosions behind her but kept walking with her friend. Okay. The trip down memory lane didn't make Yuki feel any better, it just reminded her that she left someone to their fate instead of helping them. I may be able to become a hero, but do I deserve to become one? Ochako's battle cry could be heard across the dojo as she tried to land a palm strike on her sparring partner Kendo, but Itsuka Kendo had far more training than she did and was able to grab Ochako's wrist and flip her onto the floor mat. Off. Nice try there, but you got a little desperate there in the end, said Kendo, holding out her hand for Ochako, who gladly took it. What was with the battle cry? She asked as she pulled Ochako up. Ochako blushed a little. Well, we're running out of time today and I really wanted to get at least one good hit in. You might not be at my level just yet, but you've come a long way in the short time you've been here. To be honest, I doubt anyone would believe you just started over 2 months ago. Really, thanks, said Ochako, remembering how she got here. Excuse me, can I speak to the instructor? She asked a man who was currently checking his bag. The man turned around and stood to his full height. Almost doubling Ochako's height, the man had orange hair and a scar on the side of his face. He was wearing a karate gi with a black belt. I'm Tsuyuoi Kendo, I own this dojo and I am the instructor. What can I do for you? Ochako had to calm herself after confronting a man who was a giant to her. I was wondering if I could join, just for a bit, and I don't have a lot of money but Ochako's nerves were getting the better of her. Sayuri was getting a little annoyed by the girl. Why do you want to join? At least tell me that much. I'm trying to get into UA, the hero school, and I need to get better. When she said the last part her eyes steeled themselves. Sayuri noticed the look. Oh, what do you mean by the last part? Well, do you know about the mall incident that happened recently? The one with Demon Slayer? He nodded. I was there. I wasn't in any real danger myself, but I saw Demon Slayer and his friends fight, and see them in person made me realize that I need to do better if I want to be a hero, and I know it's short notice and I don't have much money, but I would like to train here. Learn something that could help me. Tijui gave the girl a look over. She is really all that much of a fighter, but there's no doubt some fire behind those eyes. Itsuka, he shouted. Yes, Dad, said Itsuka Kendo, approaching the two. You need me to get something? Get this girl some gear. Itsuka bowed to her dad and grabbed the stunned girl and took her to the locker room. The two returned quickly with Ochako in a set of GI herself. Alright, now that you look the part, let's see what you can do. Your sparring partner is going to be my daughter here, no quirks allowed. Ready, begin. What? Said Ochako, clearly not prepared for this. She looked to see Itsuka getting into a fighting stance. Ochako tried to mimic the stance, and like a deer in headlights she stood there only for Itsuka to give her a swift kick to the stomach. Oh, sorry, I guess that was a bit much for a first time, said Itsuka. Better luck next time. She expected her father to stop the match. Hold it, said Ochako, standing up. I'm not done yet. Itsuka raised an eyebrow before resuming her stance. Itsuka dodged a sloppy punch and used it to flip Ochako and slamming her onto the mat. You done? No. Ochako slowly rolled over and stood up. I need to do a lot better to become like Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer? Itsuka knew of the vigilante. Does this girl want to be a hero? The fight continued for the next 20 minutes. Itsuka kept sending Ochako to the mat, and each and every time she kept getting back up. Itsuka was starting to tire herself. How much can this girl take? I've stopped holding back and she keeps getting up. What is this girl made of? Ochako was getting up again and Itsuka was preparing for another bout. Enough, said Sayuri, you two can stop now. Ochako looked horrified that she might have failed. But I can still keep going. That's unnecessary, you passed. Sayuri almost let out a laugh at the girl's shock. I wasn't expecting you to win, I just wanted to see if you would get back up. In all honesty, after the third time I was going to stop it, but you just kept going, and I'm not the only one impressed. Ochako looked around and saw that the whole dojo was looking at her. Did you see that girl was able to last that whole time against Kendo? Not even some grown adults can last that long against that little monster. She said she was trying to be a hero, right? She'll make it definitely. Ochako began to turn as red as a tomato, hearing all the compliments. So am I in. Of course, I would be crazy to turn a promising hero away, he said. You think I have promise? Itsuka put a hand on her shoulder. Oh yeah, you got guts to spare, but if you're shooting for UA we don't have much time. What's your quirk? It's zero gravity, she said, showing her fingers to the kendos. I can turn someone's or something's gravity off if I touch them with the pads on my fingers. Sayuri thought for a moment. Well then, above the usual exercises we'll have you focus on palm strikes, chopping techniques, and some grapples. Okay, wait, how much will this cost? She said, feeling her near-empty wallet begin to squirm. Don't worry about it. Just come by every day after school and train with Itsuka, she too is trying to get into UA. Ochako turned to Itsuka. You're trying to get into UA too? Yup, said Itsuka, let's do our best. Yeah, cheered Ochako as she became a regular at the Kendo dojo and became Itsuka's best friend. Over the next 2 months she learned basic hand-to-hand combat with a focus at hand strikes that would complement her quirk. The two got done cleaning the dojo and hit the showers. Afterwards they both were in their street clothes ready to leave. You wanted to make a run to the shoe store, right? Asked Ochako. Yeah, mine are getting worn out and having a fresh pair for the entrance exam might help. It isn't a good idea to go in with faulty equipment, said Itsuka while Ochako nodded in agreement. Let me just go tell my dad first before we go. They soon found her dad at the front desk with a small group watching the news on the TV. What's going on? It's been nearly 2 years since the American martial arts community was shaken to its core, said the female news reporter. 2 years ago the former rising star and poster child for the American martial arts community, Jack Mukyu, disappeared amidst the controversy of his own medical reports. As of right now he is still missing, and even though many have questions, investigators haven't put out a warrant for his arrest despite damages he and his father have caused. Jack's former gym is still running but has been under constant attack from other gyms and from people in the community. Even though the owner denies any knowledge of Jack's actions, many have voiced their complaints to the gym, though without enough evidence no lawsuit has held up in court. Some want the gym to be shut down, while others hope the gym can redeem itself. For now it still holds out and the owner hasn't made any new commit since his interview last year. Ochako has been going to the dojo for a while, but she was perplexed with how serious everyone was. "Who's Jack Mukyu?" Itsuka was instantly angry. Jack Mukyu is a vile person who has dishonored martial arts. He won hundreds of tournaments around America and challenged fighters all over the world. I almost had a chance to fight him myself. Later it was revealed that he lied about his quirk and used drags to win his matches. He had been cheating the whole time and his dad was able to make sure no one found out. Hell, I'd bet all my money his gym helped out too. "Itsuka," yelled her father, getting her attention, before he spoke calmly. "I know you hate the boy and I won't deny I too hold some contempt for the boy as well, but you should not blame the whole for the actions of the few. I don't know Hector Guerrero as well as others, but I know him well enough to know that he wouldn't allow any drag usage in his gym. He's an honorable man and he shouldn't be punished for actions that weren't his." "Yes, father," she said, a little ashamed of herself. "I'm sorry." "It's fine, now you two look like you're ready to head out." "Yes sir," said Ochako, glad the subject moved on. "We wanted to go get new shoes for the exam." Sayui nodded to the girls and told his daughter that he would see her at home. As they left, Itsuka took one last look at the TV screen. "If I ever get the chance I will beat you, Jack," she thought. "I will show what a real martial artist is." Mitsuki took a long sip of her tea. "Okay, so let me get this straight. You are a 200-year-old man that lives on a mountain and is a government secret because you're also the world's best doctor, and one of your old friends found Izuku and brought him to you where not only did you fix his broken rib but also found out he had a quirk, and the only reason no one knew was because of a birth defect and because no one checked his lungs. Am I on the right track so far?" "Yep," said Yashiro as he sipped some tea that Tomo was serving. It took Emitsuki a few minutes, but she managed to stop the Midoriyas from crying. Tomo got permission from Inko to brew some tea while the other sat down and explained who they were and how they knew Izuku. It was mainly Yashiro talking while Melissa and Ye put in a word here and there, while Eri played with Cha-Cha the cat. Mitsuki had a hard time believing all of this, but she couldn't deny that there was something about the person in front of her that made her believe him. Though she was still a bit skeptical about all of it, she kind of had to be. She was happy Izuku returned to Inko, but she should be a little bit worried about her son's sensei. "You're also a government secret." "Oh yeah, which is why if you tell people about me I'll have you killed," causing her and Inko to look at him in fear. "I'm kidding." "Really?" Mitsuki said, giving him a tired look. "Okay, getting back on track. So you kept Izuku there on your mountain." "I didn't kidnap him, he was my patient. I originally wanted him to stay so I could make sure his ribs would heal, and once I told him his lungs held his quirk, he tried to activate it and almost burned himself. At that point he almost burned or drowned in his sleep because he can't feel his lungs. What was I supposed to do, let him go home and burn down his apartment in his sleep?" "You should have at least told his mother about this," she said bitterly. Yashiro turned and gave Izuku a critical stare. "Izuku, would you mind explaining that one?" Izuku shifted in his seat next to his mother. "I said I would contact my mom, and every time I tried I got too scared to make the phone call or send the message. When I first woke up on the mountain 4 days had already passed and I didn't know how I should explain it, and the more days that went by the more scared and ashamed I became, and when Yashiro-sensei found out he gave me a deadline to come home." Inko couldn't say anything and just hugged her son, trying to keep the tears down. Though Mitsuki wasn't satisfied. "Okay, when you found out Izuku hadn't contacted Inko, why didn't you just drag him back yourself?" "I will admit some of that is my fault. One problem with my power is that my sense of time is different than others. Other than that, I had originally intended to remain a secret to the world. Because of that I wanted Izuku to handle all of this, but because of recent events I've decided to return to society." "Society? Why were you in hiding in the first place?" Yashiro's eyes darkened. "Do you know about the early days of quirks? Surely you've heard about it in history class." Mitsuki flashed back to her days in high school, hearing about the riots and the lynch mobs and the complete segregation of people with quirks. Oh, her eyes widened with realization. "You lived through that?" Yes, I did," as he took another sip of his tea. "Though years have gone by and I hope to return to the world, hopefully I can help more now than I did back in the day." "Well, you have helped out my son," said Inko, "and I thank you for that, but I can't deny a part of me wants to scream at you for keeping my son. Though I too have to take the blame for that one. When the doctor told me that my son was quirkless I didn't believe he could follow his dreams and I didn't help him, so I thank you for helping him. You helped prove not only to me but the whole world that he could be a hero." Yashiro felt a bit of relief at the statement. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya, though I would like to personally apologize for everything that has happened. How have you been holding up with all of this? I won't lie, it was hard living without Izuku. If it wasn't for Mitsuki I don't think I could have made it, she smiled at her friend. Though I think I just got lucky all around. I got a lot of money from tax refunds, Cha-Cha showed up and I was no longer lonely and I got a new landlord who was very nice and even worked with me on paying off the apartment. After that I found out all my old debts disappear like magic. I think I have a guardian angel watching over us. The teenagers looked at Yashiro, who in turn tried to look away. Tomo began to giggle at her master's actions. Well, I can tell it wasn't a cakewalk for Izuku either, said Tomo. Master put him through the ringer and he too felt quite bad for not telling you or seeing you. I don't know if he'll say it, he did miss you, he even cried a few times. Tomo, said Izuku, getting embarrassed. Inko couldn't help but smile at her son's embarrassment. It's good to see not everything has changed. I thank you all for looking after my son and I thank you for being his friends. Don't mention it, he's a good sparring partner, said Ye. Yeah, I don't think I could have gotten as far as I have with my quirk without him. He's quite incredible, said Melissa, causing Izuku to blush at the compliments. So are you going to try and get into UA as well? Asked Inko, trying to learn more about the girls. Yep, said Melissa, we are going to make it to the hero course. The three of us are going to show those guys what real heroes look like, said Ye, puffing out her chest. Mitsuki saw the three interactions with each other before whistling. Not bad, Izuku way to be a man. What do you mean? He asked. Mitsuki gave a devilish grin. Hey, which one of you is dating Izuku? Both Ye and Melissa spit out their tea out so loud it scared the cat. DDD, we're friends, I'm Izuku said Melissa as she turned red and became a muttering mess. Ye just froze like a deer in headlights, one could have mistaken her for a statue. Eri climbed up the couch and began to poke Ye, who wasn't moving or showing any signs of registering anything. I think Ye's broken. Yashiro, Tomo, and Mitsuki couldn't contain their laughter. Izuku turned to his mother hoping to calm her down, but there was no need as she began to smile. Grandbabies. MOM. Are you ready, granddaughter? The UA exam is only a few days away, said an elderly man who had a gray beard and a full set of gray hair. Do not worry, grandfather, I'm more than ready for their little hero exam, said a teenage girl with long blonde hair who was wearing a skin-tight suit with a utility belt with various tools and with mechanical bracers on her wrist and forearms. I will show them the skill, beauty, and the flamboyance of the Uzui clan, as she struck a pose. Yes, my granddaughter, he said while also striking a pose. Show them the power of a clan that has lasted hundreds of generations. Show them the power of a shinobi. Don't worry, grandfather, they will all weep at the beauty of my sound. Deep in the mountains in a far-off land. Several men couldn't believe the sight in front of them. There's no way, that kid beat them all and he looks no older than 14. How though, I recognize some of those guys. There are fighters and heroes from other countries. How did this kid beat them? He fought like a demon. I've never seen a quirk like that before. But those are pros. How did a quirk like his get the better of him? It's the result of his training, said a deep voice coming from a big buff elderly man with a white beard. He walked casually through the unconscious bodies that littered the ground of the battlefield. In the center of the field was a teenage boy covered in blood, some his own and some of it from his opponents. He wore an open red vest and white martial art pants, with 3 black rings on his arms. Even though the boy was almost too tired to stay standing, he turned to the elder man. Do not worry, boy, you do not need to speak. You've done well, you were able to take out over 40 of them before you had to use your powers. As a final test, you did excellent and just in time too. You're ready, it's time to head to Japan. The boy couldn't help but smile. Demon Slayer. Nina Guerrero has had a long day. She had just gotten done with her US history homework and taken a shower. She was sitting at her desk double-checking her homework, making sure she was satisfied with her answers. She looked at the clock and noticed how late it was. Dad's late again, someone must have tried to vandalize the gym again. She looked at a single photo on her desk that showed her father Hector Guerrero and her best friend since childhood Jack Mukyu in front of her family's gym. Jack, I know you had to leave, but I wish you were here, she said to no one as she was on the verge of tears. Her phone began to ring. Without looking at the caller ID, she answered. Hello. And I how? What am I? Think you have the wrong number. Gomen nasai, I mean. Sorry, Nina. Nina couldn't breathe as she recognized the voice. She tried to keep her voice from shaking. Jack. Hey Nina, it's good to hear your voice again. Jack, inhale. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how many times I tried to call you? I had my phone off when I started my training, and when finally did it said I had 99 plus missed calls from you. So sorry about that. Where are you? Are you okay? I'm fine, how are things over there? How's your dad doing? He's fine. He's holding the gym together. We're starting to get new gym members and the vandalism is slowing down, she said as she heard Jack breathing get heavy at the news. Jack, they burnt your house down. Nina silently waited for his response. I know. I tried to catch up with all the news on my plane flight. How's my mom doing? I don't know exactly, but she wasn't in the fire. She's currently staying with your aunt. That's good, I know my aunt will take care of her. You missed your dad's trial. For a minute she didn't get a response and only heard his breathing. She continued. He was sentenced to 20 years. How are you doing? He asked, trying to change the subject. I'm doing all right. My friends at school have been trying to convince me to get a boyfriend. That's good. That's good. How is that good, Jack? I still care about you, so much. I miss you, as she began to cry. I don't care about what happened or about what the doctor said about your quirk, I mean. I know. Which is why I came to say goodbye. I've caused you and your family too many problems and I can't guarantee that it will get better anytime soon, so it will be best if we went our separate ways. Jack, she wanted to say but she couldn't as she began to choke on her tears. I know, Nina, I love you. You were my first love and I hope one day you'll find someone special. Tell your dad I wish him well and tell him I failed to keep my promise again. Those were his final words before he hung up the phone. Nina cried herself to sleep right there at her desk that night. Jack stared at his phone for a moment as silent tears flowed from his eyes. He gave an agonizing scream as he threw the phone as hard as he could into the ocean. All of his bone-breaking training was nothing compared to what he just did. You know you shouldn't litter. Jack turned to see his teacher. I heard some kids just got done cleaning this beach. It would be a shame if we ruin their good efforts. Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, even though you both are young I can only imagine how hard that was for you to do, but I do think it was for the best. If your plan fails then it could cause more problems and I know for a fact you wouldn't want her to shoulder those problems. Not to mention even if it works you still might not be able to go back to America. Though that isn't important right now, it's time. Yes, sensei, it's time for the UA entrance exam. Alright mom, we're heading out, said Izuku as he, Melissa and Ye were about to go and take the UA entrance exam. Okay, good luck you three, said Inko, I'll make sure to have a big dinner when you return. Good luck you guys, said Eri holding Cha-Cha. She was still sad she couldn't go but she wanted to be supportive. Melissa could tell she was still down. Eri, you'll be good to Mrs. Midoriya, right? The younger girl nodded and smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Yashiro and Tomo should be done with their meeting and have dinner with us. What was that meeting about anyway? Asked Ye. I don't they didn't say, said Izuku, we can ask when we see them next. Come on, we should be heading out before it gets too late, as he and his friends left for UA High. Kendo, said Ochako, running up to her friend. Hey Ochako, you ready? Asked Kendo as they turned towards the entrance of UA. I hope I am, she said with a nervous smile. Don't worry, you'll do just fine, said Kendo patting her friend on the back. You're right, I can do this, she said taking a few steps forward only for her foot to trip over a loose brick. Or maybe I'll just fall, she thought before someone caught her arm. Huh? Careful, I heard falling before a test is bad luck. Ochako looked up to see her hero. Demon Slayer. Oh hey Miss Uraraka. How have you been? Asked Izuku. He remembers me, she cried in her head. Hey Izuku, who's this, a friend of yours? Asked Ye. Melissa took a step forward and took a closer look at Ochako. Oh, I know you, you're the girl from the mall. They would have continued the conversation but due to their arrival they began to draw a crowd as everyone wanted to take a pic at the great Demon Slayer and his friends. Whoa, it's really him. Demon Slayer here. Is he going to try and get into UA? If he is then he's getting in for sure. Lucky BSTRD, he already has 4 girls. They heard that one, especially Kendo. Excuse me, who said that? Before they could calm her down Izuku heard someone familiar. Deku. Izuku turned around to see one Katsuki Bakugo glaring at him. They both eyed each other for a moment. Kachin. So you're back, what are you doing here? I came to take the UA entrance exam. I told you for years I'm going to go to UA and I'm going to be a hero, he said with no doubt in his voice. He was going to hold his ground. Bakugo saw that and walked up to Izuku and grabbed his collar. Don't you dare forget Deku, I'm the one that's going to be the #1 hero, your 15 minutes of fame are over. Understand? Ye reached for her rifle on her back. Who the hell is this? Wait, Ye, Izuku seems to know this guy, maybe we should let him handle this, said Melissa, not wanting to make things worse. Kendo agreed with Melissa on this one, but she saw shock on Ochako's face. Hey, don't worry, I'm pretty sure your Demon Slayer can handle this hot head. Kendo, said Ochako pointing past the two. Kendo then saw what Ochako was surprised about. What the hell is he doing here? Izuku and Bakugo felt a hand on their shoulders. Now. How about we calm down here for a moment? It would be bad if we got in trouble before even starting the test, said Jack Miku with a smile. Who the hell is this, thought Bakugo, and what the fuck is up with his grip? He's barely taller than me and his hand feels like that of a giant. So this is the one Sensei Yashiro was talking about, thought Izuku. He wasn't joking around. They both could tell he's strong. Bakugo let go of Midoriya. Good, you see, it's better if we focus our efforts on the test now and then we can test our skills against each other when we make it into the school. I'm Jack, by the way, and you must be the famous demon slayer I've been hearing about. Izuku nodded in confirmation. And you are? The name's Bakugo and I'm the next number one, said Bakugo brushing off Jack's hand. So stay out of my way, he said as he began to walk off. You should save some of that fight for later, said Jack, stopping Bakugo. You got some stiff competition. Present company aside, if you haven't already heard, the number 2 hero's son passed the recommendation test. Bakugo gave Jack a mean grin. Doesn't matter, he'll just have to bow down along with the other rejects, as he walked off to the exam hall. Interesting, said Jack, amused. What was up with that guy, said Melissa. I don't know, but it looked like he deserved a punch to the face, said Ye. Might knock some sense into him. Well, we shouldn't waste our time out here either, said Jack. Come on, we should head inside as well. Before he could make it to the steps, someone with a large tail got in his way, clearly trying to stop him. Can I help you? You shouldn't be here? And you are? Mashireo Ojiro, I've spent my life studying the martial arts, and a dishonorable villain such as yourself doesn't belong here, said Ojiro as he took a fight stance intending on stopping Jack. Jack sighed. He was expecting something like this would happen. Are you by chance a teacher or a faculty member of UA? That doesn't matter. If you think we're just going to let you walk in there, then you have another thing coming, said Kendo, blocking his rear. Wait, you're... Stop, shouted Izuku. Look, I don't know what's going on here, but now is not the time. Jack's right, we have a test to take and we have no say on who gets in and who doesn't. The most we can do is inform the teachers after the test. For right now we have to let him through. Even though Izuku was making sense, Ojiro and Kendo seemed hesitant to let the guy through. Come on, we will only be hurting our own chances if we don't, and I promise you too, if he does anything then I will stop him. That seemed to do the trick as Ojiro relaxed his stance and stepped aside. Hey Jack, said Kendo, I got my eye on you. Jack smirked at the comment. Come on, we should get going before we're late. The hall was packed with kids, all of them Izuku's age. They were all separated by school, it seemed, so no one could make plans and work together. Even Izuku and his friends were each put into separate areas. Though Izuku did spot Kirishima and the pink girl he had saved. They waved at him and he waved back. Up behind Izuku near the back of the hall was Yuki, seated nervously, wondering if she'll get a chance to talk with him. All right, listeners. Welcome one and all to my live show. Can I get an OH yeah, said the loudmouth hero present mic, though he didn't receive a single response. Wow, what tough crowd. Well then let's get on with explaining the test then, as the screen behind him changed. Now let's get into it. Each of you will be dropped off into 7 different replica city districts. In those cities will be 3 different type of mock villains. Use you individual quirks to take down as many villains as you can, and the goal is rack up the highest score. Oh, and don't even think about attacking other competitors, cause that's against the rules. The rules seemed pretty straightforward, well, for most anyway. Excuse me, said a boy in glasses as he stood up from his seat. On the handout there are clearly 4 different types of villains. Such an error would be an embarrassment for a school such as UA. Moreover, he then turned and pointed at Izuku. Vigilantes are law breakers, they don't belong here, much less be humored enough to sit among us. Melissa couldn't deny that the boy in glasses ticked her off a little. Ye was using all her will not to stand up and shout back. Izuku simply smiled and waved back to the boy, which seemed to rile the boy even more. Why, are you making fun of me? Okay, calm down, said present Mike before Izuku could say a word. We here at UA get to decide who takes the test and who doesn't, okay. As for the 4th villain type, well, that's more of an obstacle that you need to avoid. Now that's enough from, now all of you go out there and give it a good plus ultra. Alright, it looks like it's here where we split up, said Izuku as they made it to the bus stop where each group would be taken to their designated testing area. Ye gave them a thumbs up. You two better show these grunts how it's done. Yep, good luck you guys, said Melissa as they split up to their buses. Alright Ochako, you've been training for this for the past few months, you got this, said Kendo as Ochako nodded back with a serious look on her face. And I don't want you to lose your head in the clouds just because you're in the same testing area as him. Kendo. Hey, I'm just saying, focus on the test now, get his digits later. Ochako began to blush like mad before she saw someone enter one of the buses. What about him? Kendo turned to see Jack, who gave her a quick look before he stepped on his own bus. We're not in the same testing area, so I can't follow him if he cheats, but I do plan on having a word with him eventually. That's for later though, hurry up and get to the bus. Okay, good luck on your test. You too, as they both departed ways. Hey Demon Slayer. Izuku turned to see Kirishima and the pink girl running towards him. Hey dude, wait a minute. Oh hey Kirishima, said Izuku, are you two on the same bus as me? Well no, but I wanted to introduce you to Mina Ashido, a friend of mine from my middle school. You kind of saved her life. Yeah, I remember the day we met. She was one of the 3 girls that almost got crushed by the rubble. Yeah I was, said Mina, I just wanted to thank you. I don't know if I'll pass this test and I don't know whether I would see you again, so I just wanted to say thanks. Ah, don't say that, said Kirishima, all of us are going to pass and we're going to go to UA together. Kirishima is right. All of us are going to pass this exam, said Izuku, putting his fist out. Kirishima then tapped his fist with Izuku and then Mina followed suit. Yeah, we are going to pass this test, yelled Mina. Come on Kirishima, we should get to our buses. Right, we'll see you after the test, said Kirishima as he ran off. Yep, see you after the test, said Izuku, waving them off. As Mina was running to her bus, she accidentally bumped into a girl. Oh sorry, then she saw the bus was about to take off. Ah come on, she said as she grabbed the girl's arm. Wait, I just need a minute to dash, but Yuki's request fell on deaf ears as she was dragged away to the bus. And here is the monitoring room where we will be supervising the test, said All Might, leading Yashiro, Tomo, and Gran Torino inside. Ah there you are, said Principal Nizu. I was getting worried that you had gotten lost. Oh sorry about Principal Nizu, said All Might in his skinny form. I guess my tour took a little longer than expected. It's all right Toshinori, we are going to need to know the lay of the land anyway, said Yashiro, though I think it would be a wise idea if you introduce us to the other teachers. That's a start, and how about you also tell us how in the world you know who All Might is, said Shota Aizawa. I thought that was supposed to be a secret among the staff. Oh it is, said the principal, allow me to introduce our 2 new faculty members and reintroduce an old one. This is the pro hero Gran Torino, he was a teacher here several years ago and will be joining us as a teacher once more. Yep, because I totally wanted to come back and teach a bunch of snot-nosed brats, said Torino, clearly not happy that his punishment was to help UA by returning as a teacher. We had a deal, remember, said Yashiro, reminding him and All Might that they need to give Yashiro legitimacy, and also to convince Nizu to let them join. The mouse was quite firm about not letting them join at first, but Yashiro decided to tell the principal the truth, especially after the quirked creature got a name. He had already done enough digging to find out the Yashiro was hundreds of years old. Yashiro was impressed, and when they told him the full story he laughed and said that he knew humans had their demons. Yashiro also learned that Nizu hadn't completely forgiven the people who experimented on him. Yashiro could relate. After he retold the first time someone tried to experiment on him, they became good friends, especially because they could keep up with their complicated conversations. Oh, who is this little boy, said Midnight, licker her lips, he has quite the tongue. Midnight, don't, warned Toshinori. This is Yashiro and his assistant Tomo, they will be joining us as faculty members here at UA, said Nizu, shocking the rest of the staff. I'm sure the girl looks old enough to work here, said Cementos, but the boy looks way too young to work here, and what qualifies either of them for the positions? Relax Cementos, said Midnight, they both look adorable, and let me guess you're some child genius that wants to help the grown-ups. She tried to reach for his head to pat it, but Yashiro was having none of it. Don't even think about it, he said as he swatted her hand away. Oh my, this one has some bite, said Midnight as her face grew a sadistic grin. I can't wait to properly re-educate boys like yourself. Yashiro raised an eyebrow. Since when are prostitutes allowed to work at a school? This comment was received with dead silence. Prostitute, I'm the R-rated hero Midnight, she said, taking out her whip and pulling it tight. It looks like you'll need some immediate re-education. R-rated hero, what the hell is this, looking at the principal as if he just witnessed someone grow a second head. Midnight had vein pop on her head by that reaction. Before she could say a word, Tomo stepped in front of her. I suggest you stop now. Where? Before you do something you'll regret. Where? Midnight was now shaking with rage, and the other teachers were now trying to calm down the situation and separating the two. Calm down Tomo, we don't want to be making enemies on our first day, said Yashiro, now realizing that things might have changed in the past few years and that he might have started on the wrong foot. Some things are probably more acceptable now than they were back in my day. Back in your day, how old are you, kid? Asked Aizawa. 223, soon to be 224 years old, said Yashiro with a straight face. Most of the teachers thought at first that this must have been a joke until Nizu spoke up. What Yashiro says is true. He's currently the oldest man in the world and he's also the one that trained the vigilante known as Demon Slayer. Now that caught everyone by surprise. They all have heard of Demon Slayer, in fact some of them have even tried catching him, but with no success. Aizawa almost couldn't believe it, but he had known Nizu long enough to know that he wouldn't lie like this. What Principal Nizu is true, Yashiro has been teaching for years and with his experience I think he's way overqualified for the job, said Toshinori, backing up Yashiro and holding his end of the deal. Gran Torino knew that he and All Might were getting off easy. Right now all they had to do was convince the other teachers that he and Yashiro have known each other for a long time. The brat's right, I've known Yashiro longer than a lot of you have been alive, he's your senior so I suggest you kids show him some respect. Wait, then why haven't I heard of you and why are you here, said Aizawa, growing a little skeptical of all of this. Hey, I hate to interrupt, but all the buses have arrived at their designated city areas, said Ectoplasm, pointing at the monitors. We can go into further detail later, said Yashiro. Right now the future students of UA need us. He's right, Present Mike, when you see that each group seems ready, begin the exam, said Nizu. You got it. The group Izuku was in gave him a wide berth, creating a circle around Izuku. Some of them were a little nervous that they were in the same group as Demon Slayer, they were hoping that he wouldn't take all the points. Though Izuku didn't mind it. It gave him a chance to think for a moment because he couldn't deny he was somewhat nervous himself but not enough to show it. Ochako was the only one brave enough to stand next to him, but she was nervous. She kept trying to use every technique she knew to calm herself, but they had little effect. Hey, it's okay, said Izuku, giving her a warm sunny smile. I'm sure you're going to do great. Ochako could practically hear her heart melt, but the boy in glasses was far louder. What do you think you're doing? He said, walking up to the two. Miss, you shouldn't talk to this criminal, he has violated the law several times and should be arrested. Demon Slayer, I don't care how good your intentions were, but you broke the law, and the rules that we live by, and as aspiring heroes those are the rules we try to uphold. You should be ashamed of yourself. The crowd couldn't tell if the guy was an idiot or ballsy as hell. They all sat there gobsmacked waiting for something to happen. Some thought this guy was about to get his butt handed to him, while others wanted to go to Izuku's defense. Though all of them stopped when they heard Izuku begin to laugh. He laughed as if someone just told him a good joke. You're a pretty stand-up guy, aren't ya? You'll make a good hero. What? But, you still don't know anything at all. What are you talking about? Don't worry. I'm not there yet myself, I'm just a few steps ahead. That's all, said Izuku, leaving many in the crowd confused by what he meant. Gugu, shouted Present Mike over the speaker. There's no countdown in the real world. GOO. By the time everyone registered what Present Mike was saying, the city gates were open and Izuku and Ochako were already making their way down the street. The rest of them quickly followed, hoping to not fall too behind. Yashiro watched from the monitoring room as Izuku made quick work of 3 robots, but what surprised Yashiro was the fact that he was going after villains less than expected. Izuku was spending most of the time saving others and giving out advice. In a way it was more of a hero thing to do than just destroying robots, but Yashiro already expected that would be the case. After thinking about it, it was obvious that that's what they were looking for. Though that didn't mean the others weren't doing well. Both Ye and Melissa had gathered a lot more points than the other. Ye was taking down every robot in sight, making sure each shot counted and that they exploded safely away from the other kids. Melissa was doing the same. With the way she was doing it was extremely hard to tell that she began her training 5 months ago. Even the other kids that Izuku knew were doing well. Bakugo was easily taking out more robots than anyone else. Mina Ashido was sliding around the city and using her acid to stop each robot. She might not get a full villain point but would definitely get a support point. Kirishima was moving far quickly and was getting quite a few points himself. There was clearly a bit more to his hardening quirk than meets the eyes. All in all, Yashiro would have to call this test a failure. He was quite disappointed that this was the hero test for the great UA. It clearly gave those with flashy power quirks more of an advantage than those with more subtle quirks. It also didn't give those who were clearly showing more heroic actions than a lot of the muscle heads that are clearly trying to get in for the glory. If you don't mind me asking, what are you writing down there? Asked Snipe, seeing that Yashiro was writing and watching at the same time. Which some of the teachers thought was quite impressive. I know this is my first time here and I won't beat around the bush, but this test is a bit pathetic. It clearly favors those with powerful and flashy quirk, said Yashiro, causing some of the teachers to smirk in agreement. I guess there's more to this test, rescue, and support point, and I'm sure that some of you put your own 2 cents on who gets in or not, but this still is in the favor of more power quirks than those with subtle quirks or those that only work on people and not robots. I couldn't agree more, said Nizu. To be honest, I was hoping you could help me convince the board to change the test, earning an eyebrow raise from Yashiro. I'm afraid to inform you that we don't get to make the test. The test is decided by the Safety Commission and the school board, also by the government testing standards. Yashiro couldn't help but sigh. Well, looks like I'm going to need to call in a few favors. That would be greatly appreciated. Is that what you're writing down, changes you think that would be beneficial? No, something else. I'm going to need to ask you a favor once this is all over, sighed Yashiro before one of the monitors beeped. What is that? It looks like we're in the final stretch. It's time to release the zeros. That's another 3 points, I should be around 60 points, said Izuku. That should be enough. He then saw several robots fall from the sky. Okay, that should be about 40 I think, said Ochako counting the wrecks. Is that one a 2-pointer or a 3-pointer? You seem to be doing good, Miss Uraraka. Ochako blushed at the compliment, Demon Slayer. Please call me Izuku. You seem to have gotten some training done since the mall incident. You were the first one to run inside after me. Yeah, I learned from the mall incident that hesitating could be bad and my sensei thinks that's a good idea, she said, trying to keep calm. Before she could keep the conversation going, the ground began to rumble. What the? An earthquake? No, it's something else, as they saw a giant robot appeared behind the city that was larger than most buildings. The second most students saw the robot, they turned tails and ran. Even Izuku thought for a moment to do so, but he knew that if this thing fell it would hurt a lot of other people. Of all the crazy things they could do, this is what they came up with. Ochako, your quirk takes away something's gravity, right? Well, yeah, that's how my quirk works. Why do you have an idea? Take away my gravity. I'm going to take that thing out in one go. Ochako got his idea and touched his back, taking his gravity away. Izuku could feel himself getting lighter. Alright, here I go. Izuku took a deep breath before taking off into the sky high above the robot. Whoa, so this is how high I could jump with no gravity. He's surprised. Izuku held his blade in front of him and prepared his attack. Wait, I can come up with my own moves, said Izuku while training with Yashiro. Of course you can. The breathing techniques were made to help kill demons, and that isn't exactly what a hero does, not to mention there aren't really any demons left to use those techniques on. So you're okay with me changing and making my own techniques? Certainly. Just because there's no need for the killing techniques doesn't mean that they're useless, it just means that they need to change with the times. I have no problems with you changing anything. In fact, I'm curious to see your own breathing technique, one that shows that you are a hero. I'm not there yet, but this is my first step forward to my own style. Breath of the sun, failing rays, as Izuku made a downward slash that looked like a failing ray of sunlight that split the giant robot right down the middle in two. Everyone on the ground watched in awe at the feat Izuku had to use cloud walk to land safely. Though when he landed he fell to his knee. Ochako went to check on him. Izuku, are you okay? Yeah, said Izuku through heavy breathing. I just haven't used that move on such a large scale. Not going to lie, I think my lungs are a little burnt. It's hard to tell. Your hands, said Ochako pointing at Izuku's burnt hands. Are you going to be alright? Oh yeah, I know the best doctor, he said slowly, standing and checking his hands. Yeah. I definitely need to practice that move a lot more. The monitoring room was buzzing at the sight of Izuku taking down the 0-pointer. Nizu was jumping on his chair, Tomo was clapping and Yashiro was smiling at the sight. That kid just took down the 0-pointer, said Aizawa. Just how powerful is this kid? He ain't the only one. Take a look, said Snipe as he brought up the image onto the screen, showing Ye charging up a shot and blowing a hole straight through her 0-pointer. Go Melissa, said All Might, looking at a different arena where Melissa was running up the robot's arm and punching the robot in the head, making it fall. I don't think we've ever had 3 kids take down 0-pointers in a single year, said Cementos. Make that 4, look, said Midnight, showing Bakugo flying through the air before spinning in a spiral and blowing through the 0-pointer. What's with the kids this year, said Aizawa, checking the other area. It looks like that's it. No, said All Might. There's going to be one more. Ibara Shiozaki saw the giant robot in her testing ground appear and like a majority of the other kids turned and ran away, but as she was running she saw a boy running towards the robot. What is he doing? Is he crazy? She said as she saw him running towards the robot. And oh, as an aspiring hero I should go and help him. As she turned around to help him. As she did she lost sight of him, and when she looked up at the robot was still there. Before something slammed into it from above, it created a shock wave that caused Ibara to fall over onto the ground. When she got up and dusted herself off, she saw that the robot was reduced to a scrap heap. Ibara went closer to see if she could find the boy. She found him standing tall on top of the mountain of scrap, holding 3 of his arm rings in his left hand that also had 3 arm rings around it. He was looking at his bare right arm, that looked like it was covered in soot. DMN, said Jack, I was hoping I could pass without having to use this. Looks like I still have a ways to go. The city was big, the buildings were tall, and everyone was going about their day as if this was normal. It was normal for most but not for all. For one, it felt as if he was in another world and in his own world at the same time. Rue didn't know how he felt just yet. He was currently walking around wearing a white hoodie with a red spider symbol on the back and regular pants that he found surprisingly comfortable. Underneath his hoodie you could make out a Spider-Man t-shirt. The other members of the League of Villains, though, it was some joke that he had yet to understand. So what do you think of the modern world? Asked Shigaraki, wearing his own hoodie and leaving his hands at home. It's strange yet familiar, said Rue, looking around. I knew about cars and electronics when I first woke up, but I can't deny seeing it all is a bit overwhelming. As they walk into an arcade, Rue wordlessly walks up to a machine featuring a man in blue armor blasting a robot. He put a coin into the machine and began playing, better than someone who has never played a game before. Like this. I don't remember ever playing this game before, and yet I know what each of these power-ups do, I know what each of these enemies are. I know all these things, but I have no recollection of ever seeing this, or playing or hearing this game. I know about all of it, yet I can't say I know any of this at all. Shigaraki wordlessly watched as Rue played that game. So this what Sensei meant by the memories of the body would linger and educate the soul of the old. Rue, an old villain, has never done any of this before, but the body of the boy has done this before. Thought Shigaraki, this better not become an issue in the future. I'd had to lose such a good character to something so stupid. Other than the memory issues, anything else that I should know about? Rue paused the game and thought for a moment. I can still see him. What? When I sleep or when I think about him, said Rue as he looked off in the distance. He was there looking back. It's like a shadow of him still watching all of us. Your former master. Rue didn't respond, he just kept staring at the shadow waiting for it to do something, but it didn't do anything. It just stood there. Watching, or was it waiting for something? Hey, would you hurry up and unpause? I want a turn, said a boy wanting to play the machine Rue was on. Though neither Tamura or Rue acknowledged the boy's presence. Hey, did you hear me? The boy reached for Rue's hoodie, but was stopped by something. Hey, what the? Tamura could barely make them out, but he could tell that the boy was slowly being wrapped in thin webs that would rip the boy in two. Rue, it would be unwise if we made a mess right here and now. You're right, said Rue as he stepped away from the arcade cabinet. Though your face says that you wouldn't mind if it got a little exciting around here. Tamura was having a hard time hiding his grin. I wouldn't mind a bit of excitement, but recently, Sensei has been trying to teach me a little bit of restraint and responsibility. Fun will come, we just need to wait for it. As they looked up to see Yue high in the distance. It will truly be one hell of a time. Hey Shigaraki, said Rue as they made their way towards an empty alley. So were the group of men following them. Do you think if I made a request to all for one, he would do it? Shigaraki thought for a moment while the group of men surrounded the two. Hey, which one of these fuckers used their quirk on you, bro? Said their leader, who was hiding the boy from earlier behind him. I don't know, but it was one of them, he said, pointing at the two. You know Rue, I don't know, said Tamura. I know he has listened to a few of mine, but I've known him for a while. Rue touched his chin for a moment. I see. Even if I did something in return. The group was getting pissed. Hey, we're talking to you. Well, a deal could always be made. At that point it really just depends on what you're asking for. Is it something complicated? To be honest, I'm not sure yet. I don't exactly know how modern science works, said Rue as he prepared some of his strings. You fuckers, said as one of them turned his fists into a pair of maces. I'll beat you into a bloody dash. Rue's strings separated his arms from his body. Before Tamura put his hand over his mouth, shutting him up and turning him into dust. Well, if that's the case, then you're on your own. I don't understand that sheet any more than you, said Shigaraki. You bstrd the remaining men as they powered up their quirks and charged. I see, said Rue as with a simple wave of his hand slicing three of them into pieces. While the others stood in shock, Shigaraki in a burst of speed grabbed each of their throats, giving them a slow death as they bleed out from their dusty necks. Well, those mobs were boring, as he saw all but the boy were now dead. Well, maybe a round of a fighting game will give me a bigger challenge. At that moment one of Kurogiri's portals opened, getting the attention of both of them. The boy took the opportunity to try and run for it, but string wrapped around his neck. A fighting game, said Rue, that sounds interesting. Mind if I join? Sure, why not, said Shigaraki as they stepped into the portal. When the police would arrive they would find a bloody massacre and the boy would be the only survivor. He was lucky, the string only broke the skin. Ding dong rang the doorbell. I'll get it, said Inko as she went and opened the door, revealing Yashiro and Tomo. Mr. Yashiro and Tomo, so good to see you two again. Are you here to see the kids? Yes, said Yashiro stepping into the apartment. I also came to thank you again for watching Eri. Oh, there's no need for that, she's a dear. And besides, I should be the one to thank you for the new apartment. After witnessing the reunion of the Midoriyas and getting an earful from Mitsuki, Yashiro still felt guilty and realized that maybe he went a little too far with trying to keep his secrets. So as an apology, Yashiro bought them a new apartment to live in. 3 times as big as their old one. It was close to school and it could fit a few extra people if needed. It had enough room to even house Melissa and Yae, but when offered they both got flustered and declined. Yashiro knew that it would be a good idea to keep them close to school, so he also got them the apartment next to the Midoriyas. It wasn't hard, apparently Yashiro owned the building. He didn't even know that himself at first, bought it 120 years ago, when it was a 2-story apartment complex. It was doing quite well. Now as an 8-story apartment for families middle to upper class. Tomo-wanchan, said Eri in her pink PJs as she rushed and gave Tomo a hug. Eri, it's so good to see you again. Have you been a good girl for Mrs. Midoriya, said Tomo, picking the little girl up. Eri nodded. She has been showing me old cartoons. Like Lilo and Stitch and Hamtaro. That's good, said Yashiro, patting the girl's head. Eri in turn patted Yashiro's head. Thank you, Eri. Oh sensei, said Izuku, coming out wearing his new school uniform. Though he made sure that he was able to keep wearing his Hanafuda earrings. They became like a treasure to him and a reminder of what Tanjiro did for him. Did you come by to see us off on our first day to school? Not exactly, things have gotten quite busy with me trying to go public. Several people in the government and scientific communities are afraid I might abandon them for my new project I'm working on. So we came to make sure things were going smoothly, also to check to make sure your lungs are doing better. Your hands look better. Oh yeah, they're doing fine, I just made the attack too. Big, said Izuku trying to play it off. Still you should try to show some restraint and not try anything like that again until you're ready for it. Izuku bowed, yes sensei. Also did you talk to the school about your sword? Yep, they said I could take it to school, I just need to have it in a carrying case and they will allow me to have it in school. Excellent, said Yashiro as he checked the time. Well, I hate to drop in and leave, but there are things that will need to be addressed, causing Eri to pout. Don't worry Eri, hopefully things will calm down soon and we can visit more. Oh, and Izuku, keep an eye out for Melissa and Yae, would you? Of course. Remind me again, why do I have to wear this, said Yae as she was pulling on her skirt. It's because it's the school uniform, said Melissa, also wearing the uniform. Haven't you worn a skirt before? It's been a while and I don't remember them being this short, she said as she continued to pull at them. I prefer pants or shorts. I think they'd look better anyway. I think you look great, Yae, said Melissa as someone knocked on the door. 1 second. Oh hey Izuku. Hey Melissa, Yae, you guys ready for the first day of school, said Izuku, hand in hand ready for school. Yep, we're ready to go. Right Yae? Yeah, grumbled Yae as she grabbed her bag. She stopped for a moment as she looked at Melissa and Izuku. Getting a fun idea. Hey Izuku, how do you think Melissa looks in the school uniform? This caused both of them to blush a bit. Well, began Izuku as he took in the sight of Melissa in her new uniform. She looks great. I mean she always looks great, it just Izuku began to blank out on what he should say. Well thanks Izuku, said Melissa as she began to blush even more. Leaving herself wide open. Melissa, said Yae as she flipped up Melissa's skirt. Yae, screamed Melissa as she pushed her skirt down. Yae ran out the door. Come on, we don't want to be late. Melissa turned to Izuku whose face had turned beet red and was currently staring up at the ceiling. Did you see anything? No, nothing, he said quickly before thinking, she's wearing pink. Let's just head to school. Right. The trio quickly made it to the school where they were currently searching for their class. Class 1A, Class 1A, ah here it is, said Izuku as they came to the door of Class 1A. Whoa, that's one big door, said Melissa as they saw the door almost reach the ceiling. Well, what are we waiting for, let's go. I just hope we don't have to deal with those guys from the exam, said Yae as they entered the classroom. Take your feet off the desk, said the boy with glasses. His sight alone made the three groan knowing they would have to deal with him again. You're desecrating our equipment. Oh, put a sock in it and while you're at it, get that stick out of your butt, said Bakugo who was currently leaning back with his feet on the desk. Ah, how vulgar, are you really here to be a hero? Maybe we got on the wrong foot. I'm Tenya Ida of Somei Academy, said Tenya holding his hand out. Somei, said Bakugo, remembering that prestigious middle school. So they were the ones that put that stick up your butt? This shocked Tenya and everyone else in the room that wasn't used to Bakugo being Bakugo. Izuku, said Ochako entering the room getting everyone's attention. We're in the same class together, isn't that great? All of them had been paying attention to Bakugo and Tenya arguing that they didn't even notice Izuku, Yae, or Melissa entering the room until Ochako said something. Now the room was buzzing at the sight of the trio. As some of the students surrounded them and all of them tried to talk to them at once. Izuku and Melissa tried to calm them down, while Yae was getting irritated. Will all of you just shut up for 2 seconds? The class fell silent. Thank you. Nice Yae, said Melissa giving her a thumbs up. Okay, I can already tell you have some questions but right now we need to find our seats, we can answer all of your questions later. Well I hate to tell ya, but that's a question we all have, said Mina, take a look at the desks. There's 24 desks and from what we were all told, there should only be 20 students per class. That's because things have changed this year, said a voice behind them. When Ochako and Melissa turned and squeaked at the sight of a man on the ground in a sleeping bag. Whoa, a caterpillar man, said Yae. It took you guys over 5 seconds to quiet down, he said as he stood up taking off the sleeping bag. I'm Shoyuta Aizawa, if you stick around long enough I'll be your homeroom teacher. The reason we have extra desks is in case we ever need to add more students to the class. Though you don't need to worry about that right now I want each of you to put on your PE uniforms and meet me outside. Class 1B were having a very similar start to their day. I made it, shouted Jack as he slid into the classroom with only a few minutes to spare. Will those guys ever leave me alone? Each day it's been a different dojo chasing me, he thought. Man, those guys from the Tendo dojo just wouldn't let me catch a break. As he got and tried to find his seat, a familiar girl got in his way. Are we really doing this right now? How did you do it? Asked Kendo. Do what? Did you cheat? No. Then how are you here? Look, I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but I didn't cheat nor did I do anything else like to get in. I got in through hard work and training. Kendo didn't take her eyes off of him for a second, staring right at him looking for any tale of a lie. Well, I hate to tell you this but I don't believe you, she said as she made her way back to her desk. Innocent people don't run, Jack, and sooner or later, your past will catch up to you. Jack couldn't deny there was truth in that statement. All right, you lot settle down, said Vlad King entering the room seeing everyone was already silent. Oh, I see you guys are already situated. Everyone was just silent after they saw the intense talk between Kendo and Jack. Well, good, I hope when I come in every day it will be something like this, it will set an excellent example for the rest of the school. For right now I want all of you guys to leave your stuff right here. We are going to Hall A for orientation. Many of the students responded with some variations of yes sensei as they left the classroom. While they did they saw Class 1A outside. Sensei, what's Class 1A doing? Huh, what are you? Vlad King looked outside. Oh, for the love of. It looks like I may need to have a chat with Aizawa. It took all of you 10 minutes to get here, said Aizawa to the class, now all of them finally in their PE uniforms. Sir, shouldn't we be on our way to orientation? Asked Ochako. No, I have something else in mind. Now let's see which one of you will make a good demonstration. Bakugo, he said, tossing a ball to him. What's your farthest record in the ball toss in middle school? Bakugo thought for a moment. About 60 meters. All right, stand in the circle and toss the ball. This time use your quirk. Bakugo stepped into the circle, riled his arm back and yelled die as he threw with an explosive kick causing the ball to soar through the air. Did he just yell die? Thought the class. Aizawa pulled out and showed the class, 655 meters, not bad. For years now your teacher have been trying to make you all feel equal, you're not. Today you'll be taking a series of tests to see where you all are at. Really, this sounds like fun, said Mina. Kirishima nodded in agreement. Yeah, real test. Oh, you guys think this is fun, do you? Said Aizawa. Well, each year we are supposed to have 20 students in each class, but as you can all see there are 22 of you here. So the person who places last gets kicked out of the hero course. This sparked protest. Hell, if a few more of you do poorly I'll expel more of you. Here in UA the teachers are given many freedoms and they get to decide who stays and who leaves. So go out there and show me some plus ultra while you still can. This caused quite a few students to start panicking. Though some of them kept a cool head like Izuku and his friends, well, Melissa was panicking but she kept it from showing. Though one girl seemed completely unfazed by this and Izuku noticed. You're not scared about going home, miss? Yayorozu, my name is Momo Yayorozu, she said, and it's clear that he's lying. There's no way UA would allow one of their teachers to send someone home on their first day. She said this with absolute confidence and loud enough for those close like Yae to hear. Izuku thought for a moment as he looked at Aizawa who was explaining each test. I think he might be telling the truth. We'll just have to wait and see. 50-meter dash. Mina was able to use her acid to slide across the finish line a few seconds before the laser kid was able to make it and remarking that using the laser too much makes his tummy hurt. Thanks to her training and lightening her cloth, Ochako was barely able to keep up with Ojiro. Kirishima surprised Izuku as he was able to make a good dash straight through the finish line. When it came to Izuku's turn, he was up against Bakugo. Bakugo may have had his explosions which gave him a good score, but Izuku knew the breath of lightning which allowed him to achieve a score of 1.2 seconds. Bakugo didn't like that. Melissa sped through within 3 seconds and Yae making small explosions on her feet made it in 4. Long jump. Might have been a made joke. Even Yae through sheer determination and some bouncy strange metal on her feet allowed her to clear the pit along with the rest of her friends. Grip test. Melissa was able to beat out Izuku and Yae but came second to a boy with 6 arms. Sidestepping test. Almost no one was able to get a good score other than a short kid using purple ball to bounce him back and forth. Ball toss test. Izuku used some breath of earth for a good power shot that made it over 620 meters. Melissa gave it a shot and was able to get it over the 700-meter mark, receiving a glare from Bakugo, though she had to open her jacket to let her chest cool off from overheating her heart. Yae thought of something interesting. She coated the ball in some of her strange metal, then she made some throwing knives and covered her knuckles in it. She tossed the ball up in the air and then hit it with her fist. The explosion caused the ball to fly 200 meters before she started to throw the knives before it started to fall. Each knife hit the ball a meter before it hit the ground and was always on target, causing it to fly another 100 meters or so with each explosion, and then when she was out of knives, the coating on the ball erupted, causing it to reach a high enough altitude to go over the school wall. 1,248 meters. "Oh yeah, I made it off campus," Yae yelled in victory. "What? No way, that's cheating," yelled Bakugo. "How did she cheat?" asked Aizawa. "All I said was don't leave the circle. She used her quirk and didn't break any rules." "Hell, I'm tempted to add points for the accurate knife throws." "How did you make those shots?" whispered Izuku. "Melissa gave me the idea, to try and make my metal magnetic," she said, wrapping an arm around Melissa. "I have been able to make my metal bouncy, explosive, and now thanks to Melissa I now can make them magnetic." Melissa adjusted her glasses. "Well, it was just a theory. I had the idea if Yae couldn't produce a lot of metal without hurting herself, then maybe she could produce a wide variety of metal that can do all sorts of things." Yae kept grinning with pride. "I'd like to see someone beat my score." Ochako threw the ball into space and Aizawa's phone scored it at infinity. Ochako started to scratch the back of her head. "My quirk kind of just works here," she said, hoping Yae wouldn't get made like Bakugo. Instead Yae smiled at Ochako. "Nice going, Gravity Cheeks." "Gravity Cheeks?" before turning to Izuku. "Is that a good thing?" "I think so. It's definitely a step up from some of her other nicknames." Endurance test. 20 minutes into the test, everyone but Izuku, Melissa, Yae, Momo, who pulled a bike out of her stomach, and Bakugo out of pure stubbornness, were still running. Aizawa had to stop them and give each of them a passing grade. Sit-ups and push-up test. Both of these tests had a similar ending to the last. Izuku, Melissa and Yae were still going strong thanks to the endurance training Yashiro gave them. Bakugo was still right behind them and was going off of sheer willpower. They all agreed. He might be in but his determination was impressive. "Okay, I've chalked up all of your scores," said Aizawa. "I'm not going to waste time listing them all off, so here. Midoriya. Ryoshi. Shield. Bakugo. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki. Kirishima. Ashido. Uraraka. Tenya Ida. Tokoyami. Shoji. Ojiro. Koda. Sato. Azui. Aoyama. Siro. Kaminari. Jiro. Hagakure. Mineta." As everyone read the result, all of them slowly turned to the short purple boy who was shaking and on the verge of wetting himself. Does this mean I'm expelled?" "Yep," said Aizawa, shocking a couple students. "You can keep the uniform. I doubt we have anyone that can fit it. Go and transfer to the general studies course if you want, I don't care." "Wait, aren't you taking this a little too far?" said the girl with black hair and a ponytail. "You were just trying to get us motivated, right? You weren't actually going to expel any of us, right?" "Miss Yaoyorozu, you must have been pretty confident that I wasn't being serious, but I was." "He's expelled. If you want to leave as well, you can." "But—" "Shut up, Magic Melons," said Yae. "If he went up against a villain now, he would most likely die. This is for the best." Well, it's just—" "Wait, Magic Tips," said Momo, finally realizing what Yae called her. "Why did you call me Magic Melons?" "You pull crap out of your melons like a magic hat," said Yae, so nonchalant you'd think she was describing an everyday object. "They're not, that's not how, my quirk doesn't work like that," she tried to explain herself but kept getting more and more flustered. "I can pull any object from any part of my body," she demonstrated by pulling a small ruling stick from her arm. "See? Oh, I can do that too," said Yae as she summoned a small metal stick from her arm. "What's your point, Magic Melons?" "Stop calling me that," as she got in Yae's face. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, not Magic Melons. Ye then put the small metal stick in Momo's face. Oi Magic Melons, get out of my face before I ignite this stick. Momo was actually getting angry, and before she could respond both her and Ye were wrapped together face to face. Hey! What the hell? Okay, that's enough out of both of you, said Aizawa as his hair began to float and his eyes shined red. He was using his scarf to restrain the two girls, also showing a pair of yellow goggles. Your Erasure Head, said Izuku, an underground hero with the power to temporarily erase other people's quirk. Erasure Head was impressed. It's been a long time since anybody has been able to identify me. But that's beside the point right now, as he released the two girls. You two stop, I don't want to deal with your squabbles right now. He then turned to see Mineta was still here. And you get out of here, I already expelled you. The rest of you go back to the classroom, your curriculum sheets are on the desk, pick one up before you leave. Hold it right there, Aizawa, said Vlad King walking up to the class. What do you want, Vlad? Aizawa is already tired. I got orders here for you directly from the principal, he said as he pulled out a piece of paper. You as of right now aren't allowed to expel anyone. Aizawa took the paper and gave it a quick read, before sighing. Minoru Mineta, you better shape up. Now all of you go back to the class, and you, he said pointing at Vlad, you're coming with me real quick. Mineta began to cry and got on his knees. Thank you, sir. You're my hero. No problem, said Vlad King as he followed Aizawa. Lucky little BSTRD, said Bakugo. Aizawa and Vlad walked through the halls of UA in silence for a while before Aizawa decided it was time to break the silence. Why'd you do it, Vlad? You know why I expel students, don't you? Yes, I know why and I don't mind, but last year when you expelled an entire class and I was the one who had to deal with all of the angry parents. Vlad said while getting a little angry at the memory. Realization flashed in Aizawa's eyes. Oh yeah, I still owe you for that one. Yes you do, but that's not the reason I stopped you. As they arrived at the principal's office. When they entered they found Yashiro and Nizu playing some sort of board game called Gungi. Though neither of them could tell who was winning. Oh Aizawa, said Yashiro, I hope ye didn't get too much on your nerves. No, not really, I've had a few students like her in the past, not to mention she kind of reminds me of a certain bunny hero. He said as he stepped in. Why did you stop me from expelling that kid? I didn't, I just said that I have an idea for them. Do you believe that the student was unworthy of being a hero? Yes. At the moment he doesn't have much potential at all. Wow, that's not good, said Nizu, reversal by the way. TCH, good move, but a pathetic student might be better for what I have in mind, said Yashiro moving a piece. Oh, what do you have in mind, said Aizawa. Yashiro smiled before elaborating on his plan. His plan shocked both Aizawa and Vlad. Nizu, you're okay with this? To be honest, yes, said the mouse. I've been wanting to do something similar for quite a while, and with Yashiro keeping that accursed board away I finally get to do it. Did you just put my shogun in check? I did, said Yashiro as they kept playing. While Aizawa thought that these kids aren't ready for what's about to come. Man, that was one crazy first day of school, said Izuku. I hope not every day is like this, said Melissa. You know, I don't think I would mind if every day was like this, I mean at least it wouldn't be boring, said Ye. Hey, they turned to see Ochako running after them. Hey, are you guys heading to the train station? Mind if I come with you? Sure, Gravity Cheeks. I don't mind, said Izuku. Sure, said Melissa, who honestly didn't want another girl with them. Upon realizing this, Melissa thought, am I getting jealous? Hey, who's that? Asked Ochako as she pointed to the entrance, where a girl in a UA uniform with two black pigtails was waiting. Wait, I know that girl, he said as he made way towards her. Yuki, is that you? Hey Izuku, she said quietly. Izuku, who is this? Asked Melissa. Oh, I went to middle school with her. He said, I guess I still do. You're going to UA, right? Yes, I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Yuki Sunoinjuro of Class 1C, said Yuki with a small bow. Class 1C, is that the hero course? Asked Ye. No, said Ochako, I think that's the general course. It is the general course, said Yuki, I failed the hero course exam. Oh, Izuku, said Yuki firmly, can I please talk to you alone for a moment? Oh, said Izuku, not sure how he should respond, so Melissa slapped his back. Melissa. Go, talk to her, she said, come on Ye, Ochako, let's go. She grabbed Ye's hand and began to walk off with Ochako following them. See you later. Yes, see you guys later, he waved as they walked away. For some reason Izuku felt like he screwed something up. So you wanted to talk? Yeah, let's go for a walk. Yo, hey, Melissa, wait up, said Ye chasing after Melissa, who had been walking fast down the street. Ye and Ochako had been following Melissa after she left UA. Melissa walked further down the street before stopping. Melissa, are you doing all right? Melissa grabbed her head and bent over. I'm sorry, Guidan, I'm sorry, I don't know why, but my chest just felt twisted, not physically, but I just wanted to leave. I didn't mean to make a scene, it just hurt. You get what I mean. Nope, was Ye's immediate response. But I want to help. Just say what you need. Melissa couldn't deny she was touched by her friend's simple response. I think I get it, said Ochako, speaking up as she put her hands on her heart. Your heart hurts because you're worried you'll lose him, right? Melissa pondered her words for a moment. Well, I guess. It's just I've never felt this way about a person, and I guess I just don't know how to process this. You never had a crush on someone before? Not even in middle school. I never went to middle school. I kind of skipped a few grades, said Melissa. I'm sorry, I guess I'm being selfish. You're not being selfish, said Ochako, taking Melissa's hands. You're just listening to your heart and you're just trying to figure out what it's trying to say. Melissa smiled. Thanks, Ochako. Girlual. They both turned to Ye as she scratched the back of her head. Sorry, I'm a little hungry. Oh, there's a new cafe near where I live, said Ochako, you guys want to come with? If they serve food, I'm in. Sure, said Melissa as the three went to get some food. Oh. Izuku and Yuki found themselves inside a different cafe. They both sat in silence since they ordered their drinks. Okay, so what's going on here, thought Izuku. First she asks me to go on a walk so they could talk, and now we're in a cafe and we still barely have said anything to each other. Should I be the one to say something? Yuki had similar thoughts going through her head. What should I say? I just wanted to apologize for middle school and give him his journal back, but I ended up messing things up for him and his friends, girlfriend, or is it girlfriends? Either way, I just screwed up more. Now I just dragged him around in silence. What the hell am I doing? Hey Yuki, you doing okay? Asked Izuku, breaking the silence. Huh? Yeah, I'm fine, Yuki took a breath to calm herself down. I want to apologize for everything that happened in middle school. I know everyone I included treated you horrible, and to make it worse, none of us ever stood up for you. We just turned away whenever you were getting hurt. We ignored you and made fun of your dream, and even though you proved us all wrong and have achieved what most people dreamed of, it still doesn't excuse the way we acted. It doesn't justify any way we treated you or the way we acted. I personally wanted to apologize for leaving you to such a fate. If I was a real hero, I would stand up for you and I wouldn't have left you to Bakugo. Yuki stood from her chair. I just really wanted to say I'm sorry, as she bowed towards Izuku. Izuku was stunned. He never expected once that he would meet any of his former classmates, let alone get an apology from any of them. For a moment Izuku pondered if he wanted an apology until he came to the realization that he didn't want any apology. He just wasn't expecting this. Yuki, I don't need an apology. I already have forgotten about everything that happened in middle school. He knew this was a lie. He knew somewhere in his heart that pain would always exist, but he knew that he could move past it. He had to. But I need to, she said quickly. I need to apologize. The way I acted was unacceptable and in no way a hero should act. I should have done better and I want to do better. So if there is anything I can do, please just say the word and I'll do it. Whoa, could you please dial it back a little? You're kind of making a scene. Izuku pointed out all the people now staring at Yuki. Yuki's face turned red as she bowed and apologized to the other customers before returning to her seat with her face full of embarrassment. Wait, you said that was no way a hero should act. Did you try getting into the UA hero course? Yuki's face still showed she was embarrassed, but it also was now carrying a hint of annoyance. Did something happen? I tripped on a purple ball, she whispered. The test just started and I was able to make 2 robots crash before I tripped over a purple ball and fell on top of more of them. I was stuck there for the whole test and I couldn't get out, she said with a defeated look. Wait a minute, thought Izuku. Purple ball? Was it that Mineta kid? I did see him bounce off of them, but if he could change that from bounciness to stickiness, that could explain how he stopped a few robots. It could also trap others by accident as well, it seems. When I got a letter from the school, they said they were impressed with what I did before I got stuck and asked me to join the general education course, saying I would have a chance to switch to the hero course. Apparently I wasn't the only one. For some reason 2 other girls in the general studies also got stuck on those stupid ball. Her face began to twist into anger. I swear if I ever find that son of a gun as she began to grumble a bit. Izuku couldn't help but feel for her. She must have trained hard only for it to all come undone because one kid wasn't careful enough with his quirk, or was he trying to do something else? Izuku made a mental note to keep an eye on Mineta. Well then I guess I have some good news for you because we have 2 open spots in Class 1A. Gaspy, really? She said. She smiled from ear to ear. That means I can get into the hero course and I can show Bakugo what a real hero looks like. Bakugo? Yeah, I'll be a better hero than he'll ever be, she said with a determined look in her eyes. Oh, before I forget, as she reached into her bag and grabbed out his old notebook. Here, this belongs to you. My old hero analysis notebook. Izuku carefully held the book in his hands as if he is reuniting with an old friend. How did you? When you left school they were about to throw out all of your stuff. I was able to pick it up before they tossed it out. Izuku had to wipe a small tear from his eye. Thank you. These notebooks kept me going for the longest time. I owe you one. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. What? No. I didn't keep it for a reward or anything. I just thought it was the right thing to do, she said, blushing a little as she thought of what she could ask, but she knew that wouldn't be right. Though there was one thing she could ask. Actually, if I can borrow a bit of your time. She reached into her bag and grabbed her spare notebook. I would like to run some ideas by you if you don't mind. The moment she said those words, stars appeared in Izuku's eyes. Of course I would, he said as they began to go back and forth on quirk ideas. Oh. Man, this is delicious, said Yae as she ate another round of dangos. They had found the outdoor cafe that Ochako had recommended and ordered drinks and snacks. It's been a while since I've had a dango. Melissa finished chewing hers. These are a lot better than I expected. Really, I'm glad you guys like it, said Ochako as she enjoyed her tea. Is this your first time having dangos? It is for me, said Melissa. I usually had Western food back home, and when I moved to Japan, Tomo made all sorts of different food from around the world, so I didn't really get a chance to try Japanese food. Which now that I think about it is kind of surprising. Not really, said Yae as she finished her 5th stick of dangos. Tomo has had food from all around the world and she has tried to make them herself. If you think about it, it isn't too surprising that she never made any of the normal stuff around here. Tomo? Is she a chef friend of yours? Asked Ochako. Well, not exactly, said Melissa, trying to think of a good way to describe Tomo. She's kind of a bit of everything. Ochako tilted her head a bit in confusion. It may sound confusing, gravity cheeks, but to be honest that is most likely the best way to describe her, said Yae. She can be a doctor, nurse, housewife, big sister and can kick more but than most pro heroes. Melissa nodded in agreement while Ochako tried to imagine what this Tomo was like. What she thought up was a battle-ready maiden with a frying pan in one hand and a syringe in another. What, so is she a pro hero then? Nope. Why isn't she a pro hero? Asked Melissa. We saw her go toe-to-toe with the other pros. She could most likely get into the top 10 easily. Yae wiggled a dango stick. That's if she wanted to. Tomo doesn't want to leave the old man's side and unless he told her to, she wouldn't do it. Old man, said Ochako, giving her even more questions. Before she could ask them she saw a group of girls walking down the street. Kendo, she said, waving at her friend. Ochako, said Kendo, walking over to their table. How's it going? It's going great, just having some after-school tea with my classmates, as she gestured to Yae and Melissa. Ring. What was that? Thought Yae, now on alert. Hi there, we met before though I don't think we've been properly introduced. I'm Istuka Kendo, said Kendo. You're Shield-san and Ryoshi-san, right? Please, call me Melissa. Yes, same here, just call me Yae, Big Fist. Big Fist? You called me that during the exam. Yeah, that's just Yae being Yae, you get used to it, said Melissa. So is everyone with you from UA? Yeah, Kendo, you didn't forget about us, right, said a girl with green hair. Oh right, sorry. These are a couple of girls from class 1B, said Kendo. How you doin'? Name's Setsuna Tokage, said the girl with green hair. Greetings, I'm Yui Kodai, said an emotionless girl who gave a small bow. Hello, sorry my Japanese isn't the best, said a girl with horns. I'm Pony Tsunatori. I'm a foreign student from America. Melissa perked up a bit. You're from America as well? I didn't think I would meet someone from the States so soon. Pony lit up and grabbed Melissa's hands. Someone who can understand me. Sorry, it's just that not many people can speak English that well here. Yeah, not many people here know a second language, said Yae, speaking perfectly in English. Surprising everyone but Melissa. Though I would recommend that you learn Japanese while you're here. It should make things easier. Of course, said Pony, don't worry, I fully intend on learning Japanese. It's just refreshing and a bit reassuring to hear someone else can understand me. Meanwhile the other girls were wondering what they were saying as they started to speak English. I don't suppose any of you know what they're saying, asked Sestuna. I know a bit of English but not that well, said Yui. Pony is saying she's happy that there are others that can understand her, said a new voice. Yae forged a knife under the table as her eyes snapped to the blonde girl who was standing behind Kendo. When the hell did she get here? Thought Yae she was not standing there, or was she? If so, how did I not notice her? Yae gave the girl a look over. She was wearing the UA uniform. She had really shiny blonde hair, one could mistaken it for a yellowish white, and sharp pinkish eyes. Eyes that saw through Ye, they told Ye that she knew about the knife and the smile said I'm not afraid. This girl is trained. The girl smirked at Ye. My name is Hibiki Yuzui, please call me Hibiki. You mind if we sit with you? Ye remained silent and kept glaring at the girl. That would be fantastic, said Melissa. It would be great if we could get to know our classmates a little better. Ye hid the knife in her sleeve just in case. The girls made room for their new friends, they ordered and began talking about the first day of school. The girls of Class 1B were quite surprised about what had happened to Class 1A. Whoa, sounds like you guys had a busy first day, said Sestuna. Pony shook a little. That must have been scary, I think the pressure would have gotten to me. We're all training to be heroes so we should actually be expecting things like this, said Kendo, they're going to be tough on us so that we will be able to handle anything the world throws at us. That's a good mindset, said Ye relaxing a little but she made sure to keep an eye on Hibiki, who was also eyeing Ye and Melissa. So meet anyone interesting during your test, she asked. Melissa thought for a moment. A few of them stood out like the boy with the ice quirk and the girl who was pink but the one that was the loudest was the boy named Bakugo. His quirk explosion is good but he doesn't have the best attitude. Yeah, said Ochako, remembering him shouting a lot. He doesn't seem to get along with others. While that is true, he screams and barks a lot, you can't deny he has the skill to back most of it up. For the most part of the test he kept up with me, Melissa and Izuku. Hell, he even did better than Magic Melons. The other girls had to freeze as Kendo spit out her drink and the others to just stare at Ye, before Setsuna began laughing. What? Who is Magic Melons? Asked Setsuna between laughs. Ye was confused by this as she didn't bother to even remember the girl's name. So Melissa stepped in. Momo Yayorozu. Momo Yayorozu, repeated Setsuna, oh I know her, she got into UA on recommendation. She has a quirk that allows her to make things out of her body, right? Something like that. Kendo thought for a moment and saw a pattern. What Ye do you give us names depending on our quirks? No, not all the time. Ye looked up trying to think. I don't really remember when I started doing it but because I kept moving my whole life and met new people every single day I just gave people names to make it easier to remember people that I want to remember. Heck, when I first met Izuku I called him the Green Mumbler. Wait, why am I thinking about this, she thought. Wait, said Melissa, you call me and Izuku by our given names and you called me Melissa from the day we met. That's because I wasn't planning on knowing you too long. I try to remember people's names if I'm only going to know them for a day and they haven't done anything to PSS me off like Flame Face. So why didn't you give me a name? Because you fought by my side in the mall. I would never disrespect someone who has fought by my side, not to mention you impressed me. You had only 2 months of training and were shaking and you still had the guts to stand and fight with me and Izuku. Said Ye, that's why right, wait I never thought about this before, why am I thinking about it now? The girls thought for a moment at Ye's logic. I think I'm starting to get you. You go through life meeting so many different people that you give them names on their first impression, said Kendo, so the reason you don't call Izuku Green Mumbler anymore is because he fought by your side. No, she grumbled. He beat me in a fight. I remember those who have beaten me in a fight or those that have done something to earn my respect. That's a little arrogant, Ye, said Melissa. Wait, you respect Sensei Yashiro, why do you call him old man all the time? He likes it. Ring. There's the ringing sound again, thought Ye. Where is it coming from? It doesn't sound natural at all. Ochako tilted her head again. Your sensei likes to be called an old man. Unfortunately our sensei has a quirk that makes it hard for you to tell how old he is, said Melissa, but that aside this is a story I want to hear, so how did you meet Sensei Yashiro? Well, according to my parents I met him when I was a baby, but the first time I remember him and speaking with him was when I was 5. Master Yashiro, yelled Matazo Ryoshi, he must be in his office. Ye, wait for your mother, she should be out of the bathroom shortly. I'm going to go look for Master Yashiro. Ye nodded to her father as she held her stuffed boar. She watched her father leave as she waited at the entrance of Yashiro's home for about 2 minutes, which for a child was an eternity, and like any child began to wander off. As she did she saw a person looking at some flowers outside. Excuse me, old man, she said, getting his attention. He looked at her. Yeah, you old man, she said, pointing at him. Yashiro stared at the little girl for a moment before looking left and right before slowly pointing to himself. Me? Yeah, you old man. Old man, he said in disbelief, why do you call me that? You're older than me and you're a man. You're an old man, she said simply. He ha 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 ha, he just started laughing harder and harder, almost falling over. So loud Ye's parents could hear it from inside the house. According to my dad, that was the loudest he had ever heard the old man laugh. Apparently I was the first one to call him old man before even knowing who he was. Later I learned he saved me and my mom once. After that, the next time I saw him I called him by his name, and I could tell he was a little disappointed by that, so I just kept calling him old man. And he doesn't mind? Asked Yui. Nope, said Yae, shaking her head. We even had a conversation about it a while ago, and he said it was fine that I call him that. It apparently helps remind him of his age. Well, that's quite fascinating, said Hibiki, who was all smiles. So how did this Yashiro save you and your mum? That sounds like an interesting story. Ring. Yae was about to say something before she slapped her hand on her mouth. They're right there. I felt as if I needed to say something. What the hell is going on? Melissa stared at her friend. Yae, you okay? Why the hell am I even thinking about this? Yelled Yae as she pulled the knife out of her sleeve. She was about to throw it at Hibiki when she felt someone grab her hand. She looked down to see a severed floating hand holding hers. What the? Okay, how about we calm down now, said Setsuna as she stood up, waving her arms showing that neither had hands. Freaking out Ochako, Pony and Melissa. Setsuna, you hands, said Pony, pointing at them. Don't worry, it's my quirk, she said. I can detach parts of my body, as she gestured to the hand holding Yae's and the other hand holding Hibiki's collar. Hibiki looked down at the hand, remaining totally calm. She then turned her head to her left, seeing Yui's hand on her shoulder with a paperclip. She then turned her head to the right, seeing Kendo's hand right behind her. So these three were ready. I'm impressed. I didn't think this many would notice. Grandfather will be disappointed. I underestimated them too much and I overstepped and fished for too much information. Hibiki smiled. She raised her hands as if she was saying she was surrendering. Okay, you got me. I'll stop. What's going on? Asked Ochako. What's going on? This chick is trying to screw with my head, said Yae before turning her head to Setsuna. And this one is stopping me from stabbing her. Well, I couldn't have you stabbing a fellow classmate the first day, now can I? She said. That wouldn't be very heroic now, would it? Sorry, I didn't think this could get so out of hand, said Hibiki. Honestly, I don't want this to get physical. Alright, I'm sorry. Okay, so what and why were you doing it? Said Kendo, still having her hand in striking range. Easy, I don't trust you or Demon Slayer. Lied Hibiki as she stared at Yae, making no sign that she was lying. You see, my family business is security, from bodyguards to virus protection. My family does it. So, when you and Demon Slayer showed up, a lot of strange things started to happen, stuff that actually affected my family. Nothing in a bad way, and nothing too lasting. Though it did raise a lot of questions. Questions that I were hoping to get some answers to. Nothing too deep, just enough to quell mine and my family's paranoia, she said as she took a sip of her drink. Though as she did, she noticed that none of them were relaxing at all. She rolled her eyes. Oh, for the love of. Sit down and relax before all you start to cause a scene. The other girls looked at each other for a moment before they took their seats. Though none of them let their guard down. Yae kept a firm grip on the knife she created and made sure Hibiki could see it. Yui was unfolding a paperclip, forming it into a capture weapon just in case. Your quirk has the ability to mess with our minds. If you continue, we will take you to the authorities despite your reasons. Hibiki smiled. My quirk isn't exactly like that, but tell me, how did you know I was up to something? Yui thought for a moment, deciding whether or not to say anything. Though Yae had no problem saying what was on her mind. It was that stupid whining noise. It was annoying as all hell. It was now Hibiki's turn to look shocked. Ringing noise. But that sound is on a high frequency, only animals should be able to hear it. You must have some good ears. Did any of you hear the ringing? Setsuna looked at her as she moved her hair away from her ears. I couldn't hear anything, but I noticed that parts of my body were a bit unfocused, and I noticed her tensing up a lot every time you spoke, and to top it off I noticed Kendo. Ah yes, Kendo did pick up on that rather quickly. You knew I was on to you, said Kendo. You always made sure to keep me within striking distance, and to top it off you haven't touched your drink or snacks once. Which is a shame because these are rather good, she said as she popped some snacks into her mouth. You're acting too clam, said Yui, getting a little worried by the girl's actions. You do realize we have to report you? Hibiki eyed the girl. You're quite strict. Is that how you figured something was off? Yui was quiet for a moment. Yes, I come from a military family. I've never gone to get snacks with people I just met. Especially not without notifying someone. When you asked for me to join you, you put too much of your quirk into it when you told me to relax. I relaxed so much I actually came along without sending a single message. I have never forgotten to do that once in my life. I see. Well, I have to admit I'm impressed, said Hibiki. I didn't think much of UA at all when I first came here, but you girls really showed me I'm going to need to do better in the future. In the future? Repeated Melissa. What makes you think we will let you do something like this again? Hibiki smiled and closed her eyes. Oxnard. Squeak. The girls turned their attention to the noise. In the center of the table sat a hamster eating a sunflower seed. A hamster. His name is Oxnard. Oxnard Neuralize. Oh. Shoto was surprised when he got home. Not only did his sister prepare his favorite dinner but his brother Natsuo was there as well. Natsuo, what are you doing here? Fuyumi invited me to celebrate your first day of school, explained Natsuo. Shoto stared at his brother for a moment. He had never seen his brother accept an invitation to come home for something as small as the first day of school. The second Natsuo graduated high school he left the house and rarely ever returned. Is that really the only reason you came by today? Natsuo stared back as his brother. Well, to be honest, I kind of wanted to see how things are going on around here. I've heard some interesting rumors that Enji got into some trouble. Wanted to see what that was all about. Shoto's only response was a small hum. Natsuo, said Fuyumi, coming to greet her brothers. We are here to celebrate Shoto's first day. I already got dinner on the table. As the three entered the dining room they saw the food on the table and a man with spiky bright red hair wearing sunglasses in a suit eating the food. Hi. Natsuo was completely confused. What the? Who are you? Sis, did you get a boyfriend? Fuyumi turned a bright red. What, no? Mr. Red as well. What exactly do you do? He's Dad's babysitter, said Shoto. Pretty much, said Mr. Red as he ate some noodles. Sup Natsuo, you can call me Agent Red or either of them work. I'm in charge of watching your father after he set off the government. Okay, I've got questions, said Natsuo. If you're here, where's father? Asked Shoto. Red raised his hand and began to slowly fold his fingers. The last finger went down and the door behind him opened. Fuyumi, I left some papers in the gym. Did you? What are you doing here? Yelled Endeavor as he saw Red. My orders were quite literally to be your shadow. Wherever you go, I follow, he said as he continued to eat. Endeavor glared at the man. I haven't seen you for quite some time, I thought you left. Nope. I'm still watching. I was watching when you stopped that armored car today and when you had that American toasted sandwich for lunch. Even when you sent those flowers. Flowers? Thought the siblings. So now you're here now stealing food from my kids. I'm not stealing, Fuyumi made this for me, he said, raising a card that said, for Mr. Red. Endeavor glanced at his daughter. I felt guilty when he came by the last few times and I didn't have any food for him, she said a little sheepishly. Endeavor turned his attention back to Red. What are you doing here? Well, you're here, so that's a reason. As for why I'm talking to you directly, I came to pass on a message. Your punishment has been decided and in 2 days you will be told what exactly it is, so be prepared, said Red as he put his plate down. Thanks for the food, Fuyumi. It was delicious. Can't you just tell me what it is, so we can get it over with? Unfortunately, I don't know what your punishment is, but I look forward to it. As he stood up and left the room. I'll see you all later. Endeavor huffed. Fuyumi, the papers I left in the gym. I put them in your office, she said as Endeavor left for his office. So dinner. Shoto sat down in front of his plate. Let's eat. Natsuo sat down as well, hearing his father stomp out of the house. Hey sis, mind making a bit of extra for the next few days? Things look like they're getting good around here. Oh. Laughter could be heard from the group of girls as Setsuna was telling a story. And then I popped my head and screamed. He said his pants and ran out of the school, causing the girls to laugh more. Wow, Setsuna, sounds like you were a bit of a troublemaker in elementary school, said Hibiki. I never knew things like that could happen in school, said Yae. I wish I could have a story like that. Just don't do anything like that to Yayorozu. You're already on bad terms with her, said Melissa. Wait, don't you have some stories from elementary school? Asked Hibiki. Never been to school before, Yue, said Yae. I was always homeschooled. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, unfortunately Yae doesn't know much about how to socialize properly with people, said Melissa. You should learn not to make enemies, Yae, said Yui. It could come and bite you later. What you guys talking about, magic melons, said Yae. Don't worry. I can deal with her. It's not like I'm going to know her for too long. What do you mean? Well, I just need to deal with her until school is over and we graduate, right? So I just need to deal with her for the next week or so, said Yae while drinking the rest of her coffee. Before noticing that everyone was looking at her. What? Yae, said Ochako. How long do you think school is going to last? I don't know. A week or two. Slap. As Melissa face-bombed. Before Yae could say anything, Hibiki giggled. Yae, to graduate Yue you have to go to school there for 3 years. Yae was silent for a moment as she processed the information before her eyes expanded to the size of plates. 3 yearsss as the other girls began to laugh. Yae got into the fetal position and began to rock back and forth. I've never stayed anywhere for longer than 6 months and now I'm stuck here for 3 years. Wow, you really have never done anything like school, have you? Said Yui. If you don't mind me asking, where have you been? Ye wordlessly reached in her pocket and pulled out a small but rather thick notebook that Pony recognized. A passport. Here, look for yourself, it's not like I'm going anywhere, said Ye as a dark cloud appeared above her. Melissa began to pat her back while Kendo reached and opened the passport. Whoa, look at all these countries. The other girls leaned in to see. You got almost every country in here. America, France, Spain, Italy, China. She's been to every country in Europe, even the small islands like Themyscira, Vltava, and Markovaya. Forget Europe, take a look at this, she's been to Wakanda, Ubar, Egypt, Azerbaijan, the Sank Kingdom, even the Angel Islands. All the girls were shocked, even Hibiki, who thought she had been to a lot of places. Well, yeah, you've certainly been to quite a few places. Ye, how in the world have you been around the world so much? Asked Ochako. Ye lifted her head up slightly. My dad's work has us moving around a bit. I once visited 5 different countries in a single day. I'm used to moving a lot. How in the world am I going to survive like this? Calm down, Ye, said Melissa, trying to comfort her friend. Melissa, I don't know if I can do this, said Ye with crocodile tears. Come on, Ye, I know you got this. We can get through it together. Ye looked at her friend. Okay, she said before she noticed something on the ground. Huh, she picked it up, showing the table a solid metal knife. When did I make this? Did you make it during the exam? Said Melissa. As Hibiki eyed the knife from across the table. You know, this is fun and all, but we should probably leave here soon. It is getting late. That's when the girls noticed it was sunset. Holy crap, said Setsuna as she checked her phone. Have we really been talking this long? Time flies when you're having fun, said Pony. Before we leave, can I get your contact info? As the girls began to trade contact information, Melissa noticed something odd on her phone, but for the time being ignored it for the time being as she said goodbye to the girls of Class 1B. Oh. Is something wrong, Ye? Asked Ochako as she walked with Ye and Melissa. I don't know, she said as she continued to stare at the knife. Because of my quirk, I try to keep track of everything I make, and I don't remember at all making this knife. Hey Melissa, do you remember me at all making anything or showing off my quirk? Melissa? Both girls turned to see Melissa glued to her phone as she furiously typed onto the screen. Both girls looked over her shoulders to see her staring at several charts on the screen. Yo, Earth to Melissa, said Ye, shaker her shoulder. You okay? No, she said quietly. I think we were attacked. Huh? What do you mean? Asked Ochako. Take a look at these charts. You can clearly see that for 20 minutes there was no information being transferred from my heart monitor to my phone. Melissa showed the chart to her friends where they say a blank space on the chart. Before Ochako asked about the monitor. My quirk has a bit of a drawback that it messes with my heart. Ever since then I've had a heart rate monitor monitoring my heart just in case anything goes wrong. For 20 minutes it kept running but didn't transfer any information. I custom built this phone and programmed it myself. So I know it works, but for 20 minutes while we were at the cafe it completely lost all data functions. Physically it's fine, but someone somehow messed with the data. Not only with my phone but also with my heart monitor. Someone did something to use, and I'm sure if I checked you phones I would find something similar. Ochako was now panicking. Why would someone do that? Melissa is the daughter of a rich genius and the niece of a pro hero. We are student of a hero school, and me and Izuku have set off a lot of criminals, said Ye before she smiled. Looks like these 3 years may not be too boring after all. Ye, this is serious, said Ochako. We should tell someone about this. Melissa comforted Ochako. Don't worry, Ochako, we know people that will help us out. Though I would like to examine your phone as well. Would your parents mind if you spend the night? I don't live with my parents. My family lives too far away for me to go to UA and live with them at the same time. Perfect, said Ye, wrapping an arm around Ochako's shoulders. You'll stay with us for now. We'll have each other back, before pointing to Melissa. While you find me something to hunt. What, you guys want me to move in with you? Right now, said Ochako while her mind was swirling at how sudden all of this was. It will be the best way to have your back just. In case things go sideways, me and Melissa will be there and we will have Izuku living next door. Izuku. Ochako's face began to warm. And as a bonus you can live with us rent-free. Rent-free. For someone who was trying to save money this was a dream. But what about all my stuff? Don't worry, I think there's someone who can help us out with that, said Melissa. Come on out, fun size, said Ye as Melissa held out her bag as a tiny Yui jumped out before changing to her regular size. Apologize, said Yui, I too noticed something strange as I called my parents. Apparently they have been trying to get a hold of me for a while. Then I remembered how you couldn't remember making the knife. That's when I knew something was up and deduced that you two were the most likely targets, but I did not have enough information to go to the authorities, so I decided the best course of action would be to hide close to you guys just in case something were to happen. So you hide in Melissa's bag, said Ochako. Yes, and I agree with Ye, it would be good if you stayed with someone else, so I would be happy to help you move. Something definitely happened. This was not just our imagination. Someone was most definitely targeting our group and they may attack again. Oh. Hibiki walked down the street. As she walked down the street, the more her anger grew. Those brats, how dare they make me look like a fool, even though they won't remember what happened, they made me look like an idiot. She thought as she walked down the street. Woohoo baby, what are you doing out here all on your own? Hibiki looked over to see two young men that looked like they were just out of high school approached her. She could tell the one that spoke to her was looking at her up and down. How about you let us walk you home? What do you say? Dude, stop, said his friend. She's wearing a UA uniform. Oh, I don't mind, said Hibiki with her sweetest smile. I could use your help. This way, as she turned into the alley. The boy grinned from ear to ear. You see, dude. Some high school girls know how to have fun. He was unable to finish as Hibiki kicked his head into the wall. Before his friend could say a word, she kicked him into the other wall of the alley. You beach, he said between coughs as blood filled his mouth. I'll call the cops, you crazy beach. You hear me, I'll, what they, as the man checked his phone showing a laughing robot rat skull on the screen. You can thank Rat Trap for that one. He's taking control of all of the electronics in the area, she said as she looked down at the man with darkness in her eyes. Rat Trap? Wah, the boy heard a squeak, and when he looked down and saw a small cybernetic rat. A rat robot? It's his quirk actually, said Hibiki as she grabbed the back of his head. His head began to vibrate so fast and violently that he began to bleed out of his eyes and ears. After a few seconds, Hibiki dropped the man to the ground so she could pick up her phone that was ringing. Hello grandfather, she spoke into the phone. I'm sorry, but today I failed. I've infiltrated several schools and none of them have I had any problems this quickly. No, I can still go through with the mission. I had Rufus and Oxnard mess with their minds. Even if they are suspicious, they won't be able to tell that it was me. Yes, I underestimated them, to be honest. I thought they would be like the other private schools that I infiltrated. I won't make that mistake again. I will complete the mission. Yes, I understand. I will clear my schedule so we can talk. Hey, what happened? Said the boy she kicked into the wall as he saw his friend on the ground. Buddy. What did you do, Beach? Before he could get close, he noticed something was moving in her uniform as a snake slithered out of her uniform. Fear paralyzed the man, but before he could speak, the snake struck him, silencing him. Don't worry, grandfather, there won't be any more complications, she said as she walked out of the alley. Besides, I have my little friends to hide the evidence. As the shadows of the alley began to move and form a giant animal jaw swallowing the two bodies, leaving nothing behind. Don't worry, I'll be home soon for some tea. Everything will be just fine. Hibiki checked herself as she was about ready to head to school. Uniform check. Hidden weapons check. All animals accounted for as she looked around and noticed all of her friends sitting around the room in what she thought was a pathetic excuse for a house. Her family had bought it for her stay at UA, which she thought was unnecessary. She may have had a setback yesterday, but she didn't think she would be staying longer than 2 weeks at the school. Honestly, I don't see why we just kidnap Demon Slayer or one of his friends and make them tell us what we want to know, she said out loud to nobody. She sighed for a second before continuing. Our family has done things like that before, so why not now? Well, Grandpa, are you coming out now or are you going to follow me all the way to school? The old man chuckled as he appeared in the open area of the room. Very good, granddaughter. I was beginning to think that you were losing your touch. Hibiki got angry at the sound of that. I underestimated them. I thought they were the usual private school students. I won't make that mistake again. The elderly man looked at his granddaughter while stroking his beard. You know, I once made a mistake myself. Made a fool of myself, especially when I lost to a Burker with atomic farts. Hibiki laughed at that. Wait, what? And let's not forget your father. On a mission to Italy, he fell into an entire tank of tomato sauce. Hibiki kept laughing at that memory. I remember that he smelled like tomatoes for a month. We've all made mistakes, Hibiki. I know better than anyone else how well you've taken the family business. Like a fish to water, and I'm proud of everything you've accomplished in your short time, so don't let this one mistake get you down. Hibiki and her grandfather shared a hug. Don't worry, I won't. I'll play the long game. That's my girl. This mission is connected personally to our family, so the smoother this goes the better. Yes sir, said Hibiki. UA and Demon Slayer's secrets will be ours. Oh. Morning, young Midoriya, said Toshinori. All Might, what are you doing here, said Izuku, a little surprised to see him at his apartment. Well, I need a quick word with you and the girls real quick about class today. Izuku nodded real quick before getting it. So you're teaching class today? What? Toshinori looked left and right before leaning towards Izuku. How'd you know I was teaching today? It wasn't that hard to figure out, said Izuku with a sweat drop. I'm guessing you don't want people to know we know you and who you really are, right? Yeah, that's right, said All Might. I don't want people thinking I started teaching at UA just because Melissa is there, and despite our relation I'm going to be treating her like all the other students. I understand, and I think Melissa would have an issue if you gave her better treatment than others. As for Ye, I can give her a talk, but to be honest I don't think that will be necessary. What do you mean? Sup Skeletor. Both All Might and Izuku turned to see Ye ready for school. I think I see what you mean, said All Might as he realized that after the mountain incident that he set her off to where she wouldn't call him All Might anytime soon. Morning Izuku, said Ochako, how are you doing this morning? Ochako, said Izuku, a little surprised. I'm doing fine, but what are you doing here this early in the morning? All Might was also curious as he saw another girl along with Melissa exit the apartment. At first he was a bit alarmed before he noticed that she too was wearing a UA uniform. You guys had a sleepover on the first day? Something like that, said Ye. Hey Melissa, your Uncle Skeletor is here. Hey Uncle Toshinori, what are you doing here? Asked Melissa as she locked the apartment. Oh, I just wanted to talk to you guys for a second and see how you guys were doing. Already having a sleepover, he said, gesturing to Ochako and Yui. My name is Yui Kodai, sir. I'm a fellow student of UA and in Class 1B, said Yui, introducing herself. I was just staying the night. Ochako is their new roommate. It took both Izuku and All Might to register what she said. Wait, what? Yep, said Ye, grinning and putting an arm around Ochako, making the girl give a weak smile. Gravity Cheeks is staying with us. All Might raised an eyebrow. Okay. There's a story here, isn't there? Yes there is, said Melissa. I could be wrong, but something may have happened last night. Oh. After Melissa told him and All Might what happened last night, he was a bit on edge. They agreed since there was no solid evidence there was little they could do. Though he did have plans to talk to Yashiro and see if there is anything they could do, or maybe Tomo may have a quirk that they could use. Though it did little to calm his nerves, and he wasn't alone. Both Melissa and Ochako had it on the mind. The only one that seemed unaffected was Ye. She was sleeping. In the middle of class. So this is the famous vigilante and friends. Midoriya and Shield seem to be paying attention, but that girl hasn't paid attention once since class started. She went right to sleep. Though I guess this was better than I expected. I thought those three would be causing problems, that they were already heroes and didn't need this. Guess it's time to bring her down to earth and show her that she doesn't know everything, thought Present Mike. Oh come on little listener, said their English teacher Present Mike. As he made his way to Ye. Don't make me do this. Z. Alright, you asked for it. DJ says, wake up, he shouted right next to her, scaring her, causing her to jump 10 feet in the air. When she landed she stared daggers at Present Mike. What was that for? Let this be a lesson to all of you. No sleeping in class. I want you all to be able to speak English by the end of the year. That includes you, he said the last part in English. Ye continued to stare at him like he was an idiot. She then waved her finger at him, signaling to him to come closer. She then grabbed his collar and in perfect English. Yo, DJ idiot, I already know English. Present Mike then was able to free himself from Ye's grip before rubbing his own ears. Though continued in English. Why'd you scream in my ear? Because you screamed in mine. You should be paying attention. I know this stuff already, she said as most of the other students just stared as not understanding a word they were saying. Actually, why am I taking English? Hey Izuku, Melissa, why are we here? Izuku sighed. Before he too spoke perfect English. Ye is first years, we have to take the first year classes, and for us that includes history, math, art, science, heroics and English. Even though some of us know those subjects we still have to take them. Present Mike was in shock and his face showed it. With how well he was paying attention he had assumed that the prodigal demon slayer didn't know a foreign language. Ye looked at Izuku and Melissa. You two aren't even paying attention, are you? Hey, I'm catching up on my Japanese, said Melissa in Japanese while holding up a Japanese language book. Wait, you too, said Present Mike, finally reverting back to Japanese. I'm from America. English was my first language. Present Mike composed himself, not allowing himself to be defeated just yet. Well, you three still need to pay attention so you know how to do the assignments in the book. Ye shoved her book in his face, showing it was completely filled. What, you already did every assignment in the book? As he began to furiously turn the pages. He didn't read every answer, but even the ones he did read he could tell that they were right. You even filled out the poetry section, in French. Well, it asked me what I thought the best poem was, but I didn't think it had the same impact translated to English or Japanese, so I thought I should write it in French. Sir? Said Melissa, getting their attention. Ye's been all over the world. She knows several different languages. She actually has a real talent for it. A shocked Present Mike looked at Melissa before looking at Izuku, who nodded. Yeah, but we handed these out like a week before school started. How in the world did you complete it already? Ye began to pout. I got grounded for trying to bring back the dinosaurs. HUH, said the class unanimously. Melissa could barely contain her laughter as Izuku began to chuckle at the memory. After the UA exam, Ye was bored, and when she told Eri about the giant robot, Eri asked if it was as big as a dinosaur. Which gave Ye the idea to try and use Eri's quirk to give her a dinosaur to hunt in exchange for giving Eri 100 cookies. They got all the way to the museum before Yashiro stopped them. Her father even told Yashiro to put her under house arrest. Though on the bright side, with Yashiro's help she did get a jump start on her classes. Anyway, I don't know why you're so shocked, said Ye. Izuku and Melissa have both completed the book as well. Present Mike looked at Izuku. Well, I kind of have been learning English for 2 years now. I wanted to see how much of the book I could complete and I kind of finished it. He then turned to Melissa. I just wanted to get it over with. Present Mike had been defeated by the prodigies. He then went back to teaching the class with a dark cloud over his head, while one student was glaring daggers at Ye for the remainder of the class. Though that quickly changed as the next few PRDS showed Ye's greatest weakness. Math. She quickly struggled with subjects like math and science. Though that's where Izuku and Melissa picked up the pace. For Izuku it showed how well Yashiro was as a teacher. No one would have guessed that Izuku took 2 years off from school. Oh. Now it was time for the class every student was looking forward to. I'm coming through the door like a normal person, screamed All Might as he entered the classroom in his Silver Age costume. Whoa, it's All Might. He's really our teacher. This is the best, said several students who were shocked to see that the rumors were true and he was their hero course teacher. All right, settle down class. Settle down, said All Might. As you can guess, I will be your instructor for today's hero course, and we have quite a bit to cover today, so without further ado, he hit a button on a remote that showed several cases on the wall. It's time for you all to look the part, grab your case and meet up at Training Ground Beta. The moment he was done, everyone rushed for their case with excitement. Most of them rushed to the changing room while others took their time to check their gear. It was time for them to finally train to be heroes. Oh. I don't know why I'm surprised you two are the first ones here, said All Might, greeting Izuku and Ye. Sup Johnny Bravo. Well, both of us haven't had much changes to our gear, said Izuku as he was in his Demon Slayer outfit and Ye had her custom hunting gear on. Though both had been a bit modified with a few ideas from Melissa and the students from the support course, but the overall appearance stayed the same. Not to mention we both have had a bit of practice to put our gear on quickly. Well, it looks like they weren't too far behind you, said All Might as the other students came out of the tunnel wearing their hero costume. None of them could deny they looked quite impressive in their costumes. Yes, now all of you are looking like real heroes. Wait, shouldn't there be one more? I'm right here, said Melissa, running out of the tunnel. Her hero costume took a lot of inspiration from All Might's Silver Age costume, but instead of red lines and red trim it was pink, and instead of a star on her chest it was replaced with a pink heart, and instead of a cape Melissa was sporting an open vest. Ye whistles. Looking good, Melissa. I was wondering what you would come up with. Though it looks like you drew a bit from Johnny over there, she thumbed to All Might who was looking away. Okay, I know your father made my suit, but don't you think it's a little too obvious? Melissa thought. All Might noticed the similarities from the outfit he was wearing right now and the one Melissa was wearing. Now Ye, I think Melissa has a few tricks up her sleeves, said Izuku, taking a look at Melissa. Those are new glasses, aren't they? Yep, said Melissa, pressing the rim of the glasses as they morphed into a pair of goggles. She tapped them again and they turned into a domino mask. Ye's eyes sparkled. Whoa, that's so cool. What else you got? Melissa grinned with pride as she tugged her vest, showing several buttons on the inside of it. I got quite a few tricks up my sleeves to show you guys. That's amazing, your guys' costumes look great, said Ochako. Honestly, now I wished I did a little bit more with mine, or at least told them not to make mine so tight. Oh, don't worry, I can adjust it if you want. I do have a support license, said Melissa. While Izuku was trying not to stare at Ochako's costume when he noticed something. Where's Ye? Man, the hero course is the best, said Mineta, drooling as he was staring at the girls in their costumes and taking mental pictures of their assets. What you looking at? Mineta froze as the voice sent a shiver down his spine. He slowly turned around, coming face to face with Ye, twirling a knife in one and the other with one of her pistols. Though what scared him the most was her face, as it was sporting a nasty grin and her eyes were that of a predator that was about to play with its food. Him. Alright, student, time to get class going. So pay attention, it's time for your first hero exercise, said All Might, getting everyone's attention. Saved by the bell, said Ye, leaving Mineta to his tears. Today's training will be a battle trail between two teams of two. One team will be the villains and the other the heroes. The villains have planted a bomb somewhere in the building and heroes must either capture the bomb or the villains to win the match. The villains win the match by either capturing the heroes or keeping them from the bomb until the clock runs out. Sir, how will we determine the teams? Asked Ida, raising his hands. The teams will be selected at random, and before you ask, there will be 2 teams of 3 and the fights between the teams will also be selected at random. Now let's see who will be teaming up with who. As All Might pressed another remote showing a hologram that began spinning like a slot machine before the students' faces started pairing up and getting letters attached to them. Team A, Yae and Ojiro. Team B, Mina and Tokoyami. Team C, Jiro and Ochako. Team D, Aoyama and Izuku and Koda. Team E, Shota and Shoji. Team F, Tenya and Bakugo and Mineta. Team G, Momo and Toru. Team H, Denki and Sato. Team I, Siro and Melissa. Team J, Kirishima and Tsuyu. All might, sir, said Izuku raising his hand. Are you sure these results are all right? What, yelled Bakugo, are you trying to say, Deku, that you're too good to have 2 teammates? You think you're above? Well, I'll be happy to take you and all the other teams all at once right here right now. Geez, calm down, Chihuahua, said Yae. There was a pause in the air after Yae's comment. Bakugo slowly turned around to Yae. In a low growling voice spoke through clenching teeth. Did you just call me a Chihuahua? Well, you bark a lot and for a second I thought you were like a beagle. But no, you're definitely a Chihuahua. Everything seems to set you off. I'll beat your butt, See, you're even yipping like one. Say I'm a Chihuahua one more time. See, she said as she brought her hands up mimicking a dog begging. Yip yip. That's all you're doing. Bakugo was so pissed steam began to come out of his nostrils. Screw Deku, I want to fight Rifle Beach here. Oh, the Chihuahua wants to play, said Yae as she reached for her rifle. I can accept that challenge. Stop it, you two, said All Might. I like a good rivalry as the next person, but today all matches are chosen at random. So let's see who the first combatants will be. The screen began to spin again, showing 2 letters before stopping. The first match will be Team A versus Team G, with Team A as the villains and Team G as the heroes. Yae looked at the screen. That's me and Tail versus, oh her. Yae looked over at Momo, who was shooting a glare at her. Yae's only response was to yawn, which made Momo growl in fury. Ojiro walked up to Yae. Hey, since you and I are working together, can you please do me a favor and not PSS her off any more than you already have? It might make things worse in the fight, said Ojiro, trying to appeal to Yae. Why? It's just magic melons. That's it, yelled Momo as she stomped over to Yae. Stop calling me that right now. Do you just not care about other people's feelings, or did your parents just not teach you any manners? As Momo began to yell in Yae's face, Izuku quietly went to All Might. Hey, shouldn't you stop this? All Might thought for a moment as he looked at Yae. No, I don't think so. I have to agree with Yashiro on this one. Yae needs this. Izuku gave a curious look to him before Melissa tugged on Izuku's shirt. Izuku looked at Yae. He did and saw Yae giving Momo a blank stare, one that Izuku recognized. She has no idea what's going on. Yep, said All Might as he remembered his conversation with Yashiro he had in the hallway before class. What do you mean I should just let it happen? As a teacher I should stop all fighting that's happening in class. Yashiro nodded in agreement. While I do agree with you that any responsible teacher should do that, this is a different case however. Yae needs this. What do you mean? Yae's greatest weakness is her social skills. She has spent her entire life traveling from one place to another. This has been her longest time in one place. But she seems to be doing just fine. She even made a new friend from another class. While that may be true, in her mind she is still just a visitor. You see, despite her brash nature, her parents did teach her manners and how to respect others. Though that only goes for when she's visiting another place. She has been around several different cultures and people, and when around them she will be the perfect visitor, cause in her mind it's easier to be polite for a few days and forget about people than be herself and have to deal with problems long term. For example, you've been to Europe, correct? Yes, I went there to help out an old friend. Then can you tell me if you acted the same as if you were here or in America? All Might was beginning to see where he was going with this. No, I acted more polite and adhered to the laws of the country I was in. He remembered while he was in America how he saw a few citizens stop a villain. In the States, quirks have more freedom than they do here in Japan. Even vigilantes were viewed differently and more accepted in other countries than Japan. Slowly but surely Yae's wild nature is slowly coming out, because for once she isn't traveling, and I don't want to bottle that up. She needs to accept it and learn how to be social as herself and not as a visitor. Alright, I see what you mean. I'll let it happen, but if it goes too far I'm stopping it. That's fair, but look at it this way, it might be beneficial for the class as well. What do you mean? Yashiro grinned. What do you just think you're better than us, said Momo. Yae scratched her head. Well, kind of. Yeah. I think so. Momo stared at Yae's expressionless face. You are really making me mad. Okay, that's enough fighting in here. It's time you take the fight into the training grounds, said All Might. Villain team, you have a 5-minute head start to prepare for your defenses. Okay, said Yae as she made her way to the exit. Come on Tail, let's go. My name's Ojiro. Yae, said Izuku, getting her attention. Don't use your quirk. The room went silent as they heard Izuku's request of Yae. Before one of them could utter a word, she simply shrugged and said, okay, before walking out to the training grounds. Wait dude, are you serious, said Kirishima, you want her to fight quirkless? Are you sure she'll be okay, asked Ochako. What kind of dumbass plan is that, Deku, said Bakugo. Are you pitying me, asked Momo, giving Izuku a serious stare. What, do you think I can't handle her on my own? I am your teammate, said Toru, but Momo was angry and ignored her. Izuku looked back at Momo for a moment to pick his words. This will be good for her. And you? Momo kept staring at him after that statement. Toru then came up to her partner. Come on Momo, we should get ready as well, she wordlessly turned towards the exit. Momo, said Melissa, whatever you do don't hold back. She didn't respond and kept walking. Well, this should be interesting.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.